Sister, what's your plan? Tell me. Damn, this is amazing. Sister is indeed powerful. After hearing Guomei whisper something in his ear, Rhoda's face lit up with excitement. He did not expect Guomei to be so smart. Such a scheme was absolutely foolproof. At the thought of obtaining the other party's treasures after killing him, he trembled with excitement. After you're done, don't be in a hurry to kill him. Let me enjoy myself first. Guomei licked her lips, her eyes lascivious. Seeing Zhou Han's handsome appearance, her heart trembled and she wanted to take him for herself. Can I satisfy you? Sister, you actually want someone else. Rhoda raised a hand to her chest, his tone querulous. The other hand reached for her groin. All right, now is not the time to do that. Hurry up and prepare. Hurry up. Guomei slapped his hand away and rolled her eyes. Then, the two of them began to prepare for the plan. The sword aura flew past, and another platinum-grade golden-armored wild lion fell to the ground. Oh my, a platinum equipment dropped. He saw a white light flash. A piece of equipment fell from the air. Zhou Han had killed many demonic beasts and dropped more than a dozen pieces of gold equipment. He did not see a single platinum-grade item. Now, one had finally dropped. Of course, he was very happy. You have obtained platinum equipment. Do you want to check it? Just as Zhou Han was about to check, he heard a cry for help not far away. The voices were rushed and miserable. They kept coming. Could another NPC have appeared? Thinking of talking to himself, he rushed over without stopping. If he encountered NPCs in the wild, there was a high chance that he would receive some hidden missions. The rewards for the mission were constantly a large number of experience points and some equipment or items. Zhou Han was naturally very interested. When he got closer, he finally saw what was in front of him. It was two people, a man and a woman. The man lay in a pool of blood, barely breathing. The woman, on the other hand, hugged him and kept crying, making her chest heave and tremble. She was good-looking, but looking at her age, she was not Zhou Han's type. So he was injured. He was probably attacked by a demonic beast and escaped death. After Zhou Han scanned their attributes, he did not find anything unusual. He approached and asked, "What happened? Can I help? Young hero, you must save my brother. He was bitten by a shadow cat. I don't know about medicine. Can you help me take a look?" Guomei looked anxious and pleading, pretending to be pitiful. Okay, let's not get ahead of ourselves. I'll check the extent of his injuries. Because the shadow cat was a poison-type attack, there was a high chance that it was poisoned. Zhou Han took out an antidote pill. However, he was a little puzzled. He had accepted the NPC's request, but there was no prompt to accept the mission. Something felt wrong. However, the person in front of him was indeed weak. It was more important to save his life. At the thought of the demons prying, he cautiously activated aura sensing. Just as Zhou Han was about to squat down. No, there's killing intent. He felt the killing intent coming from the man lying on the ground. His expression changed, and he instantly knew that this was a trap aimed at him. Seeing that Zhou Han was about to squat, Guomei knew that Rhoda was about to attack. After subduing him, she could enjoy herself. He was so excited at the thought that he could not close his legs. Without hesitation, Zhou Han drew his sword and slashed. On the ground, Rhoda did not expect Zhou Han not to squat. Instead, he attacked first. In a panic, he activated his skill, wanting to fight head-on. However, how could he be Zhou Han's match? He felt a huge force, and his body flew out of control. Bang! Rhoda's body hit the ground hard. With just one attack, his HP was greatly reduced. He finally felt what fear was like. After all, he was in the top 5 in his zone. He thought that even if there was a difference, it wouldn't be much. Now it seemed that the other party was stronger than imagined. It all happened in a flash. Only then did Guomei react from her reverie. Her pretty face was filled with shock and fear. How had the other party discovered the flaw? She had planned her scheme so well. First, he pretended to be an NPC and tricked Zhou Han into coming over. Then she would use a honey trap to make the other party lose his guard. Finally, there was Rhoda's assassination. The entire plan was smooth, but it still fell short. Vinewood entanglement. Since the other party had seen through their scheme, he would definitely not let them off. Without hesitation, she released her wood-type skill. After casting the skill, he ran for his life without looking back. She did not expect this skill to hurt Zhou Han. If Rhoda couldn't fight back, she couldn't. She only hoped to trap the other party for a while longer, giving her plenty of time to escape. Instantly, many vines wrapped around Zhou Han. The vines seemed to have a life of their own, desperately trying to grab him. Oomph. Insignificant skill break. As soon as he finished speaking, a few sword auras flew out of his body. It directly destroyed these vines. Guomei looked behind her and was terrified. The usually powerful vine wood entanglement was actually unable to withstand a single blow from Zhou Han. It couldn't even last 3 seconds. Zhou Han had already chased over like the wind. Don't kill me. Please let me go. I'll do anything. I was forced to. That Rhoda threatened me. I couldn't resist his orders. Seeing that she could not escape, Guomei immediately began to beg for mercy. Her expression was pitiful and filled with temptation. Who the hell are you? Why do you want to kill me? Zhou Han ignored the other party's pity. His expression did not change, and his eyes were filled with coldness. We're players from Zone 123. We're here to level up. This Rhoda saw that you were well equipped and had ill intentions. My repeated attempts to dissuade him were useless. Not only that, he forced me to plot to kill you. Guomei said everything in one go, blaming everything on Rhoda. She made herself sound innocent, like a complete victim. Is that all? Then you can go to hell. Of course, Zhou Han did not believe her nonsense. This woman was obviously not easy to deal with. Zhou Han would not have any pity for the person who wanted to kill him. Don't kill me. I'm willing to be your woman. I'm very good at what I do. I promise to serve you well. Hearing that the other party still did not intend to let her off, Guomei panicked. She immediately stripped off her clothes and used her final trump card. Her porcelain-like body was revealed. Her legs were long and straight. She opened them slightly and showed a different scenery. Mature charm was filled with endless temptation. She believed no man could resist the way she was. Can you not kill me? Let's make love now. I want to be your woman. Guomei asked softly with a shy and hesitant expression. Moreover, the man in front of him was handsome and powerful. It was definitely a great blessing to be his woman. At this moment, she was both afraid and excited. But before she could finish, a sharp sword light greeted her. The voice stopped abruptly. Before she died, her eyes were filled with disbelief. A man ignored my charms? Zhou Han did not look at her again and walked away coldly. Be my woman? Are you worthy? Putting aside the other party's appearance and figure, just the fact that the other party wanted to kill him was unforgivable. Even if she was the #1 beauty in the universe, she had to die. I almost forgot. I wonder if anything dropped. He reached level 10 so quickly. There must be some opportunity. Otherwise, he wouldn't have leveled up so quickly. Halfway there, Zhou Han suddenly remembered. After all, there were less than 10 people in Zone 666 who had reached level 10. It wasn't that easy to reach level 10. Zhou Han returned and flipped Guomei's body. He wasn't very lucky. It was just a skill book and nothing else. You have obtained the Spirit Wood Technique. Do you want to check it? Check. Spirit Wood Technique. Grade, Silver. Skill 1. Vine Wood Entanglement. Summon a vine to trap a single target and cause 1.1 times the magic damage. Cooldown, 40 seconds. Skill 2. Energy Absorption, Locked. Will only be unlocked after reaching a certain level of proficiency in Skill 1. Note: Mage class only. Zhou Han felt that it was a good control skill. This must be what she relied on to level up. When facing demonic beasts, it was easy to control them first and then deal the finishing blow. However, he was a swordsman and could not learn it. We'll see if Xiaoning needs it. If not, we'll throw it into the shop. After dealing with it, Zhou Han slowly walked to where Rhoda was. Yes? He's gone. Zhou Han was a little puzzled, but he remembered that the other party was a Nightbringer. He probably had skills for concealment and escape. He was definitely hiding now. Under my aura sensing skill, you have nowhere to hide. After Zhou Han used the aura sensing skill, he quickly received a response. At his position, at 2 o'clock, there was an aura of panic and fear. Zhou Han could not be bothered to waste his breath. He activated the Shadow Soul Spike. There was a grunt, and then Rhoda's body fell out of a rock. He had already died on the spot. Zhou Han slowly walked over to see if anything good had dropped. However, Zhou Han did not know his actions had already caused an uproar in Zone 123. A system announcement appeared in all the player systems in Zone 123. System announcement: Player Guomei has been killed by player Zhou Han in Zone 666. System announcement: Player Rhoda has been killed by player Zhou Han in Zone 666. The two consecutive announcements stunned the players in Zone 123. No way. Guomei and Rhoda are in the top 5 of the level rankings. They were killed just like that. And they were killed by players from another region? That's ridiculous. Who is this Zhou Han? His strength is too terrifying. He killed 2 people in a row. I can't imagine it. Maybe Zhou Han used a scheme and surrounded them with their numbers. I don't believe anyone has the strength to fight the 2 of them alone. Yes, I think so too. Those brats from Zone 666 are too despicable. They're going too far by using such despicable methods. Most of the players were indignant and condemned Zhou Han. At the same time, they also hated Zone 666. Although there were usually internal conflicts in the region, everyone was united against the outside world now, and their hearts were filled with anger. I'll hurry up and level up now. I'll reach level 10 as soon as possible and get back at them. Alright, let's form a team. We'll reach level 10 today and only kill players from Zone 666. Luo Badeo, is Brother Badeo around? Come out and say something. Are you going to sit back and watch Zone 666 bully us like this? That's right, Brother Badeo, you have to seek justice for us. Zhou Han, who killed this dog, is bullying us in Zone 123. This group of players clamored in the chat area, all of them wanting to kill Zhou Han. Luo Badeo was undoubtedly the first in Zone 123. His S-rank talent doubled all his attributes. Now that he had reached level 18, he was far ahead. With his benevolent style, he became famous in just a few days. The players called him warm-hearted and heroic. At this moment, Luo Badeo was also leveling up in the Valley of the Undead. He looked righteous. Of course, he also heard the system announcement. Seeing the message on the public chat, he frowned slightly in displeasure. He wasn't stupid. He definitely didn't want to stand up for this. After all, he did not know what was going on with Zhou Han and how many people there were. His usual sense of loyalty was just an act. He was just doing it for benefits. However, everyone had tagged him on the public chat, so he couldn't pretend not to know. At this moment, he had to stand up and say something. Otherwise, his reputation would be ruined. Everyone, don't be agitated. I've seen your information. This Zhou Han is simply arrogant to dare to touch someone from our zone. Don't worry, I'll definitely get back at him for you. But there's nothing we can do now. We can't confirm his coordinates at all. Luo Badeo sent the message. It was obvious that he was stalling. After all, without coordinates, he would not be able to find his opponent, and he would not attack. Wow, Brother Badeo is out. You must kill Zhou Han. That's right. We, Zone 123, can't suffer such humiliation. Brother Badeo, you're so domineering. We're all under your command. It was a good plan, but he saw the next message. His expression changed and he clenched his fists. Don't worry about the coordinates, Brother Badeo. Look at what this is. Impressive. This thing can actually check the other party's coordinates. Awesome. Zhou Han has nowhere to escape now. Coordinates tracking card. Enter the target's zone number and name. You can lock onto the target's real-time coordinates within an hour. A one-time item that will disappear automatically after use. After Luo Badeo finished reading, his eyes narrowed dangerously. In this situation, he had no excuse to refuse. It seemed that he had to go. He didn't want to bother, but that didn't mean he was afraid. No matter what, he was the boss of a zone and had an S-rank talent. He could also easily kill Guomei and Rhoda. Therefore, in his eyes, Zhou Han was only a little threatening and could still be dealt with. This was the confidence of the number 1 in the zone, the determination of the strong to win. Luo Badeo, brother, what's your name? You did well. His face was cold as he typed in the message. Brother Badeo, you don't have to thank me. This is what I should do. Take care of me in the future. Of course, I'll take good care of you after this is settled. Luo Badeo sneered. Killing intent flashed in his eyes as he continued typing. Luo Badeo, all experts above level 10 in this area, gather with me. Coordinates. Impressive. Brother Badeo is domineering. He's about to attack. Zhou Han is in trouble. Tyrant, I'll be there in 10 minutes. I just dropped the gold equipment that can be used. We're coming. We'll go all out to suppress Zhou Han. If you provoke our Zone 123, you'll have to pay a heavy price. When Brother Badeo goes out to fight, not a blade of grass will grow. Let's see who dares to be blind in the future. At this moment, at the gathering point, Luo Badeo stood with his hands behind his back, looking majestic. His eyes were filled with vigor. Very good. All the experts are here. Zhou Han, you won't be able to escape today. Other than Luo Badeo, 6 people had come. They were all above level 10 and could freely enter and leave the Valley of the Undead. They were already the strongest combat power in Zone 123. They were all determined to make a move this time and smiled heartily. Let's go. It's only an hour. We have to hurry. Luo Badeo had already used the coordinates tracking card to check Zhou Han's coordinates. He immediately took the lead and walked out. The men behind him were also murderous, following his pace. At this moment, Zhou Han did not know that he had already been targeted. He was still counting the spoils. 2 pieces of silver equipment dropped from Rhoda, along with a card. He was a little disappointed that the other party's concealment skill did not drop. Zhou Han could not be bothered to look at the silver equipment. Instead, he began to check the card. Mystic Realm Pass. With this pass, one can enter the Mystic Realm once. After clearing it, there is a 30% chance of platinum equipment dropping. After reading it, Zhou Han was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, it was a pass. He could also enter the Mystic Realm and obtain equipment. Good stuff. Moreover, it was platinum equipment. One had to know that 90% of the players nowadays did not have gold equipment, let alone platinum equipment. Although the probability was not high, he had enhanced it. None of that mattered. 1 enhancement. The drop rate became 50%. 2 enhancements. 3 times. As this kind of item did not differentiate between grades, he did not know the upper limit of enhancement. He could only try 1 enhancement at a time. You have successfully enhanced it 6 times. You have reached the upper limit of this item. Through the system prompt, he was surprised to find that it could be enhanced 6 times. Soon, the effect was displayed. After watching it, Zhou Han was overjoyed. Mystic Realm Pass plus 6. With this pass, a 4-man team can enter the Mystic Realm once. After clearing it, there is a 90% chance of equipment at or above the Starlight grade dropping. After 6 enhancements, the effect changed drastically. First, it went from 1 person to 4 people entering the Mystic Realm. When the time came, wouldn't the top grade equipment dropped by Han Qinxue and her sister be his? With a 90% drop rate now, unless he was the unluckiest person alive, he would not return empty-handed. It could even drop equipment above the Starlight grade. After Platinum was Diamond, then Starlight. It was 2 levels higher. Perhaps King grade equipment would drop. That would be awesome. King grade equipment could be enhanced 9 times. It went without saying how effective it was. Thinking of this, Zhou Han was excited. He had really found a treasure. It was too satisfying. System, where is the Mystic Realm? Zhou Han opened the map and did not find an entrance to the Mystic Realm. That was why he asked in confusion. The Mystic Realm will open on the 5th day. Please wait patiently. Good Lord. It began on the 5th day. That would be the day after tomorrow. No wonder the guy hadn't used this pass. It was still closed. Only then could it drop after killing him. Anyway, Zhou Han did not mind waiting 2 days. He took out the platinum equipment that had just dropped from his bag and looked at it. He realized that it was accessory equipment with good attributes. Zhou Han directly enhanced it 6 times. He had enough enhancement points now and did not have to worry about whether it was enough. He clicked on the attributes and read them. Moonlight Earrings plus 6. Grade, Platinum. Attributes, Attack plus 1,500, Defense plus 300. Special Effect 1. Increases all attributes resistance by 30%. Special Effect 2. Critical hit rate increased by 50%. Special Effect 3. With gentle moonlight nourishment, all friendly units within 10 meters will recover 1% HP per second. Description: able to attack and defend at the same time. Can also be used as an accessory. It's indeed an all-rounder. It has both attack, defense, and critical hits. It can even heal its teammates. After looking at the attributes, Zhou Han sighed. This was because only 1 accessory could be worn. If he wanted to wear many accessories, he needed some special items to unlock them. Zhou Han did not have one now. He could only replace the True Spirit Ring. After putting on the earring, the attributes were indeed good. But Zhou Han feels a little uncomfortable. This is not suited for a man. It doesn't match my manly temperament at all. Seeing the good attributes, he had no choice. I'll change it when I have something good. Zhou Han helplessly gave up on the resistance in his heart. Everything was accounted for. Zhou Han was prepared to pack the gold equipment that was dropped for Han Xinxue. Where are they? Where did they go? He had been fighting just now and counting the spoils, so he had not noticed their whereabouts. Zhou Han walked over curiously and passed through the dense forest. But in the clear river, he heard the cheerful voices of two women. Seeing this scene, Zhou Han was a little speechless. I'm impressed by these women, showering in such a place. He knew that the two women were in the Fire Cloud mountain range. They were sweating a lot, and their bodies were sticky. It was understandable that they wanted a shower. But this was the God-fiend continent. Any danger could happen. It was really bold to bathe in the wilderness. Fortunately, there were no demonic beasts in the river. No accidents happened. However, there was a dense forest here. The location was hidden and could not be easily discovered. Two beautiful women, swimming naked in the river. The clear river water and all the scenery were visible. It's pleasing to the eye. I don't think I'm peeking. I'm looking openly. Zhou Han convinced himself in his heart. He admired the way the two women swam. However, the good times did not last long. Zhou Han sat on a big tree. He realized that 7 people were coming in his direction. All of them were aggressive and looked like they had ill intentions. It was as if they knew his location. Zhou Han was a little puzzled, but he was not flustered. Hey, you two, hurry up. Someone's coming. Get dressed. He did not want Han Xiangning and the others to be seen like this. Therefore, he did not care about his exposed situation and directly urged. Zhou Han, when did you come? Turn around. How can you get to shore like this? The sisters were immediately flustered. Their faces were flushed with embarrassment and anger. They were actually seen by Zhou Han again. They did not expect him to farm so many demonic beasts so quickly. Now the 7 of them would be coming over soon. Zhou Han did not have time to tease them. He immediately turned around. It wasn't the first time he'd seen it. Why are you so nervous? Zhou Han did not mind. Of course, he wouldn't say that. He had to make the necessary excuses. Don't worry, I just came over. I was short-sighted when I was studying and didn't see anything. Zhou Han said with a calm smile. Then he turned around. His expression darkened as he went in the direction of the 7 people. He had no idea who those people were, but he didn't care who they were now. As long as you dare to provoke me, don't blame me for being ruthless. Are you serious? Is he nearsighted? Han Xinxue asked curiously. After all, Han Xiangning was from the same school as Zhou Han. I think so. I'm not sure. Han Xiangning could only comfort her like this. Otherwise, if she said that he was not short-sighted, it would be confirmed that he had seen her naked twice. Are you sure? Oh, don't think too much about it. Get dressed. It was fine if Zhou Han saw it. If anyone else saw it, it would be a loss. Among the 7 of them, Luo Badeo was at the front. His face, however, was thoughtful. What he was worried about was that Zhou Han had too many helpers. If the other party has more people later, I have to find a chance to get away. Luo Badeo kept calculating in his mind. He wouldn't attack unless he was absolutely sure. Come over and take these coordinates. Go and see how many people Zhou Han has. If there's anything unusual, inform us immediately. Luo Badeo shouted at one of the lackeys. This lackey had just broken through to level 10 today. He was the weakest among the 7 of them, so it was relatively easy to bully him. The other 5 agreed wholeheartedly. What if he did not agree? Could it be that he had to go himself? If the other party had more people and was discovered, would they have a chance of survival? No one was stupid. As for avenging Guomei and Rhoda and getting back face for Zone 123, that was just an excuse. Their true goal was still Zhou Han's equipment and items. If there were no benefits, who would risk their lives to avenge him? Brother Badeo, I followed the coordinates and saw 3 people. A man and 2 women. That man should be Zhou Han. In a moment, the scout returned and reported the situation. 3 people? Did you look carefully? I saw it clearly. I can't be wrong. That's great. It looks like they're fighting 3 against 2. With their numbers advantage, they killed Rhoda and Guomei. One of them voiced his guess. Brother Badeo, what are we waiting for? Let's charge forward. 7 against 3 is an absolute advantage. Another man began to stir, greed in his eyes. Killing 3 people would mean more benefits. Let's get this over with now before the rest of Zone 666 comes over. Luo Badeo pondered for a moment and made the final decision. He was most worried that Zhou Han would have too many helpers. Now that he heard that there were only 3 of them, the last worries in his heart were eliminated. Soon, The 7 of them arrived in front of Zhou Han with a murderous aura. "You're Zhou Han." Luo Badeo narrowed his eyes, and his voice was cold. "What's wrong? Why are you looking for me? I don't think I provoked you." Zhou Han took a step back and pretended to be afraid. "Have you forgotten what you did? Haven't you thought of the consequences of killing someone from Zone 123? How dare you touch someone from our District 123? You must be tired of living. I'll make you beg for death today. Pain, struggle, and die." Seeing Zhou Han's terrified expression, the few of them became even more arrogant. Her tone was even more aggressive, her face filled with a cruel smile. What do you want? Don't come over. I'm very powerful." Zhou Han pretended to be fierce, but weak inside. Others saw that he was obviously guilty. "What's going on with Zhou Han? Are they all here to deal with us?" The sisters asked hurriedly. They were also deceived by Zhou Han's acting skills. There were 7 people on the other side. Moreover, they were all above level 10. They were a little afraid. If even Zhou Han could not deal with it, they definitely could not. "All right, step back. I'll handle it." Zhou Han casually said softly. "Oh, you're quite lucky with women. Such beautiful women. Damn, kill him. I'm so angry. He's monopolizing 2 beauties. Kill him, and you'll not only get the treasure, but the beauty. Go. I want that young beauty." Luo Badeo and the others' eyes lit up when they saw Han Qinxue and her sister. They had just taken a shower and looked like blooming flowers. With ill intentions in his eyes, he stared at Han Xiangning and the others fearlessly. Thinking that he could have 2 women after killing Zhou Han, Luo Badeo stopped probing and directly sentenced him to death. "Zhou Han, today is the day you die. Die. Don't come any closer. If you come any closer, I'll really attack. Show me. I'll make sure you can't escape today." With Luo Badeo at the lead, they all sneered ruthlessly. The 7 of them directly activated their skills. Flame Saber, Water Elemental Wave, Explosive Flame Fist. Some were long range, and some were close range. All of them rushed over, determined to kill Zhou Han in one strike. "In the name of the Sword God, I command all swords in the world." Myriad swords return. Zhou Han did not even look at their skills. He directly activated his ultimate move. This was the first time he had used a big move. He wanted to see how powerful it was. As Zhou Han shouted, a shocking sword intent rushed out of his body. It hovered behind him. In an instant, it split into 2, 2 into 4, and kept splitting. It was impossible to count how many sword shadows there were. They were coming together in a huge circle. It was filled with a sword aura. At this moment, Zhou Han's hair fluttered even though there was no wind. It was as if the sword god had descended. The fierce sword intent made people not dare to look at it directly. Slash. He softly spit out the word. After receiving the order, the sword shadow kept flying forward. In front of the ultimate sword intent, the flame saber and water essence wave collapsed instantly, unable to resist. What? This? What a powerful aura. Damn, what skill is this? How can it be so powerful? Impossible. Wasn't Zhou Han scared to death just now? Is this really a player? I suspect this old monster has been cultivating for decades. Everyone was filled with fear. Sword intent filled the air. That aura was wild and fierce. It was simply invincible and unstoppable. Just a glance made their scalps tingle. They were so frightened that they lost their souls. They were all stunned and at a loss. They really did not expect Zhou Han to be so strong. So he had been acting before. It was ridiculous that his group was the real prey. They were being played. Luo Badeo saw that the situation was not good. What was the point of thinking about how powerful the other party was? His top priority was to get through the immediate crisis. He immediately shouted and woke them up. What are you waiting for? Are you waiting to die? Everyone, work together to block the sword aura. Give it your damn all, or everyone dies. Support, put shields on all of us. Hurry, Matt. I don't believe we can't stop it with the 7 of us. Soon, these people hurriedly reacted. All kinds of skills were thrown out. Colorful elemental auras erupted. They all used all their strength to resist the immense pressure brought by the return of the 10,000 swords. If they couldn't stop it, they would die. Can you stop it? You're overestimating yourself. A cold smile flashed across Zhou Han's eyes. Since they dared to provoke him, they would all be buried here. Sword shadows filled the sky and bombarded them. You can block the first wave. Can you block the second and third? The endless sword shadows made one despair. As expected of the Sword Soul's ultimate move, It was that domineering, that wild. The scene of the myriad swords' return was very shocking and handsome. Sure enough, waves of sword shadows appeared. It drowned them out. Screams and grunts came one after another. It's just a pity that I have to use myriad swords' return to kill these trash. It's really a disgrace to this skill. Zhou Han shook his head and sighed. At that time, he only wanted to test the power of this big move and did not think too much about it. The dust settled, and 6 bodies appeared on the ground. No. Where's the other guy? Zhou Han was a little surprised that the other party did not die under the violent sword aura attack. It seemed that he had definitely obtained life-saving equipment. Resurrection or death immunity equipment. Zhou Han, be careful above your head. Get out of the way. While Zhou Han was thinking, Han Qinxue and her sister screamed. Luo Badeo was currently above Zhou Han. Wild attacks swept in. Do you really think I'm stupid? Die. Fierce tiger style. He held a large knife in his hand that emitted a red aura as he slashed down. It was shockingly powerful, like a tiger pouncing on its prey. Sneak attack? Is that all your strength? Wind Thunder Dance. Let's see how you can attack me. Zhou Han directly used the Wind Thunder Dance skill. A violent whirlwind blew past. The huge wind stopped Luo Badeo from falling. His speed dropped 90%. At this moment, he was frozen in midair. He could only fall slowly. What skill is this? Luo Badeo's expression changed drastically. He had wanted to use his fatal move. In the end, he encountered such a situation. It was extremely difficult to move. He seemed to be in slow motion. Why? Do you have so many powerful skills? Luo Badeo questioned loudly. He had an S-rank talent and was undoubtedly the first in Zone 123. But he had never seen these powerful skills before. You want to know? Unfortunately, I won't tell you. Zhou Han's face was filled with coldness, and his voice was bone-chilling. Without another word, he slashed. No, I can't accept this. I'm ranked first in Zone 123. Blood sprayed, and the sound stopped. Luo Badeo's body fell to the ground. At the same time, announcements came continuously from the regional announcement of Zone 123. System announcement. Player Luo Badeo has been killed by player Zhou Han in Zone 666. System announcement. Player Ling Tian has been killed by player Zhou Han in Zone 666. System announcement. Player Yi Liangshan has been killed by player Zhou Han in Zone 666. 7 notifications sounded in the minds of all the players in Zone 123, and the interval between the 7 voices was very short. This meant that these 7 people had died almost at the same time. In an instant, they were all dumbfounded. Who was Zhou Han? That's bloody fierce. Is there a bug in the system? How can Zhou Han be so powerful? Killing 7 people in a row is impossible. How scary. Even Brother Badeo was killed. The entire team was wiped out. He's like a god of death. We've really hit a brick wall this time. In the future, if we see people from Zone 666, we should take a detour to avoid meeting Zhou Han. I'm the opposite of you. When the time comes, I'll go to Zhou Han immediately. This time, the combat power of our zone has greatly decreased. Everyone above level 10 has died. Haha, I'll be the new king in the future. I really have to thank Zhou Han. If Zhou Han knew that someone was thanking him in Zone 123, who knew how he would feel? How is it? Do you think he's too handsome? You're stunned. Seeing that the sisters were still dumbfounded, Zhou Han hooked his head at them and teased. Yes, he's too handsome. I've never seen anyone so handsome. Yes, your big move has countless sword shadows covering the sky. It's simply handsome. Both sisters sighed. Seeing the effect of the myriad swords return was much stronger than the movie special effects he had seen previously. It was very shocking. Zhou Han's smiling face immediately collapsed. So they're praising my big move. I thought you were praising me for being handsome. He shook his head, speechless. Next, of course, was the exciting moment. He counted the spoils. You have obtained gold-grade Shadow War boots. You have obtained a silver-grade mithril belt. You have obtained a silver-grade purple flame jade pendant. Is he really an expert from Zone 123? He's too shabby. Zhou Han searched for a long time. Other than a gold-grade equipment, the rest were all silver-grade. It made him wonder who these guys were. I hope he has some good stuff on him. Otherwise, I won't get anything. Zhou Han turned his gaze to Luo Badeo's corpse. After all, he was the leader of these people and had strength. Moreover, it could withstand the damage of myriad swords return. This meant that there was something strange about the other party. As expected, he took out 2 gold equipment in a row. However, Zhou Han was not interested in gold grade at all and directly threw it aside. There were 2 items left, a weapon and a card. He looked at the weapon first. It was a large knife, shimmering silver purple. It was obvious that it was not an ordinary item. It had a mysterious power. You have obtained famous saber, Siming. Do you want to check the attributes? Zhou Han immediately chose to check. Famous saber, Siming. Grade, diamond. Attributes, plus 60 attack, minus 5% skill cooldown. Special effect, when receiving fatal damage, enter temporary invincibility and increase movement speed by 20% for 1 second. After reading it, Zhou Han finally understood. Why didn't Luo Bideo die immediately? The reason was the special effect of this weapon. It was indeed very useful to be immune to fatal damage. It made Zhou Han a little tempted. What was even more exaggerated was that this was a diamond weapon. The effect of being able to enhance it 7 times was definitely shocking. The weapon was not powerful. However, its life-saving attributes were top-notch. Now that Zhou Han did not lack attack power, he needed such a life-saving method. Of course, the more life-saving methods there were, the better. You really are trash. You don't know how to use such a good thing. It's only in my hands that I can unleash my full power. Zhou Han looked at Luo Bideo's corpse and complained. However, the Sword Soul class used swords. If he used a saber weapon, there was no attack bonus. His strength would definitely be greatly reduced. It immediately made things difficult for Zhou Han. Therefore, he did not enhance the famous saber for the time being. He first asked if there was a solution. System, is there a way to equip both weapons? Zhou Han asked. After all, Zhou Han did not want to give up on this famous saber, Siming, which had a life-saving method. Soon, the system gave a bunch of explanations. Zhou Han's eyes lit up. I'm surprised there are so many plans. Zhou Han only asked tentatively. He did not have much hope. Now it seemed very hopeful. As expected of the system, it was awesome. Zhou Han eliminated them one by one and saw what he could do at this stage. Only the first and second rules had a chance. The rest was completely hopeless. Activate the second class or use the secondary weapon expansion card. Both of these things could be bought in the Blue Thunder City shop. Soon, Zhou Han opened the mall and searched for these 2 items. Second class card, 1 million soul crystals. Secondary weapon expansion card, 300,000 gold coins. After seeing the price, Zhou Han was shocked. Why were they all so expensive? Zhou Han had never heard of soul crystals. Through consultation, he learned that it was something that would only drop after killing a king-grade boss. This was too far away. Zhou Han obviously had no choice. His current strength was still not enough to fight a king-grade boss. As for the second condition, 300,000 gold coins, it could be fulfilled. There were 30,000 gold coins in the package now. Still a lot to go. For the sake of the famous saber Siming, it seems that I have to earn gold coins. Zhou Han was quickly thinking of a way to earn gold coins. Clearly, it was too slow to rely on killing monsters alone. It just so happened that he could get some missions or items like the double gold coin card. Zhou Han, what's wrong? You look so sad. After Han Xinxue put all the silver equipment on sale and went to the shop, she walked over and asked curiously. I'm short on gold coins now. I have to make money. How much gold? 300,000. Han Xinxue was a little speechless. 300,000 gold coins. This was a little exaggerated. After selling so much equipment today, it was only slightly more than 60,000 gold coins. By the way, put up the gold equipment that dropped today. Also, I have a piece of platinum-grade equipment, the Blood Massacre Blade. Put it in the shop and auction it directly. Zhou Han handed all the equipment to Han Xinxue. This Blood Massacre Blade had dropped from the Shadow Demon. It had been in the package all this time and had almost forgotten. If not for the fact that he was short of gold coins this time, Zhou Han would not have remembered that there was such a thing. Anyway, whatever he could gather, he would. The auction function was a new function after the shop was upgraded. Myriad Treasure Tower. Owner, Zhou Han. Manager, Han Xinxue. Transaction amount, 60,900. Shop level, level 5. Visit, 17,845,000. Listed goods, 32 gold equipment. Auction, platinum grade equipment, Blood Massacre Blade, no less than 3,000 gold coins. Regional ranking 1. Acquisition area. Unread messages 99 plus. Soon, Han Qinxue sent a message on the public chat. The chat area caused a huge stir. Han Qinxue, the platinum-grade weapon, the Blood Massacre Blade, is being auctioned in the Myriad Treasure Tower. Everyone, come and participate. The price is public. Why is Han Qinxue managing Zhou Han's shop? Is there something going on between them? I saw two beauties beside Zhou Han. Could one of them be Han Qinxue? That's possible. I'm really envious of the big shot. A drunk beauty is in charge of the world. I'm so envious. I don't want to say this, but your focus is very peculiar. Aren't you going to pay attention to the platinum weapon? Less than 3,000 gold coins will not do. I only have 300 gold coins in total. How can I afford it? Impressive. This Blood Massacre Blade actually has a life leech effect. It's too powerful. The platinum-grade weapon attributes are indeed awesome, but I don't have money. I can only watch. It was mainly because they were too poor. The auction of the Blood Massacre Blade did not arouse everyone's enthusiasm. The auction ended a few minutes later. Fortunately, it did not go unsold. In the end, it was bought by a player called Go Tuo for 3,200 gold coins. Zhou Han still had some impression of him. He was a lucky guy. He often got top-grade equipment. It's still not enough. It's too little. Zhou Han shook his head and looked at the last card. A faint golden light emanated from it. Don't tell me I got a secondary weapon expansion card. Zhou Han was looking forward to it. Then, it turned out that Zhou Han was dreaming. Group card. After using it, you can create a group and then be able to invite 10 players to join. The user's attack power must be greater than 5,000. I can build a group? That's quite interesting. Zhou Han really did not expect such a prop to exist on the Godfiend continent. His attack power also exceeded 5,000, meeting the conditions. Everyone could speak on the public chat. However, there was no function to establish a group. There was so much information that it was sometimes difficult to read. He would miss some information. If he used this group card, everyone could exchange resources and communicate more easily. Therefore, this thing was very useful. Clearly, the previous Luo Badeo's attack power did not reach 5,000. Therefore, it could not be used. Zhou Han was lucky. Enhance it once. Group card +1. After using it, you can create a group and then be able to invite 20 players to join. The user's attack power must be greater than 3,000. After enhancing it, the number of people he could invite increased. Zhou Han enhanced it again and again. It stopped abruptly after 6 enhancements. Group card +6. After using it, you can create a group. You can forcibly recruit 200 people. Each person has to pay 1,000 gold coins to the group leader, and they cannot voluntarily leave the group. Damn, is it that domineering? Forceful recruitment? Whether you agree or not, as long as the group leader calls your name, you have to come in. 1,000 gold coins would be automatically deducted. This was exciting and would earn him 200,000 gold coins. Wouldn't the 300,000 gold coins from the secondary weapon expansion card come from here? Thinking of this, Zhou Han used the group card without hesitation. You used a group card. You have successfully created a group. Please name this group. Damn, another name. Let's call it the God-Slaying Hall. Zhou Han, who had difficulty choosing a name, was very helpless. He casually chose a childish name. Naming successful. Group formed. Please check. Zhou Han clicked on it. Data appeared on the virtual panel. God-Slaying Hall. Group level, level 1. Group leader, Zhou Han. Administrator, none. Number, 0 out of 200. Function, to be activated, can be activated after 100 members. Note, the strength, level, and activity of the members will affect the group level. The higher the level of the group, the more functions would be unlocked. On the right of the data was a dialog box similar to the chat group interface. The list showed Zhou Han and marked his identity as the group leader. I have to try it first. See if it works. Zhou Han was very short of gold coins now. Then I'm sorry. I have to cut a wave of leaks. Who should I pull in first? His first thought was to pull Mei Aoshue in. Let's try pulling her in first. After all, she had extorted him previously. No matter what, he had to make her lose 1,000 gold coins this time. Pull Mei Aoshue into the God-Slaying Hall. You received 1,000 gold coins. Player Mei Aoshue has successfully joined the God-Slaying Hall. At this moment, Mei Aoshue was farming monsters. Suddenly, a few notifications sounded in his mind. First, it deducted 1,000 gold coins. Then, She inexplicably entered the God-slaying hall. God-slaying hall? What a domineering name. Could it be a mysterious force? Immediately, she was delighted. She thought it must have triggered some hidden plot. After all, the God-fiend continent was mysterious. No matter what kind of opportunity she encountered, it was very normal. Although 1,000 gold coins were inexplicably deducted, she wasn't angry at all. I wonder if I'll obtain some ancient and powerful inheritance. After all, not everyone dared to call themselves the God-slaying hall. She immediately felt a sense of longing. After Zhou Han heard the system notification, he also sent a message. Zhou Han, Miao Xue, as a newcomer, show your photo. The standard way to talk to someone new. Miao Xue, Zhou Han, I'll kick you out if you don't expose your photo. After sending the message, Zhou Han suddenly had an idea. Could he kick her out of the group first before pulling her in again? This way, he could collect another 1,000 gold coins. He could drain all of her gold coins. Kick Miao Xue out of the God-slaying hall. After thinking about it, he immediately implemented it. New member, unable to be kicked out of the group for 3 days. I didn't expect this to fail. I can't exploit a loophole. Hearing the system notification, Zhou Han was a little disappointed. Miao Xue, what's going on? Are you Zhou Han? Why am I here? Her expression turned even colder. She had thought that she had obtained a fortuitous encounter. She realized that it seemed to be Zhou Han's prank and immediately asked the question. However, Zhou Han ignored it. It's working very well. Then keep pulling people in. Miao Xue's participation proved that it was indeed a forced pull. It was too troublesome to pull people in one by one. Pull all the top 200 in this area into the group. Player Han Xiangning has less than 1,000 gold coins. She cannot enter the group. Player Han Qinxue has less than 1,000 gold coins. She cannot enter the group. Player. All players have pulled. There are 103 players who have successfully joined the group. Zhou Han never expected everyone to be so poor. Han Xiangning and Han Qinxue basically handed their gold coins to Zhou Han. That was understandable. The top 200 did not even have 1,000 gold coins. He only pulled in 103 people. They were really doing badly. Soon, everyone who entered the group was stunned. Oh Huang, what's going on? Zhou Han, come out and give everyone an explanation. Go Tua. Zhou Han, you're too much. You scammed me for 1,000 gold coins. Jia Feiqiu. Damn, I thought I had a fortuitous encounter. What the hell? Lin Fan. Zhou Han, don't think that just because you're ranked first, you can bully us like this. Lu Bo, I can't leave the group even if I want to. Is he kidnapping us? Daimei. Zhou Han, I love you. I can finally be so close to you. You still love me, right? Yangmi. Zhou Han, I added you as a friend. Why did you reject me? I'm so sad. Everyone. Soon, the fellows in the top 10 of the rankings quarreled and expressed their dissatisfaction. There were also a few fangirls who expressed their love crazily. It made Zhou Han speechless. Sigh. I can only blame myself for being so outstanding. It's so annoying. I'll kick these guys out in 3 days. It's too noisy. The number of people was not full yet. Zhou Han had to continue pulling people in. After all, 300,000 gold coins were still a lot. He wanted to obtain the secondary weapon expansion card. Today, pull the top 100 in Zone 1000 into the God-slaying hall. Zhou Han did not think too much about it. He chose an area at random. Players in Zone 1000 have been added. There are 95 players who have successfully joined the group. It's finally done. It's all full. He looked at the gold coins in the package, 252,000. In that case, it was less than 50,000 gold coins short. It was much easier to succeed now. Park, please. I need an explanation for why I'm here. Zhang, Zhou Han, get out here and spit out my 1,000 gold coins. Li, I'm going to make my Appa beat you to death. Kim, just wait. We'll come over and occupy Zone 666 soon. Your territory will be ours. Choi, my country is invincible. You provoked someone you shouldn't have. How absurd. I can't believe it pulled the Koreans over. Zhou Han never expected that Zone 1000 was for South Koreans. Moreover, this group could automatically translate their words. He felt disgusted when he saw some of their stupid words. He could not be bothered to pick them up. Wasn't it embarrassing to talk to such people? Oh Huang. Damn, how unlucky. Why are there Koreans? I want to leave the group. Lin Fan. They look like they're from Zone 1000. Can we cross servers now? Lu Bo, what the hell? Zhou Han. Hurry up and kick those Koreans. Go Tua. Don't be so arrogant. This is Zone 660 SIXS territory. Seeing that everyone was united against the enemy, Zhou Han was filled with relief. Over 100 members of the God-slaying Hall have been detected. Function panel activated. Please check. I wonder what's in the function. Zhou Han clicked on the function option in confusion. Function 1. Silence, block, kick. Function 2. Buff bonus. Function 3. Locked. Function 1 was a common function, so Zhou Han did not find it strange. However, Function 2 appeared and had a buff effect. He did not expect there to be a buff. It was beyond Zhou Han's expectations. Originally, Zhou Han only wanted to earn a wave of gold coins, so forget it. He did not expect this group to have such a function. It was a pleasant surprise. I wonder what buff will appear. Zhou Han opened it expectantly. Group buff. Group level 1. Every member of the group will gain 2,000 HP, the administrator will gain 4,000 HP, and the group leader will gain 6,000 HP. Group level 2. Level not reached. Cannot be activated. Note: the group owner has the right to block the buff of the group members. It can even be changed to a debuff. All attributes will be reduced by 30% in this state. Impressive. This group was too awesome. It directly increased each member's HP by 2,000 points. One had to know that Zhou Han's Heart-Protecting Lotus Plus 3 only provided 1,500 HP. It only worked on single targets. Zhou Han could not help but sigh at the power of Group Card Plus 6. He sighed at how powerful an SSS rank talent was. The administrator is equivalent to obtaining a 2x increase, while the group leader could receive a 3-fold increase. After reaching level 2, he could also activate new buffs. Looks like I have to run this group well in the future. Seeing the buff, it also changed Zhou Han's initial thoughts. He wanted to make this group constantly level up and become stronger. When he saw the note, Zhou Han was a little shocked. This group leader had too much authority. Not only could he deprive the group members of their buffs, but he could also give some members a debuff. He was completely in control of someone else's life. No one wanted to reduce all their attributes by 30%. The LV1 buff has been detected. Do you want to activate it? Activate. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Han immediately felt a white light surge into his body. The feeling of his HP increasing by 6,000 was very satisfying. At the same time, after the buff was activated, it also made a group announcement. It was sent out from the God-slaying Hall. Group announcement. Level 1 buff has been activated. Everyone's HP has increased by 2,000. Jia Feiqiu. Damn, a white light surged into my body and directly increased my HP by 2,000 points. Zhou Kai. Awesome, Big Boss Zhou Han. This 1,000 gold coins is worth it. Wan Cheng, it's amazing. There's even a buff that can be added. I feel like I'm about to take off. Zhou Zhuang. Brother Han is awesome. I have the same surname as you. I'll be your underling in the future. If there's anything, just say the word. Everyone's attitude changed from the initial complaints. They were overjoyed now. What did 2,000 HP mean? Many of them had less than 2,000 HP. How could they not be excited and grateful when they suddenly received such an enhancement? What's wrong with bootlicking Zhou Han? As long as he could obtain greater benefits, being a bootlicker was the way to go. Kim, Zhou Han, at least you know your place. For the sake of the buff, I won't argue with you. Park, you really know how powerful my country is. Now that you're afraid, you made such compensation. Li, thanks for strengthening us. Sure enough, these fellows from Zone 666 are terrified of us. Zhang, haha. Soon, my country will sweep through every region. After the people from Korea obtained the buff, all of them were even more arrogant and condescending. Mei Aoshua. Not only do you guys not know how to thank us, but you also say such shameless things. How disgusting. Zhang, how dare you talk to us like that? Watch your tone. Lu Bo, shut up. Shameless things are disgusting. Choi. Kid, don't be ungrateful. When South Korea invades, we won't let you off. Kim, you're all trash. My Appa is the strongest. Lee, Zone 666 belongs to our country. This group belongs to our country. Soon, the people from Zone 666 were defeated. In terms of eloquence, they could not beat these arrogant fellows. The people of South Korea were all arrogant and despotic. They kept spamming the group. They praised their strength. They still wanted to take control and usurp Zhou Han's God-slaying hall. Arrogant fellows, let me teach you a painful lesson. Zhou Han really could not stand it anymore. This group of people was really too effing shameless. He couldn't take it anymore. Block the buffs of all the group members in Zone 1000 and give them a debuff effect. Zhou Han directly deprived them of their buff. That was not all. He said he would teach the other party a painful lesson. Zhou Han would never go back on his word. He directly applied a debuff effect that reduced all attributes by 30%. Changed successfully. The debuff effect has taken effect. As the system prompted, a black light shot into the South Koreans. It wrapped around them like a demon from the abyss. The energy in their bodies weakened visibly. Why is my energy gone? Why does my body feel weak all of a sudden? What's going on? Damn it. Not only am I losing HP, but I'm walking slower. What's going on? I can't even defeat a level 10 magical beast now. My combat strength has decreased too much. How can I survive? Look, an announcement has appeared in the group. It's all Zhou Han's doing. These people suddenly became extremely fragile and terrified. One had to know that once a dangerous place like the God-Fiend continent became weak, it would only be eliminated. Soon, they found the announcement in the group. Group announcement. Group leader Zhou Han has blocked the buff of all group members in Zone 1000. The group leader, Zhou Han, has applied a debuff to all the group members in Zone 1000, reducing all their attributes by 30%. How can we survive with all our attributes reduced by 30%? It's over, it's all over. What should we do? We'll beg him now. Maybe he'll soften up. Yes, the people of the Dragon Kingdom are the kindest. They love peace. They will definitely let us go. The arrogant South Koreans suddenly remembered how good the Dragon Kingdom was. They hurriedly sent a message to the group. Kim, dear group leader, we were wrong. You are kind-hearted. Forgive us. Park, group leader, let us go. We're nothing. Please be magnanimous and don't lower yourself to our level. Lee, Appa, spare us. Let me serve you well. Yoon, Appa, I'm busty. I'll let you feel so good. I'll wait for you at this coordinate. Let's have a wild fight. Zhou Han. Sorry, I'm not interested in your plastic bust. Zhou Han. It's fine if you want to remove the debuff. Take out gold coins to exchange. I'll remove it for whoever's price is satisfactory. Seeing Zhou Han's message, the South Koreans finally saw hope. All of them wished they could sell their pants and turn them into gold coins. They hoped that the price they offered would satisfy Zhou Han. After all, gold coins could be earned again. All their attributes had decreased. That meant HP, defense, attack, movement, attack speed, and other attributes would decrease. This was really fatal. If they did not remove it, they might even lose their lives. So how can they not fight for their lives? What? You're only offering 1,000 gold coins. Are you trying to feed a beggar? Get lost. Yes, you're Kim. 6,000 gold coins are SOSO. Park, I don't like your name. You have to pay more. Pay up quickly. My time is precious. These guys rushed to initiate a deal with Zhou Han. All of them fought to give Zhou Han gold coins. The arrogance from before was gone. It was replaced by subservient flattery. Zhou Han began to search crazily. He was delighted to see the gold coins growing in the package. I won't stop until I squeeze you dry. Indeed, these South Korean fellows were too arrogant. It made Zhou Han feel indignant. He had to be ruthless when dealing with them. If not for Zhou Han having a way to deal with them, how could they be so honest? They would be unbearably arrogant. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so ruthless. Not bad. I got more than 285,000 gold coins so easily. Under Zhou Han's crazy extortion, he gained a lot. He immediately obtained nearly 300,000 gold coins. Zhou Han felt a little comfortable. This money was really easy to earn. Half an hour ago, he was still worried about 300,000 gold coins. There were 541,000 gold coins in the package now. There were a total of 95 people, with an average of 3,000 gold coins per person. I didn't expect these guys from South Korea to be so rich. Zhou Han muttered to himself. It made sense. After all, they were in the top 100 of Zone 1000. Most of them still had some money. However, they had already been robbed by Zhou Han until they could not even wear their pants. Now there were enough gold coins. Next, of course, was to unlock the secondary weapon. He had to equip the famous saber. After all, he had done so much. It took so much time. Wasn't it for this famous saber? Buy the secondary weapon expansion card. Zhou Han chanted in his heart. Soon, The system automatically opened the mall in Blue Thunder City and bought it. Do you want to buy it for 300,000 gold coins? After making sure, you spent 300,000 gold coins. You have obtained a secondary weapon expansion card. Please check it. Zhou Han hurriedly opened it. Secondary weapon expansion card, a time-limited item. After using it, you can equip an additional secondary weapon for 30 days. To continue using it after 30 days, he had to buy it again. What a scam. It was actually a time-limited item. 300,000 gold coins only had a 30-day use period. 10,000 gold coins a day. As expected, the mall in Blue Thunder City was too dark. I wonder if I can get a permanent effect with my enhancement. Zhou Han was still a little nervous. After all, the effect of enhancement was not fixed. He could not guarantee it. After enhancing it 6 times, the effect was displayed. Secondary weapon expansion card plus 6. Time-limited item. After use, you can equip an additional secondary weapon and accessory within a 360-day period. To continue using it after 360 days, one must buy it again. Sure enough, there was no permanent effect. However, Zhou Han was not disappointed. 360 days was enough. It was more than sufficient. When that time came, he did not know how far he would grow. Most exciting of all, there was an additional accessory spot to wear. Accessories were divided into rings, bracelets, necklaces, earrings, medals, magic stones, and so on. The rule of the God-Fiend continent was that one could only wear one item. This was also why, after Zhou Han obtained the Moonlight earrings, the reason why he changed out of the True Spirit ring. Now that he could wear an additional accessory, his combat strength would increase even more. He was naturally overjoyed. You have successfully used the secondary weapon expansion card. 2 white lights poured into Zhou Han's body. From the virtual interface, he saw that there was an additional weapon slot, an accessory slot. Zhou Han immediately put on the True Spirit ring plus 5. Next, I'm going to enhance the famous saber 7 times. The effect is really exciting. He took the famous saber, Siming, out of his bag. Enhance it 7 times. You have successfully enhanced it 5 times. Please check the attributes. Famous saber, Siming. Gray, diamond. Attributes, plus 1,800 attack, minus 20% skill cooldown. Special effect 1. When receiving fatal damage, you will be invincible for 5 seconds and increase all attributes by 20%. Special effect 2. All friendly units within a 10-meter radius will enjoy 20% damage reduction. Special effect 3. When your health is below 50%, all attribute resistance will increase by 100%. As expected of a powerful life-saving divine artifact. It's just so awesome. First, his attack power was maxed out to 1,800 points. There was still a minus 20% skill cooldown. In the future, all kinds of skills could be used without any gap. Special effect 1. When receiving fatal damage, you will be invincible for 5 seconds. Don't underestimate 5 seconds. A lot could be done in 5 seconds. He could deal tons of damage easily. He could completely use this invincible time to kill his opponent in despair. Special effect 2 was an aura skill that reduced friendly damage. Special effect 3 also increased all attribute resistances. Overall, the defense was stronger than offense. The God-Fiend continent was filled with danger. The famous saber was definitely a life-saving divine artifact. After reading it, Zhou Han equipped the famous saber without hesitation. He immediately felt much more at ease. Safety was assured. Qin Tian, Brother Han is awesome. These guys are instantly terrified. They're all like dogs, wagging their tails and begging for mercy. Lu Bo, Brother Han is so domineering. He subdued them and didn't even dare to let out a fart. Zhou Zhuang, with Brother Han around, my zone 666 is invincible. As soon as Brother Han makes a move, I know it will be shocking. Wang Shui, who can defeat the heroes in the world? Only Zhou Han. The group members knelt down and licked Zhou Han's boots. They wished they could use all the praise words they had learned. However, O Huang, Go Tuo, Jia Feiqiu, Miao Xue, Lin Fan, and the others were all in the top 10, so they didn't say much. Although Zhou Han was powerful, they were also ambitious. They felt that they could still fight for first place. Therefore, they would definitely not agree to flatter Zhou Han at this time. Seeing the information in the group, Zhou Han was successfully amused. All of you are bragging. So I'm already so awesome. Then, Zhou Han also left the God-slaying hall. As for those people from South Korea, let's talk about it in 3 days. To kick them out, or to keep them for more extortion, Zhou Han had yet to decide. He would take it one step at a time. Now that the experience bar is 96.7%, I'm almost at level 25. Due to the people from Zone 123 coming over to find trouble with Zhou Han, coupled with counting the spoils, it had been delayed until now. Zhou Han no longer hesitated and continued to farm monsters. A few minutes later, the sword flashed and harvested dozens of demonic beasts. You've successfully reached level 25. Server announcement. Player Zhou Han has become the first player in this region to reach level 25. Reward: Soul Crystal X1000. Level 25? That's too fast. It's only the 3rd day today. I just checked. Soul crystals only drop after killing a king-grade boss. I've never seen one before. After level 25, he can awaken for the first time. Zhou Han will definitely be even more terrifying. Oh, so it's Big Boss Zhou Han. Don't be shocked. This time the shock was not great. After all, everyone in Zone 666 knew how awesome Zhou Han was. They were no longer surprised. 1,000 soul crystals? Not bad. The reward is quite generous. Soul crystals were a higher level currency. It could be obtained by opening high-grade treasure chests, completing missions, and other methods. It was also very versatile. It could be exchanged for a second-class card, advanced equipment, and so on. Everything needed soul crystals. Thinking of this, Zhou Han opened his personal attribute panel. Zhou Han. Level: 25, 0.6%. Class: Sword Soul, First Awakening. Health: 8, 750 plus 14, 000. Attack: 1, 110 plus 7, 200. Defense: 640 plus 800. Talent: Infinite Enhancement. Title: Famous plus 3, Attack plus 500. Weapon: Green Cloud Sword plus 6, Life Leech, 6x Attack, Armor Penetration. Secondary weapon: Famous Saber, Siming plus 7, Invincible, Damage Reduction, Resistance. Ring: True Spirit Ring plus 5, Armor Break, True Spirit, Resistance. Earrings: Moonlight Earrings plus 6, Critical Hit, Resistance, HP Recovery. Equipment: Ghost Set plus 5, God-slaying Hull Buff, plus 6,000 HP. After looking at the attributes, Zhou Han was a little shocked. Before he knew it, he had become so strong. With more than 20,000 HP and more than 8,300 attack power, he would soon be able to exceed 10,000. With more than 1,400 defense, coupled with the attributes of his equipment and weapon, he could deal terrifying damage. Just as he was carefully looking at the interface data, Zhou Han suddenly heard a notification. You have reached level 25. Do you want to activate your first awakening? As expected, the main topic came. Was he finally awakening? Zhou Han was a little excited. Activate. Detected that your class is Sword Soul. Please go to the Sword God Hall in Blue Thunder City to receive the Awakening Mission. The Awakening Mission cannot be completed in a team. There's an Awakening Mission? Zhou Han was a little puzzled. He thought that he could directly awaken. He hadn't expected to have to do a mission. However, after thinking about it, he realized that many online games were designed like this, so he felt relieved. Basically, he had to complete some prerequisite missions and defeat some enemies. He had to prove that he had the strength and the right to awaken. After thinking this through, Zhou Han smiled calmly. Let's go? We're heading back to the city. It's almost too dark. This place isn't safe. Zhou Han put the famous saber and the green cloud sword behind his back and said to the two women, All right, you've reached level 25 now. Are you going to awaken? What's the class title after you awaken? Tell us now. Han Xiangning and Han Xinxue asked curiously. After all, the temptation of awakening was huge. Even they, who did not like to fight, were interested. I don't know about that. There are a series of missions before awakening. Do you think it's that simple? Zhou Han stroked Han Xiangning's little head and said with a smile. Back then, he had the same thoughts as Han Xiangning. Is it that troublesome? Good things happen all the time. After a series of experiences, don't you think it's very interesting to finally awaken? That does seem to be the case. By the way, the awakening mission was completed alone. You can level up tomorrow. When they entered Blue Thunder City, Zhou Han suddenly remembered and said. The current sisters were both wearing Zhou Han's enhanced equipment. Now, be it facing the top 10 players in the region or the gold-grade dire beasts, they could easily crush them. Therefore, Zhou Han was not worried. Okay, just focus on your awakening. We'll be careful. Then we'll go back and wait for you. Come back early. After saying that, Zhou Han parted ways with the two women. He followed the map to the Sword God Hall. Zhou Han could see from afar that there was a statue of a huge sword outside the hall. It was about 100 meters high and 3 or 4 meters wide. A majestic aura washed over him. Unknowingly, it emitted a sharp sword intent. Those without strength could not approach the Sword God Hall at all. The Sword God Hall is indeed powerful. Just a statue had such an aura. The characters inside were definitely not ordinary. Zhou Han calmed down and walked over. Hey, what are you doing? The Sword God Hall is ahead. A passerby hurriedly stopped Zhou Han and persuaded. I'm going to the Sword God Hall. What's the matter? Zhou Han asked curiously. You can't enter without strength. Do you see the two sword guards at the door? I'm afraid you can at your age. You're crazy. Zhou Han was a little speechless and could not be bothered with him. Wasn't this kind of idiot only in online novels? Why would one appear on the Godfiend continent? Hey, what a stubborn brat. You'll definitely suffer later. This guy is so young. Does he think it's so easy to enter the Sword God Hall? This person looks unfamiliar. He's obviously a newbie. Come on, young people should learn their lesson. Let's get ready to watch a good show. See? This kid is going to be miserable later. At some point, a few more onlookers appeared. They all looked like they were watching a show to add a little fun to their ordinary lives. What brings you here, warrior? This is the Sword God Hall. Outsiders are forbidden. Two sword-wielding guards at the entrance of the hall blocked Zhou Han's path. One of them asked sternly, I'm here to awaken. Can the two of you make an exception? Zhou Han asked indifferently, Awaken? You're going to awaken at such a young age. The guard looked puzzled and clearly unconvinced. Absolutely. Do you want me to prove it? That's good. Words are pointless alone. Let's see what you've got. If you can take 3 moves from us brothers, you pass. How about that? They looked confident as they crossed their swords and smiled. This was the confidence of the Temple Sword Guard. Your awakening mission has been activated. Awakening Mission 1 detected. Do you accept? Accepted. Awakening Mission 1. Successfully received 3 strikes from the Temple Sword Guard. All right, I promise you. But it doesn't take 3 moves. I only need 1. Zhou Han shook his head lightly and said indifferently. This was because he could see the other party's attributes clearly. Temple Sword Guard. Level 45. Life 5,100. Attack 2,600. Defense 1,023. Weapon 1,000 mass sword. Equipment sword spirit set. Accessory flawless jade. Cultivation technique proud sword technique. Whether it was the health or attack power, they were all far inferior to him. What could they do to him in a fight? Zhou Han's voice was not loud, but it was still heard by the crowd. There was an immediate burst of laughter. It was a mocking sound. I've never seen anyone as arrogant as him in my life. He's indeed young and impetuous. Defeat them in 1 move. This kid sure talks big. His opponent is the Temple Sword Guard. This is not something ordinary people can get. I remember a guy who provoked the Temple Sword Guard recklessly. He was beaten black and blue and lost 2 of his front teeth. It's a little tragic. This kid is probably about the same. I'm looking forward to the next scene. Boy, you've successfully angered us. Big talk. I'm going to teach you a lesson. As sword guards, this was a great honor. It was a symbol of strength and glory. After many rounds of selection in Blue Thunder City, they finally got the spot. Now, hearing a young man say that he wanted to beat them in 1 move, how could they not be angry? Without greeting, they used his signature moves. Shadowless Proud Sword. Cloud Goose Break. 2 violent skills swept over. One was a red sword aura, and the other was the phantom of a cloud goose. The air hummed with shock, and the floor was lifted by a powerful force. They attacked Zhou Han at lightning speed. Oh my god, is this the strength of the Temple Sword Guards? The strongest force is impossible to resist. No wonder no one dares to be impudent in front of the Sword God Hall. This strength is not something ordinary people can deal with. That kid is probably regretting it now. Exactly. Anyway, it's inevitable that I'll be taught a lesson. The power brought by the sharp sword move surprised the surrounding crowd. What kind of existence was the Sword God Hall? That was the holy land in the hearts of countless sword cultivators and young talents in Blue Thunder City. They all wanted to go and obtain the inheritance of the sword god. It was easier said than done. Most people could not even pass the first round. Therefore, this was also the reason why everyone did not think highly of Zhou Han. Firstly, he was too young and his swordsmanship was definitely not good. Moreover, they had not even gotten past the sword guards. They definitely hoped that Zhou Han would also fail. People were like that. They couldn't do it, and they certainly didn't want anyone else to. Good timing. The temple sword guard is nothing much. Zhou Han's narrowed eyes immediately widened. Like a sleeping tiger, he woke up. A vast aura floated out. Sword aura storm. Show me your true strength. As soon as he finished speaking, a monstrous sword intent emitted from Zhou Han's body. It gathered into a whirlwind and charged forward. He did not use myriad swords return because he was afraid that he would kill these two sword guards instantly. After all, he was still doing the awakening mission. Who knew if the mission would continue after killing them? Therefore, he chose the skill Sword Aura Storm. It was considered his second strongest skill at the moment. It was enough to crush them. Nothing went wrong. Facing the powerful Sword Aura impact, the Shadowless Proud Sword and Cloud Goosebreak were instantly broken and could not stop this attack at all. What a powerful sword intent. Is this really a young man? Even the great swordsmen of my race don't have such strength. Damn, it's so terrifying. The two moves of the sword guards are repelled. I misjudged him. This child is definitely not an ordinary person. Soon, his name will spread throughout Blue Thunder City. The younger generation will surpass us. We actually mocked him just now. Now that I think about it, it's ridiculous. Everyone, take your time. I've decided to work hard and go back to practice my swordsmanship. I'll take my leave first. Goodbye. Huh? When did this dog become so diligent? It's a little strange. He's the one who mocked the kid the most just now. Now that he sees that the situation isn't right, he's prepared to slip away. The power of the sword aura storm stunned the crowd. They had only felt such a powerful sword intent from some old monsters. Therefore, they all suspected Zhou Han's true age. Don't even think about defeating us like this. We are the temple sword guards, taught by the sword god. Don't get ahead of yourself, kid. Do you think you're in control? It's not that simple. The two of them saw a faint smile on Zhou Han's face and felt that he was mocking them. They immediately exploded. As honorable sword guards, their powerful pride would never allow such a thing. They could not lose. Even if they lost, they could not be in such a sorry state. Seeing the violent sword aura storm sweeping towards them, they shouted, "Sword God, please give us endless power, the immaculate sword body." With two roars, two white lights poured into their bodies from the temple. Their auras had clearly increased. It was as tenacious as a sword. There was a protective shield on the surface of their bodies, allowing them to envelop them without any blind spots. Huh? That's the immaculate sword body created by the sword god. Its defense is astonishing. I didn't expect this young man to force two sword guards to such an extent. This is going to be fun. I don't think he can break their defense. There's no need to watch. The outcome is obvious. What? Just as these people were discussing, the sword aura storm had already struck the sword guards. The immaculate sword body was cut by a large number of sword auras, sparks flying. There was a sound like metal clashing. Soon, the energy of the sword aura storm was exhausted and dissipated into the air. The immaculate sword body was covered in spiderweb-like cracks. The two sword guards were knocked back more than 10 meters by a powerful force. They all looked at Zhou Han in fear, their foreheads covered in sweat. Their hearts were filled with waves. They knew better than anyone how powerful the immaculate sword body was. That was a cultivation technique created by the sword god. They were only lucky enough to learn such a heaven-defying cultivation technique after entering the sword god hall. Now, they were almost defeated by the other party's move. Although their strength could not unleash the true power of the immaculate sword body, the effect of the powerful defense was also shocking. They had lost. This was the first time they had lost so badly. They had been guarding the door of the sword god hall for a few years. They had encountered countless talented people who had challenged them, but all of them had failed. There were even fewer who could defeat them. Even if he won, the other party had won miserably. He had never been as relaxed as Zhou Han. They could sense that Zhou Han had yet to use half of his strength. They could not imagine how deep the other party's realm was. You won. We admit defeat. As expected of a promising young man with limitless achievements. You have the potential to become an emperor. Young master, you're indeed talented. My sister is also a national beauty. I wonder if she's compatible with you. The two sword guards nodded and bowed as they walked over. They didn't feel embarrassed at all. After fighting him personally, they realized how strong the other party was. To have such deep cultivation at such a young age, he would become even more heaven-defying in the future. Therefore, for such an expert, there was a chance to deepen their relationship. Of course, they had to seize the opportunity without holding anything back. What the hell? Why had the two of them suddenly become like this? They praised him, pulled strings, and even introduced a wife to him. Zhou Han was a little speechless. Damn, am I seeing things? Why are the usually high and mighty sword guards so lowly now? This is the first time I've seen the sword guards like this. I'm shocked. I can't believe my eyes. It's a little exaggerated. It's all because of that young man. I want to build a good relationship with him, but he definitely won't look at me. The onlookers also sighed. Even the powerful sword guards were so humble and bowed. It seemed that that young man was really going to soar into the sky. How is it? If you don't like my sister will do. Her breasts probably weigh a catty or two. You'll be satisfied with her figure. Brother Han, come to our Nye family when you have time. Let's talk. The two sword guards were still talking nonstop. They had to win Zhou Han over. Just as Zhou Han could not take it anymore and was about to flare up, suddenly, a dignified voice came from inside the hall. Enough. You two stand down. A middle-aged man walked out of the hall. His face was thin and sharp as a sword. The title of Sword King Nye appeared above his head. After Zhou Han saw it, his pupils constricted. This Sword King was a powerhouse with a monstrous sword intent hidden in his body. As a sword soul, Zhou Han could keenly sense that. I'm sorry about these two good-for-nothings. With a smile, Nye Tianxian cupped his hands in apology. He glanced at the two sword guards from the corner of his eye, his gaze sharp. These two guys were really hard to explain. It was too embarrassing. At the entrance of the Sword God Hall, they really did not care about the dignity of the Sword God Hall. It's fine. I'm here about the awakening. Zhou Han smiled calmly to show that he did not mind and explained his intentions. Yes, not bad. You've successfully passed the first level now. Take this thing for now. Nye Tianxian nodded and handed a token to Zhou Han. You have successfully completed the Awakening Mission 1 and obtained 10,000 gold coins as a reward. As you have exceeded the requirements of the mission, you will be rewarded with 50,000 gold coins. He took the token and heard the notification that the mission had been completed. Exceeded? The mission is to withstand 3 moves from the sword guards, but I defeated them in 1 move. This should be considered excessive. Zhou Han thought. The additional 50,000 gold coins were quite good. What's this token for? Because the token was in a sealed state, Zhou Han could not check the specific information, so he asked. This is the key to enter the visualization hall and comprehend the aura of the sword god. Visualization hall? Zhou Han asked curiously. He had never heard of this before. Yes, the awakening is divided into 5 steps. The first step is that you have already passed. It's to test your basic combat strength. Nye Tianxian was not impatient and explained patiently. The second step is to enter the visualization hall. You need to comprehend a cultivation technique within the stipulated time. It tests your comprehension. Zhou Han nodded. He did not expect this awakening process to be so complicated. It involved everything. What about the third step? Zhou Han was waiting for Nye Tianxian to continue, but seeing that he was silent for a long time, so he asked, wait until you pass the second step. If you can't even pass the second step, you definitely don't have to proceed to the third step. Nye Tianxian spoke as he walked without stopping. He walked in the direction of the visualization hall. It can still fail? Of course, the cultivation technique you have comprehended is at least gold grade. If it's lower than gold grade, it will be judged to have failed. What happens if the second step fails? Zhou Han followed his footsteps and asked. Fail? After 3 days, you can try again. If you fail 3 times in a row, you will forever lose the right to awaken. Would he lose his qualification to awaken permanently? It was actually so strict. Zhou Han's eyes narrowed. He did not know what the next test would be like. Why? Are you afraid of failing? As expected of the Sword King, he could feel his emotions fluctuating as he walked ahead. His eyebrows rose as he spoke teasingly. How can that be? If I can't pass this small test, I don't have to live. I'll pass it directly. Although Zhou Han was a little worried, he definitely couldn't expose it. He could not be weak in terms of aura. He smiled calmly and spoke easily. Well, it's good to be confident. It seems you really don't understand anything. I don't want to discourage you. Feel it for yourself later. When talking to Zhou Han, Nie Tianxian suspected that he was a newbie. He knew nothing about awakening. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have said pass it in one try. The visualization hall had the supreme will of the sword god. Not to mention whether he could comprehend the mysteries. Just that fierce aura was too much for 70% of the participants. Therefore, the possibility of getting through it in one go was too low. The second time he came, he could slowly adapt to this sword intent. By the third time, a small half of the people could completely adapt. Only then would there be a certain chance of successfully clearing it. Is it really very difficult? From what he said, the failure rate of this awakening process is very high. Seeing Nie Tianxian's solemn expression, Zhou Han also became a little nervous. As he spoke, Zhou Han followed Nie Tianxian into the hall. As if entering a starry sky, he stood in midair and could walk normally. Up, down, left, right. In every direction, it was endless. What a wonderful place. There are many teleportation channels over there. This was the first time Zhou Han had experienced such a feeling, which filled him with shock. The Sword God Hall was indeed majestic. Of course, this Sword God Hall is not unique to Blue Thunder City. I'm just the guide of Blue Thunder City. There are also Sword God Halls in many other cities. After they enter, they will also be in this current space. Nie Tianxian explained with a smile. In other cities? Zhou Han acutely noticed this. In other words, other than Zone 666, other areas could enter. We're here. Go in yourself. Remember to keep the token in your hand. This is related to your life. Nie Tianxian's voice woke Zhou Han up from his thoughts. Before they knew it, they had reached the entrance to the visualization hall. When you can't take it, inject energy into the token and it will automatically teleport you out. Take the first time as accumulating some experience. It's better to focus on adapting to the sword intent. Don't work too hard. Go in. Nie Tianxian solemnly explained and patted Zhou Han's shoulder encouragingly. Anyway, it was difficult to gain anything from entering the visualization hall for the first time. He didn't take it seriously. Awakening Mission 2 detected. Do you accept? At this moment, the mission notification sounded in his mind. Accepted, Zhou Han chanted in his heart. Mission accepted successfully. Awakening Mission 2. In the visualization hall, successfully comprehend a cultivation technique above, including the gold grade. Soon, the second step of the awakening mission appeared on the virtual interface. After seeing Zhou Han enter, Nie Tianxian sat cross-legged in meditation. He believed that Zhou Han would come out in a few minutes. After coming out, there were still some things to explain. He didn't choose to leave. As the awakening guide of the swordsman class, the current Zhou Han was half his disciple. He would still take good care of him. Yo, old Nie, you brought someone new again. Looks like you brought a peerless genius this time. Huh? A strange voice sounded in Nie Tianxian's ear. It was filled with mockery. Jiang Xiong, watch your words, or don't blame me for being rude. Nie Tianxian's expression was a little cold. He frowned and said coldly. The person was called Jiang Xiong. He was burly and emitted a bloodthirsty aura. He was the guide of Sakura City and had a lot of conflict with Nie Tianxian. Why? I congratulated you in advance for finding a peerless genius. Are you still going to lose your temper? This was because it had been almost 3 months since a swordsman had successfully awakened in Blue Thunder City. At that time, the resources that Nie Tianxian would obtain would decrease, and he would face punishment from the higher-ups. Now that Jiang Xiong said such words, it was no different from adding fuel to the fire and rubbing salt into his wound. Do you have a death wish? Nie Tianxian suddenly jumped up from the ground and walked towards Jiang Xiong with a murderous expression. You don't attack. This is the Sword God Hall. Can you bear the consequences of attacking rashly? Jiang Xiong was immediately frightened by his aura and cowered. He hurriedly used the rules of the Sword God Hall. Private battles were strictly forbidden in the Sword God Hall. As expected, when Nie Tianxian heard this, his expression changed. In the end, he endured it. Are you so sure the new guy I'm leading this time isn't a real genius? Tisk, do you think geniuses are cabbages? In a remote place like Blue Thunder City? If you're not convinced, how about we make a bet? A sinister glint flashed across Jiang Xiong's eyes. He was deliberately provoking the other party into making a bet. This was a scam. How do you want to bet? Tell me. Do you see the boy beside me? He also came over today to awaken. Let's bet who will awaken faster. How about that? As Jiang Xiong finished speaking, Nikawa O'Kane, come out. Hi. The man who was called beside Jiang Xiong was wearing a short shirt and a wooden clog. He stood forward, looking a little arrogant. He was a player of the Sakura City, in Zone 47, and had awakened an S-rank talent. Originally, he did not level up so quickly, but he was lucky. He triggered a hidden plot and encountered a powerful NPC. He directly leveled up and immediately obtained a lot of experience. That was why he could reach level 25 on the third day and meet the requirements to awaken. In Zone 47, he was the undisputed boss. That was why he had the right to be proud. Nie Tianxian glanced at Nikawa O'Kane and felt that the other party's name was a little strange. There was nothing else unusual about him. Do you think I'm stupid? No bet. Go away. Nie Tianxian directly refused. He was worried that if Zhou Han's comprehension failed, he would not be able to win in 3 days. He was not a fool. How about this? I'll use up my once-a-year privilege. If your disciple fails to comprehend it, he can comprehend the remaining 2 times in a row. Jiang Xiong directly resolved Nie Tianxian's worries. The intention was obvious. He wanted to take a gamble with him. Sure, I agree to bet with you. What do you want to bet? Tell me. Nie Tianxian thought for a moment and agreed. Although Zhou Han might not be able to successfully comprehend it once or twice, it should be fine the 3rd time. He was not blind. I have a dragon blood pill here. Take out your mountain sea seal. Jiang Xiong hid the sinister smile in his eyes, looking like his scheme had succeeded. Nie Tianxian had many Dharma treasures, and the Emperor grade, mountain sea seal, was only ranked 3rd. However, it was also extremely powerful. Jiang Xiong had been coveting it for a long time. This time, he could take the opportunity to obtain it. It wasn't that he didn't want to bet on Nie Tianxian's best Dharma treasure. He was afraid that if he asked, Nie Tianxian would just refuse. Then, Jiang Xiong would not even be able to obtain the mountain sea seal. So he did the next best thing. Moreover, he very sincerely took out the dragon blood pill that contained the power of dragon blood. Although the content was small, the benefits after absorbing it were shocking. I won't lose anyway. It doesn't matter if I have to take it out. The dragon blood pill was very precious, but he was confident that he could not lose. After the negotiation, their bet had taken effect. With the higher-ups supervising, he was not afraid of reneging. Nikawa O'Kane, go in now. Remember the technique I told you. Jiang Xiong nodded, looking confident. Hey, don't worry, Lord Jiang. I'll definitely complete it beautifully. Nikawa O'Kane's expression was calm. He was determined to win. Seeing Nikawa O'Kane enter the visualization hall, the smile on Jiang Xiong's face couldn't be hidden anymore. He was very smug. Soon, your mountain sea seal will be mine. I'm going to make you bleed. Huh, are you that confident? Don't embarrass yourself when the time comes. You'll see. At this moment, Zhou Han had no idea that there was a bet about him outside. The visualization hall was also in the void. It was filled with a violent sword aura. The air sizzled as it was cut. As soon as Zhou Han stepped in, he could feel a vast aura. His body instantly became many times heavier, and it was very difficult to move. The sword aura also constantly cut Zhou Han's skin, but fortunately, his defense was strong and he was not injured. Suddenly, a majestic figure appeared out of thin air. The sword aura in the hall immediately froze. Soon, his ethereal and ancient voice came out. Junior, who entered the visualization hall, I have already engraved a portion of my inheritance in the divine seal tablet. By observing the inscriptions on it, you can obtain the inheritance. As for how much you can obtain, it's all up to your luck. Let me give you a hint. The closer you are to the divine seal tablet, the better the comprehension effect. With that, the phantom disappeared into thin air. This should be the phantom left behind by the sword god. It was set up to guide newcomers to awaken. Zhou Han guessed in his heart. At the same time, he noticed that there stood a huge stone monument that exuded an ancient and mysterious aura. Divine Seal Tablet. It is forged from the rocks of the Chaos Mountain and records part of the sword god's inheritance. There were strange words and profound drawings on the Divine Seal Tablet. There were other things that Zhou Han could not name. It was as if everything was included. The closer I get, the better the effect of comprehension. Zhou Han remembered the hint of the phantom. But the question now was, how to get closer? First, it was the sword aura that filled the sky that kept attacking. Then, the gravity here seemed to be much higher than in the outside world. The closer he got to the divine seal tablet, the stronger the pressure. Therefore, it was not so easy to get close. No wonder Tianxian said that very few newbies passed the first round. This gravity alone was difficult to adapt to. Once he adapted, it would be much easier to come in the second time. After adapting to gravity, it would be a test of your comprehension. If one's comprehension was too poor and they could not comprehend skills above the gold grade, it would be useless. Then it was destined to have no chance of awakening. This token is responding. The token in his hand emitted a faint golden light. It had obviously been activated. From the moment Tianxian handed the token to Zhou Han to the moment he entered the visualization hall, the token had always been in an activated state. It was impossible for Zhou Han to check. He checked it without hesitation. Visualization token, the key to enter the visualization hall. After activation, it can provide the user with a weak perception in the visualization hall. No wonder it flickered with golden light just now. It should be providing me with comprehension power to help me comprehend the divine seal tablet. This was a good thing. Zhou Han was delighted. This thing should be able to be enhanced too. As expected, after Zhou Han silently enhanced it in his heart, a white light flashed, indicating that the enhancement had succeeded. Zhou Han continued to enhance it until it was +10. Its attribute description also appeared on Zhou Han's virtual interface. Visualization token +10. You can freely enter and exit all areas of the Sword God Hall. In the visualization hall, it can provide a vast amount of comprehension power to the owner. After enhancing it 10 times, the effect is indeed powerful. After seeing the description, Zhou Han was excited. An item that could be enhanced 10 times first showed how extraordinary it was. The effect did not disappoint Zhou Han. Firstly, he could freely enter and exit all the areas of the Sword God Hall. This alone had countless benefits. One had to know that many places in the Sword God Hall required authority. Now that Zhou Han had this token, he could do whatever he wanted. For example, entering other city areas was equivalent to easily crossing servers. There were also some exclusive mystic realms that ordinary middle-level personnel did not have the authority to enter. Of course, Zhou Han did not know much about the Sword God Hall yet. There were still many unknown places that he had no way of knowing. Let's not think about this first. The most important thing now is to comprehend the divine seal tablet. Zhou Han hurriedly calmed down. At this moment, he had the enhancement of a vast amount of perception. However, Zhou Han did not know how strong it was. Then let's try the exact effect now. He did not stand where he was to comprehend it directly. Instead, he tried his best to close the distance between him and the divine seal tablet. Only then could he be sure. He immediately mobilized all his strength and moved with difficulty. As expected, the closer he was, the greater the pressure. 20 minutes later. Phew, this is about the limit. It's still too difficult to get closer with my current strength. Zhou Han let out a long sigh, his forehead covered in sweat. At this moment, he was still more than 10 meters away from the divine seal tablet. Don't underestimate this 10-meter distance. This short distance was now like a natural chasm in front of Zhou Han. The pressure on him increased exponentially with every centimeter he moved forward. Zhou Han could already feel the limits of his body. If he forced his way forward, he might be severely injured or even reduced to ashes. Now let me see how effective this massive amount of perception is. After resting for a few minutes, Zhou Han took out his best state. He focused his attention on the divine seal tablet. Zhou Han seemed to see a world with a sea of stars. A white-haired man stood under the waterfall. A violent torrent surged down from a height of 10,000 feet and continuously bombarded his body. The man's expression did not change. He stood there without moving. Suddenly the man roared, and a violent aura rushed out of his body. The water of the 1,000-foot waterfall was actually shocked into flowing upstream. Hiss! So strong. This pure physical strength is too terrifying. Seeing this scene, Zhou Han was also shocked. It turned out that he was still smug about his strength. Now he was completely calm. He had yet to really come into contact with the experts of this world. As the scene gradually blurred, The system notification sounded in Zhou Han's mind. You have comprehended the Starlight Grade Cultivation Technique, Immaculate Sword Body. Do you want to learn it? Did I successfully sense the cultivation technique? It should be the image of the white-haired man cultivating. Hearing the system notification, Zhou Han was stunned. He had comprehended it in less than 5 minutes. Immaculate Sword Body. Zhou Han had heard of this cultivation technique before. An hour ago, he had fought against it. It was the cultivation technique used by the 2 sword guards. Zhou Han did not expect it to be a Starlight Grade cultivation technique. No wonder the sword or a storm can't break it. It's a Starlight Grade cultivation technique. Zhou Han was also a little puzzled at that time. Now, he finally knew the reason. This was the cultivation technique created by the sword god. It was a defensive cultivation technique. Those sword guards still had not learned the essence. If they had cultivated to the level of the white-haired man, Zhou Han would probably have been insta-killed by the 2 sword guards. Is this the enhancement of a vast amount of comprehension? I comprehended a Starlight Grade cultivation technique right away. Zhou Han felt a little comfortable. The second step of the awakening mission was completed. He had been a little worried before, but now he heaved a sigh of relief. Just as Zhou Han was about to agree to learn, a golden light that filled the sky completely erupted. It enveloped Zhou Han. Seconds later, it fused completely into his body. Another system prompt sounded. A massive amount of comprehension power has been detected. The skill is being comprehended again. Please wait. What the hell? What's going on? Zhou Han was also a little confused. Could it be that my comprehension just now was comprehended by myself without the enhancement of a vast amount of comprehension power? This was the only possibility. The system prompt explained everything. I'm indeed a F-King genius. I can comprehend a Starlight Grade cultivation technique without cheating. Such talent is enough to be arrogant. Zhou Han was delighted and a little excited. He had heard from Ye Tianxin that the cultivation techniques he comprehended were mostly gold and platinum grade. Being able to comprehend a diamond grade cultivation technique was simply rare. He had almost never heard of a Starlight Grade cultivation method being comprehended here. Zhou Han was still immersed in his excitement when the scene indeed changed. Another different world appeared in front of him. It was the same white-haired man in white with a sword in his hand. On the other side were countless abyssal demons. All of them flickered with monstrous demonic flames. Just by looking at the image, Zhou Han could feel the terrifying power within. However, the white-haired man's gaze was calm. With just one strike, the demons were wiped out. My sword breaks through the ages, my body becomes eternal, and my thoughts destroy demons. The incomparably arrogant voice deafened Zhou Han. How elegant it was to say such domineering words. This made Zhou Han a little envious. This was the highest realm of showing off. He was still too far away. One day, I'm going to reach that level and act superior too. Skill comprehension successful. As the image faded, the system prompt came. You have comprehended the Divine Grade Cultivation Technique, Eternal Sword Body. Damn. Divine Grade Cultivation Technique. Eternal Sword Body. Is this what the sword god meant by my body becoming eternal? Whoa. This was a direct takeoff. Learn. Zhou Han did not hesitate and said loudly. Learning a Divine Grade Cultivation Technique. Current learning progress, 1%. Learning a Divine Grade Cultivation Technique. Current learning progress, 2%. After agreeing, the system gave a prompt. It did not show immediate learning success. Instead, it increased the percentage bit by bit. Well, that's a little slow. It only adds 1 percentage point in 2 or 3 minutes. It would probably take more than 4 hours to learn it. After all, it was a Divine Grade cultivation technique, so it definitely took up a lot of memory. This was a completed Divine Grade cultivation technique. The Grand Primordium Ancient Scroll that Zhou Han had learned previously was only an incomplete copy. There was only one skill on it. But good things happen all the time. 4 Divine Grade cultivation techniques. Zhou Han felt that it was worth it to wait. He immediately sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to rest. Outside the visualization hall, Ye Tianxin and Zhang Xiong were waiting calmly. The two of them had conflicts to begin with, so of course they were in no mood to chat. Someone's coming out. A white light flashed. It was obvious that someone had come from the visualization hall. They teleported out. Nikawo Kane? Ye Tianxin frowned. Tap, tap, tap. Under the white light, he could see the figure coming out. But from the sound of his walking, it was the unique sound of clogs. Therefore, it was easy to determine the identity of the person. How is it? Any insights? Jiang Xiong also knew the identity of the person who came out. He hurriedly walked forward and asked concernedly, Master, I've disappointed you. I failed once. Even someone as arrogant as him was shocked. He had thought that he would be able to pass in one go. He did not expect it to fail. He, who had always considered himself a genius, could not help but feel a little disappointed. Relax. It's just one failure. Just try a second time. I believe you. After Jiang Xiong heard this, he patted Nikawa Okane's shoulder and smiled encouragingly. He didn't care. Wasn't it normal to fail the first time? It would be abnormal if he successfully comprehended it the first time. The Sword God Hall had stood on the continent for countless years, and there were many geniuses. However, there were very few people who successfully comprehended it on their first try. Even a genius would fall. Come, eat this pill and prepare for your second comprehension. Jiang Xiong fished out a high-grade essence recovery pill from his bag and handed it to Nikawa Okane. Master, don't worry. I think I'll help you win the bet. Determination flashed in Nikawa Okane's eyes, and confidence returned. After taking the pill, he began to meditate. He had suffered quite a bit of injury in the visualization hall. However, after this pill fused into his body, his powerful recovery ability instantly worked. Jiang Xiong went to find a good friend and borrowed a privilege opportunity. This way, Nikawa Okane did not have to wait for 3 days. He could use his second opportunity to comprehend and directly enter the visualization hall. However, under Nie Tianxin's calm face, there was still some worry. He hasn't come out after going in for so long. Is he in danger? After all, according to his previous progress, Zhou Han should be out soon. But now it was too long. Counting Nikawa Okane's break until he entered the visualization hall again, Nie Tianxin still did not see Zhou Han. So, are you afraid? I'm going to make sure you lose this time. Jiang Xiong also realized that something was wrong and said provocatively, don't get cocky before everything's settled. Nie Tianxin immediately retorted, but his tone was not as fierce as before. It was obvious that he was lacking confidence. Take a look at your mountain sea seal now, because you'll lose it soon. A cold smile flashed across Jiang Xiong's face. He was already certain of victory. It was not uncommon to die in the visualization hall. Therefore, he could boldly guess that even if Zhou Han was not dead, he was most likely in a desperate situation. He immediately gloated. Learning a divine-grade cultivation technique. Current learning progress, 51%. At this moment, he was only halfway through his learning. The wait was long, but not dull. Because he was chatting with the sisters now, it was fun to tease them. Han Xiangning, Zhou Han, it's so late. Why aren't you back yet? Zhou Han, why? We haven't confirmed our relationship yet, but you're already controlling me. Han Xiangning, annoying. Be serious. Tell me quickly. Zhou Han, I can say that. You can say that you love me first. Han Xiangning was speechless. Han Qinxue, Zhou Han, it's dangerous tonight. Come back early. Zhou Han, did you miss me? We've only been apart for a few hours. Han Qinxue, yes, I miss you a little. Zhou Han was speechless. Zhou Han kept chatting with the two women. Then, he looked at the news in the god-slaying hall. Time passed quickly, and it was not boring. On the other side, Nikawa Okane's veins were visible, and his skin was beaded with blood. He used all his strength to resist the pressure in the visualization hall. Okane, you can do it. You're the strongest prodigy. You can't lose. Nikawa Okane kept encouraging himself. As long as he won the bet for Jiang Xiong this time, the other party would definitely nurture him with all his might. At that time, it would be difficult for him not to take off. Thinking of this, Okane was suddenly filled with energy. After holding on bitterly for half an hour, his eyes suddenly lit up. Wow, a platinum-grade cultivation technique. I've finally successfully comprehended a platinum-grade cultivation technique. I've succeeded. Ha ha ha. I see. I'm indeed a genius. I comprehended a platinum-grade cultivation technique on my second try. Nikawa Okane was ecstatic. He had heard of it. Most people could only get a gold-grade cultivation technique. However, he could comprehend a higher-level platinum-grade cultivation technique. This was enough to prove his strength. Master will be very happy. I can obtain a lot of benefits. With that in mind, he teleported out eagerly. Someone's coming out. It should be Zhou Han this time. Nie Tianxian was delighted and hurriedly got up to rush over. But when he heard the clogs, his expression darkened. His heart plummeted. Okay, and how was it? Did it work? Jiang Xiong asked anxiously. He had some confidence in Nikawa Okane's talent. The second try was basically guaranteed to succeed. Master, I didn't disappoint you. I succeeded. Nikawa Okane smiled calmly. Oh, what grade of cultivation technique is it? I'm sorry that I only comprehended a platinum-grade cultivation technique. I'm sorry for disappointing you, Master. Nikawa Okane immediately spoke in a humble, bragging manner. However, there was no shame in his eyes. Good, very good, platinum grade. You've really made me proud. Jiang Xiong was overjoyed when he heard this. This meant that although the other party's aptitude was not top-notch, it was still first-rate. He was still worth nurturing. How is Nie Tianxian? Are you panicking now? Jiang Xiong naturally wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity to mock him. Forgive me for being blunt, but Zhou Han should have died in the visualization hall. Nikawa Okane joined them, speaking calmly. The gloating in his eyes could not be concealed. He had experienced the horror in the visualization hall. That's why he said it. Even he could not last long, not to mention others. Nie Tianxian's face darkened. He wanted to retort, but he realized that he did not have the confidence. He was beginning to wonder. It had been more than 3 hours since Zhou Han entered. This was indeed too long. What do you think? Why don't we apply to the higher-ups now and go in to check on the situation? The visualization hall could only allow unawakened people to enter. If there was an emergency, the higher-ups had to apply. Only after obtaining permission could he enter. Let's wait and see. Half an hour. If they don't come out in half an hour, we'll apply. Nie Tianxian had no choice. He couldn't keep waiting like this and give the final time limit. All right, it doesn't matter if you wait another half an hour. I'll make you admit defeat. The smile on Jiang Xiong's face became even smugger. It was only half an hour. The final victory was still his. As time passed, Nie Tianxian felt very tortured. Learning a divine-grade cultivation technique. Current learning progress, 99%. Phew, is it finally over? You have successfully learned a divine-grade cultivation technique. Please check it. The system's voice was exceptionally pleasant. Zhou Han immediately checked. Eternal Sword Body. Grade Divine. Description: a body tempering technique that is an advanced version of the Immaculate Sword Body. When cultivated to the extreme, the body can be eternal and break through the sky. Skill 1. Sky Dust Tyrant Blood. Activate all the blood energy in your body. For 5 seconds, you will be in the Overlord body state and have 90% damage reduction. Skill 2. Soul Devouring Hand Locked. Will only be unlocked after reaching a certain level of proficiency in Skill 1. Skill 3. Locked. After Zhou Han finished reading, he was stunned. As expected of a divine-grade skill, it did not make him wait for 4 hours in vain. Sky Dust Tyrant Blood not only had the Overlord body effect, but also reduced damage by 90%. This was equivalent to 5 seconds of invincibility. Zhou Han did not hesitate to enhance it 10 times. Divine-grade cultivation techniques could be enhanced more times. However, Zhou Han's enhancement points were not enough. For now, he would enhance it 10 times. Sky Dust Tyrant Blood plus 10. Unleash all the blood energy in your body. For 10 minutes, you will be in the Overlord body state, gain 90% damage reduction, and reflect 50% of the target's damage. Damage decreases with distance. The lowest is 30%. Awesome. This was damage reduction and reflection. There was no conflict too. For example, an enemy's skill damage was 100 points. Then, as long as he used this skill to attack Zhou Han, he himself would take 30 to 50 damage. If the other party was an assassin or archer, the kind with high attack and low HP, as long as they dared to attack Zhou Han, the feeling would definitely be good. I wonder if I can comprehend the second cultivation technique. Zhou Han immediately thought of something and checked the Divine Seal tablet. Detected that you have met the conditions for Awakening Mission 2. Please teleport out immediately. Otherwise, bear the consequences. Suddenly, a system warning sounded in his mind. Zhou Han hurriedly retracted his thoughts since the system had said so. As for the consequences, Zhou Han did not dare to try it easily. Seeing that he could not find a loophole, there was no point in staying here. Zhou Han directly activated the visualization token and teleported out. When Zhou Han teleported out, the phantom in the dark appeared again. As if conscious, He looked in the direction Zhou Han left thoughtfully. Not bad, Junior. You actually obtained my true teachings. This is the first time in 10,000 years. Interesting. I look forward to meeting you. I hope you don't disappoint me. With that, the phantom disappeared again. The time is up. Nie Tianqian, are you still not giving up? Zhou Han is already dead. Your mountain sea seal is mine. Senior, give up. Zhou Han's aptitude is still too poor. He can't compare to me. You've lost to my master. Jiang Xiong and Nikawa O'Kane spoke one after another. Nie Tianqian was speechless. Yes, I lost. Let's apply to check. As much as he hated to admit it, the truth was there. More than 4 hours passed. Among the people who had awakened in the entire Sword God Hall, there had never been such a long time. Usually, after entering and not coming out for 2 hours, he was basically dead. This was not something Nie Tianqian could say casually. It was analyzed through big data. All right, collect Zhou Han's corpse. Jiang Xiong suppressed his laughter and pretended to be solemn as he patted Nie Tianqian on the shoulder. Suddenly, a white light shone and Zhou Han's figure appeared. Who said I was dead? Zhou Han's expression was a little ugly as he walked out of the white light. He had no idea that there was a bed inside. As soon as he came out, he heard someone say that he was dead. This was completely not true. You actually got out alive? How is that possible? No one has ever come out alive after staying in the visualization hall for more than 2 hours. This doesn't make sense. How on earth did you do it? Jiang Xiong's face was filled with surprise, but then his expression turned ugly. Zhou Han was not dead, which meant that he could not win the bet for the time being. Ha! Jiang Xiong, don't be happy too early. Don't be too smug before the dust settles. Nie Tianqian hurriedly ran over with a smile. He held Zhou Han's hand excitedly, his eyes burning. Fortunately, he did not take the next step. Instead, he began to attack Jiang Xiong's arrogance. So what if he comes out alive? Who knows if he can comprehend the cultivation technique? Jiang Xiong naturally refused to admit defeat and retorted loudly. Zhou Han, it's good that you came out alive. Adjust yourself and try to enter the visualization hall a second time to successfully comprehend a cultivation technique above the gold grade. Nie Tianqian did not ask Zhou Han why he had been inside for so long. He told him to sit down, recover, and try to comprehend the second time. He did not expect or think in that direction that Zhou Han could successfully comprehend it in one go. After all, that kind of genius was too remote. He did not dare to hope that he would encounter one. A second time? I don't think so. Zhou Han was about to say it when he was interrupted by a discordant voice. Looks like you're afraid. You've been in there too long. You're traumatized now. You don't dare enter. Nikawa O'Kane had been generous to Zhou Han when he came out. Then, he acutely noticed that Zhou Han was actually a player and not an NPC. This displeased him. He had leveled up so quickly, but someone was faster than him. It was a truth he could not accept. Therefore, now that there was a chance to attack Zhou Han, he naturally would not let it go. Yes? Someone from the Sakura Kingdom. After hearing the voice, Zhou Han frowned. When he saw the other party's attire, his eyes flashed cold. Whether it was the other party's current mockery or some historical reason, Zhou Han felt very unhappy. If this wasn't the Sword God Hall, he would definitely kill the other party with a single strike. I've already successfully comprehended it. There's no need to enter anymore. I've successfully passed the second round of awakening. Zhou Han ignored Nikawa O'Kane's provocation. He spoke very flatly. What? What did you say? You passed. Did I hear you correctly? Are you afraid and making excuses? Jiang Xiong and Nikawa O'Kane obviously did not believe him and spoke at once. Enough, the two of you. We'll know if he passed or not after the test. Why waste time here? Nie Tianqian was also a little shocked, but he still chose to believe Zhou Han. Moreover, every awakened person had to undergo a test after successfully comprehending it. It was not just about quality. Instead, the tester called the shots. Let's go. I don't believe it. Jiang Xiong took the lead and headed towards the testing area. The visualization hall was very close to the testing area. They arrived in a few steps. Yo, old Nye, old Jiang, what a coincidence. You brought the newcomers over. A middle-aged man was sitting in the testing area. He was an NPC in charge of testing. The direct grudge between Nie Tianqian and Jiang Xiong was not a secret in the Sword God Hall. That was why this person teased him like this. He was obviously waiting to watch a good show. Someone bragged that he passed on his first try at enlightenment. Jiang Xiong sneered. Hmm? There's such a thing? Looks like he's a peerless genius. Tisk, that's the kid. Look at him. Does he look like a peerless genius? Jiang Xiong turned his gaze to Zhou Han, and the middle-aged man also looked over. At this moment, Zhou Han's expression was calm. He held his sword with both hands, and his aura was calm. Well, it's hard to say. I can't see through him. Unexpectedly, the middle-aged man said such a thing. After all, they were doing tests. Although there were professional instruments, their eyesight was also extraordinary. Jiang Xiong's expression immediately darkened. Is this kid really something? Come here first. Put your hand on this. The middle-aged man had a large crystal on his face. He pointed at Nikawa Okane and ordered, Spiritual perception crystal. Can sense the cultivation technique obtained in the visualization hall. It is worth 100,000 soul crystals. Flash. There was a flash of gold and white. Platinum-grade cultivation technique. Not bad. You passed. Nikawa Okane straightened his body at the news of his passage, a confident smile on his face. Zhou Han, it's your turn. Hearing the shout, Zhou Han did not hesitate to put his hand on it. Crack. Boom. When he placed his hand on the crystal, Zhou Han felt the sky dust tyrant blood circulating automatically. Then a huge amount of energy surged into the crystal. The hard crystal exploded. Zhou Han did not expect this outcome. He was prepared to hide his strength. However, the spiritual perception crystal did not give him a chance. Its power poured out. You won't make me compensate, right? This is worth 100,000 soul crystals. He only had a total of 1,000 soul crystals on him now. What? What the hell happened? Did the crystal explode? This is the first time this has happened. The spiritual perception crystal can test a starlight-grade cultivation technique. How can it explode so easily? Could this kid's cultivation technique have surpassed the starlight grade? This is an unprecedented achievement. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Was there a problem with the spiritual perception crystal? Otherwise, how could such a change have happened? The middle-aged man in charge of the test looked at Zhou Han in surprise. This has to be reported to the higher-ups. This is not something I can resolve. His mind raced. In just a few seconds, he made a quick decision in his mind. Impossible. Zhou Han, you must have used a despicable method. You can't surpass me. Nikawa Okane was immediately anxious and started screaming. If Zhou Han was really a peerless genius, wouldn't he become a huge joke? This is unacceptable. Okane, can't be someone else's stepping stone. Zhou Han, tell me the truth. This is the Sword God Hall. Don't play tricks. Don't you dare try to get away with it. Don't you dare. Jiang Xiong also jumped out and criticized, his tone aggressive. Enough. Jiang Xiong, you're getting more and more arrogant. We'll deduct a year's worth of resources from your salary. A dignified voice came from behind with undeniable authority. He looked at Jiang Xiong with endless anger. As soon as he got the report, he hurried over. Those who could make the crystal explode most likely had some ability. No matter what, he had to suppress Jiang Xiong first before it got out of hand. If this Zhou Han was really a peerless genius, at least he would have a better impression of the Sword God Hall. Therefore, he mercilessly suppressed Jiang Xiong. Elder Lin, I. Hearing this voice, Jiang Xiong trembled in fear and wanted to quibble. Seeing the old man's stern gaze, he immediately cowered and did not dare to say anything. We'll talk about you later. Then, Elder Lin turned to look at Zhou Han and walked over. Zhou Han, greet Elder Lin. Nie Tianxian hurriedly said, afraid that Zhou Han had done something wrong. The higher-ups of the Sword God Hall were divided into 9 elders who mainly dealt with internal affairs. After that, there were the 4 big shots. They were Sword Shadow, Sword Emperor, Sword Demon, and Sword Venerable. They lived in seclusion and rarely managed daily chores. Elder Lin, who had come this time, was one of the 9 elders and had great authority. That was why Jiang Xiong lowered his head. No need. You're Zhou Han. You're indeed extraordinary. At this moment, the sternness in Elder Lin's eyes was gone. Instead, his face was filled with kindness. Elder, you flatter me. Zhou Han said, neither servile nor overbearing. I've already heard about your test results. There are still some doubts. I brought the shadowless mirror this time. You don't mind testing it again, do you? Elder Lin took out a mirror-like thing and asked for Zhou Han's opinion. It was mainly because he had not seen it with his own eyes, so he had to test it himself this time. Shadowless mirror. can sense the cultivation technique obtained in the visualization hall with a limit of Emperor grade, worth 500,000 soul crystals. Zhou Han looked at the mirror that was flickering with a ghostly light. Its attribute description was also displayed. Emperor grade cultivation technique? Zhou Han frowned. He was a divine grade cultivation technique. If this was tested, wouldn't that destroy the shadowless mirror too? This was something worth 500,000 soul crystals. If it was damaged, Zhou Han would have ruined 600,000 soul crystals. What if he had to pay up? Elder, why don't we forget about it? I'd better not. Zhou Han probed. Yes? What's wrong? Elder Lin's eyes narrowed. No expression could be seen as he asked. Aye. Zhou Han, now you're afraid. You must have used some underhanded method just now. You're afraid of exposing yourself. Just as Zhou Han was hesitating about how to say it, Nikawa Okane jumped out and seized the opportunity to scold Zhou Han. How dare you? Do you have the right to speak here? Elder Lin shouted, his eyes flickering with sword light. At a glance, Nikawa Okane flew out. He fell to the ground like a dead dog, his fate unknown. What a reckless guy. He doesn't know the rules at all. Elder Lin didn't even speak, but he dared to interrupt. That was enough for him. I think he's still breathing. Rude juniors should be taught a lesson. I've been annoyed with this guy for a long time. He looks like human waste. Due to Elder Lin's arrival, many people came to watch. After seeing Nikawa Okane fly out, everyone immediately discussed it gloatingly. Damn, that's ridiculous. One look was so powerful that Zhou Han was also a little surprised. Can you tell me your reason now? Elder Lin asked calmly. I'm afraid I'll damage the shadowless mirror. Zhou Han still told the truth. Don't worry. It's just 500,000 soul crystals. Even if it's broken, I won't ask you to compensate. Elder Lin was a little amused as if he could see Zhou Han's concerns. If he could really damage the shadowless mirror, it would surpass an emperor-grade cultivation technique. That was a peerless genius that only appeared once in 100 million years. He could not be happier. What were 500,000 soul crystals? That's what I was waiting for. Then I'm going to start. He saw Elder Lin nod. Zhou Han held the shadowless mirror and shone it at himself. A handsome face appeared in the mirror, just as Zhou Han was engrossed in his handsomeness. Crack. There was a crack, and a crack appeared on the mirror. Then the cracks spread quickly, more and more densely. Finally, it shattered into countless pieces that scattered on the ground. The scene was instantly silent. The sound of debris falling to the ground was clear. For a moment, everyone was dumbfounded. They were stunned for a long time before starting a heated discussion. Damn, even the shadowless mirror shattered. This young man is too terrifying. To be able to comprehend a cultivation technique that surpasses the emperor grade is unprecedented. He's undoubtedly the #1 prodigy. The other prodigies are probably crying because they're in the same era as him. My sword god hall is about to rise up. Our past glory will definitely bloom again. I have to pull some strings later. If I can befriend such a prodigy, there will definitely be many benefits in the future. Impressive. You know the ways of the world better. Then what should I give you? Everyone started with shock, praise, and finally talked about making friends. Clearly, Zhou Han's performance had already convinced everyone. The test results are out. Zhou Han has successfully passed. His grade has exceeded the Emperor grade. Elder Lin directly announced the result, surpassing the Emperor grade. It no longer mattered what grade it was. Besides, there were no tools to test it. Elder Lin looked at Zhou Han with a burning gaze. Sword God Hall was no longer at its peak. It had been a long time since any decent genius appeared. This time, a peerless genius came. It was definitely a morale boost. Perhaps the rise of the Sword God Hall will really fall on him. Elder Lin pondered. As Elder Lin announced, the system notification also sounded in Zhou Han's mind at the right time. You have successfully completed Mission 2. Reward, 1,000 soul crystals. As you have exceeded the mission, you are rewarded with an additional 10,000 soul crystals. It was finally done. The reward this time was very generous. He directly obtained 10,000 soul crystals. I wonder what the third step of the awakening mission is. Zhou Han thought. Zhou Han, you did very well. You greatly boosted the morale of my Sword God Hall. Today, on behalf of the Hall Master, I will bestow the title of #1 prodigy on you. As Elder Lin pointed with his finger, a golden light flew towards Zhou Han. It was so fast and powerful that it shocked Zhou Han. It was still there. He quickly felt the vastness and warmth of this energy. Every part of the body was nourished, and strong strength surged in his blood. The onlookers stood up and applauded. Their eyes were filled with approval and excitement. This was a big deal for the Sword God Hall. As a member of the Sword God Hall, everyone had a strong sense of honor. The number one prodigy is fully deserving. He turned into a dragon after a storm. He's about to take off. He's so awesome at such a young age. His future achievements are limitless. I want to give him my daughter, even as a concubine. How tragic. I don't have a daughter. Why don't I give my wife to him? I wonder if he'll mind. You have obtained a title, number one prodigy. Do you want to check the attributes? Check. He wondered what the attributes of the number one prodigy title were. Zhou Han could not wait to start reading. Soon, the attributes of the title appeared on the virtual interface. Number one prodigy. Grade, Emperor. Effect 1. Plus 5,000 HP, plus 500 defense. Effect 2. When you become the target of a prodigy, all his attributes will decrease by 5%. Effect 3. 10% chance of successfully plundering the providence of a prodigy. Cooldown, 3 days. Description: each player can only equip one title. Description: Prodigy? I'm best at beating prodigies. Impressive. What a domineering attribute. If he wore this title, he would simply become the nemesis of prodigies. As expected of the number one prodigy, an Emperor grade title was too heaven-defying. There was a 10% chance of snatching the other party's providence. It was a little too low. He wondered what kind of effect it would have after enhancement. Zhou Han was about to enhance it when he heard the system announcement. World announcement. Player Zhou Han has successfully obtained the Emperor grade title, number one prodigy. Reward: 10,000 soul crystals. He had gained another 10,000 soul crystals. How wonderful. A world announcement. Zhou Han acutely noticed this term. Previously, it was all regional announcements. It was just an announcement in Zone 666. This time, it was a world announcement. That was a total of 1,000 zones. All the players could see the announcement. An Emperor grade title was still shocking enough. It shook the entire world. This title is domineering. He even dares to claim to be number one on the Godfiend continent. It can be seen how awesome he is. As expected of Brother Han, you gave us one huge shock after another. Num. 10,000 soul crystals. This reward is really too generous. I don't even have 10,000 gold coins now. I won't say anything. I'll still fight my level 5 ordinary monsters. Sigh, after transmigrating to the other world, I'm still the lowest level. Most of the players in Zone 666 supported Zhou Han. However, it was different for the other regions. On an old castle, the blonde man, Johnson, had a pair of white wings behind it. After hearing the world announcement, there was a cold smile in his eyes. FCK? Zhou Han. Huh? The number one prodigy? Are you worthy? I'm the number one prodigy. Don't let me know what zone you're from, or I, Johnson, won't let you off. The same scene played out in different areas. The Three Buddhas Kingdom, the White Bear Kingdom, the Freedom Kingdom, and so on. They were all very unconvinced. Everyone thought that they were true geniuses. What kind of person was Zhou Han? He dared to claim first place? They clamored on the public chat in their area. After the zones combined, they would definitely teach Zhou Han a lesson. Of course, he could not see this information. Even if he saw it, he would be very happy. After all, there was Providence Plunder, so he could test the specific effect. Enhance the title 10 times. Zhou Han did not hesitate and directly enhanced it. Number 1 Prodigy, plus 10. Grade, Emperor. Effect 1, plus 30,000 HP, plus 4,000 defense. Effect 2, you can reduce all attributes of all prodigies within a 100-meter radius by 30%. Effect 3, 50% chance of randomly plundering a prodigy's providence, equipment, talent, and so on. Can be used 3 times per day. Can only be used on one target each time. After succeeding, you cannot plunder that target again on the same day. Description: each player can only equip one title. Description: Prodigy? Their stuff belongs to me. The enhanced attributes were also displayed. With just one look, Zhou Han felt that it was abnormal. Needless to say, the first effect added some basic attributes. Effect 2 could reduce all the attributes of the prodigies by 30%, and there was a range of 100 meters. He could also formulate a talent within a certain range and activate this debuff on it. Next was Effect 3, which was also the most heaven-defying effect. There was a 50% chance of successfully plundering. This probability was neither high nor low. It all depended on luck. However, the cooldown had clearly decreased. He could plunder 3 times in a day. Even if the probability was not high, the success rate of plundering 3 times in a row was still very high. Jiang Xiong, I already know about your bet with Nie Tianqian. Hand over the dragon blood pill. Elder Lin said calmly. This move was very obvious. Zhou Han displayed such powerful talent. Of course, Jiang Xiong had no chance of winning. He was just ending the bet early. He reluctantly took out the dragon blood pill with a very ugly expression. He had gone through painstaking means to obtain this. If he had not thought that he would win the bet, he would never take this out. Now, he had to give it to someone else. It made him very unwilling. However, when he saw Elder Lin's sword-like gaze, what could he do if he was unwilling? Of course, he didn't dare let out a fart. Hee, I told you not to get ahead of yourself. A delighted smile appeared on Nie Tianqian's face as he mocked. He sighed in his heart. It was all thanks to Zhou Han for getting back at him. It had been almost 3 months since he had brought out anyone who had awakened. Now that Zhou Han had appeared, the higher-ups started to value him again. Yumph. We'll see. Jiang Xiong, who was completely at a disadvantage, could not refute at all. He flicked his sleeve and fled. Nikawa O'Kane climbed to his feet. He was still alive. After being taught a lesson by Elder Lin, he was like a dog with its tail between its legs. He wanted to follow Jiang Xiong out. Get lost. You trash. You caused me to suffer heavy losses. Jiang Xiong had lost the dragon blood pill, and his heart was bleeding. He was furious when he saw Nikawa O'Kane and immediately slapped. Then he flicked his sleeve and left angrily. When Zhou Han saw this, he wanted to laugh. These two were really in cahoots. I wonder if this Nikawa O'Kane is considered a prodigy. I'll try it on him first. Let's see the effect of Providence Plunder. Zhou Han thought. Use Providence Plunder. You used Providence Plunder on Nikawa O'Kane. Plunder failed. He did not expect the plunder to fail on the first try. Zhou Han was a little worried that the other party was not a prodigy. After all, he was just trash who had comprehended a platinum-grade cultivation technique. Try again. You used Providence Plunder on Nikawa O'Kane. Plunder successful. It's done. You have obtained 2,000 HP. Do you want to absorb it? Absorb. Absorb successfully. Your HP has increased by 2,000 points. After the notification, a life aura surged into Zhou Han's body. On the other side. That hurts. I feel like I've lost something important. Nikawa O'Kane felt as if his life had been sucked out of him. The intense pain made him wail. He rolled on the ground in pain. Nanny? Why is my basic HP only 100? After he checked his attributes, he was immediately shocked. This bit of HP could not even endure a hit from an ordinary wild monster. Baka. Who did this? He spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. System, will the other party recover after I plunder the attributes? Looking at Nikawa O'Kane's tragic appearance, Zhou Han asked curiously. After being plundered, he will permanently lose this attribute. However, you can take the initiative to return the attributes to the other party. After hearing this, Zhou Han nodded. He understood. Return it? If he had snatched it with his strength, why should he return it? What's the situation? Jiang Xiong, drag your disciple out. It's annoying to watch. Elder Lin frowned, looking unhappy when he saw the crazy Nikawa O'Kane. Therefore, he called Jiang Xiong, who had not gone far, over. Jiang Xiong cursed his bad luck and dragged Nikawa O'Kane away. Of course, this was just a sideshow. Next, there was the awakening mission. Elder Lin, can you tell me about the 3rd step of the awakening mission? Zhou Han went straight to the point. Step 3 is to test your ability to collect. It requires 100 obsidian, 50 purple agate, and 10 swordsman seals. They can all drop on a platinum-grade demonic beast. Elder Lin explained in detail. You accepted Awakening Mission 3. Just as Zhou Han was about to collect the materials, he heard Elder Lin's words again. You don't have to do that. It won't be difficult for you at all. It'll just be a waste of time. This includes the 4th step of the Awakening Mission. It tests your teamwork. I'll use my privileges and skip all of them for you. Elder Lin stroked his white beard and said with a smile. In his opinion, would a peerless genius like Zhou Han need teamwork? There was no need. One person was equivalent to a team. You have completed the Awakening Mission 3. Reward, Soul Crystal X 500. You have completed the Awakening Mission 4. Reward: Soul Crystal X1000. As Elder Lin finished speaking, the mission completion notification kept ringing in his mind. Thank you, Elder Lin. After Zhou Han heard this, he was delighted. This saved him a lot of time. As expected, peerless geniuses could do whatever they wanted. But you still have to complete the 5th step of the Awakening Mission yourself. Elder Lin, please enlighten me. Next, I want to increase the difficulty for you and see your true strength. But don't worry, the corresponding rewards will be more generous. Are you willing to accept? Of course I'm willing. The strong keep challenging the difficult and breaking through. Zhou Han raised his head and puffed out his chest, saying firmly, Good, ambitious. The mission is very simple. Kill a person and bring back his head. Elder Lin's eyes were filled with admiration as he continued. He's known as the evil swordsman and is a traitor to our sword god hall. Now we know his hiding place. New mission, Awakening Mission 5, accept. Elder, don't worry. Leave this matter to me. Now that I'm also a member of the sword god hall, everyone has the right to kill such a traitor. I'm duty-bound. Zhou Han said righteously. You successfully accepted Mission 5. Immediately after, the mission description was displayed. Awakening Mission 5. Description: Kill the traitor, the evil swordsman, and hand the head to Elder Lin. Progress: In progress, 3 days. Location: Thunder Ruins, coordinates. Then I'll wait for your good news. But it's too late today. Tomorrow morning, you'll go straight into Thunder Ruins. Indeed, Zhou Han had already been delayed for a few hours. It was almost 10 in the evening. At night in this world, even Elder Lin was a little afraid. Therefore, he naturally would not let Zhou Han act at night. When Zhou Han heard this, he nodded and bade farewell. Here, Zhou Han, take this. At this moment, Nie Tianqian finally found a chance to speak. He directly handed the dragon blood pill to Zhou Han. He had his reasons for doing so. The first was to thank Zhou Han for helping him win. He regained the attention and trust of the higher-ups. Would he be afraid of not having resources in the future? The second reason was that Zhou Han was so powerful now. He had to invest in him while he could. It was also very worth it. Once it paid off, it would not be simple. Thank you. I'd be honored. The dragon blood pill, in front of him, was bright red. Just the energy emitted in the air was invigorating. Of course, Zhou Han would not be modest. This pill was obviously not ordinary. Moreover, the other party's friendly attitude was obvious. Wouldn't rejecting others be slapping their faces? You have obtained the dragon blood pill. Do you want to check the attributes? Check. Dragon blood pill. Grade: King. Description: Contains an extremely weak dragon bloodline and is refined with high-grade spiritual herbs. Effect: After consuming it, your constitution will increase by 1,000. There is a 0.0000001% chance of awakening a trace of true dragon bloodline. Description: Each person can take 3 at most. Subsequent pills are ineffective. Constitution referred to the comprehensive attributes of physical strength and endurance. It was a hidden attribute. The personal data panel did not show it. The stronger your constitution, when facing the attacks of the enemy, you would not be sent flying or knocked down. It was still very useful in battle. There's actually a chance of awakening the true dragon bloodline. Zhou Han's eyes narrowed. What was a true dragon? He wasn't sure and had never seen it before, but it was definitely a very awesome existence. However, the probability was too low. Zhou Han directly enhanced it 9 times. Dragon blood pill plus 9. Grade: King. Description: Contains a weak dragon bloodline and is refined with high-grade spiritual herbs. Effect: After consuming it, your constitution will increase by 5,000. There is a 1 in 10,000 chance of awakening the true dragon bloodline, 1 in 100 million awakening the Dragon King bloodline, and 1 in a trillion awakening the Dragon Emperor bloodline. Description: Each person can take 3 at most. Subsequent pills are ineffective. Damn, there's actually a Dragon King and Dragon Emperor bloodline. This is too awesome. After enhancing it 9 times, the probability was still so low. However, there was still hope for a 1 in a million chance. Should he eat it now or wait until he was lucky? Zhou Han was a little hesitant. He did not believe he was that lucky. By the way, luck? Hasn't Oh Huang always been lucky? Zhou Han's eyes lit up as he had a bold idea. When the time comes, let's see if we can snatch his luck. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was an idea. It was indeed feasible. Therefore, he gave up on taking it immediately. He placed the Dragon Blood Pill +9 into his spatial bag. Achoo! I'm too healthy to catch a cold. Who's scolding me behind my back? Oh Huang was lying in bed, preparing to sleep. But he sneezed a few times in a row, rubbed his nose, and muttered to himself in confusion. That must be it. These guys are definitely envious of my good luck. They're indignant. A smug smile appeared on Oh Huang's face. At this moment, Zhou Han was about to walk out of the Sword God Hall and return to Blue Thunder City. But he was stopped by a woman. A very beautiful woman. However, at this moment, her eyes flickered with provocation. Clearly, she had come with ill intentions. The woman in front of him was beautiful, but full of fierceness. There was an overbearing and superior aura. Her identity was clearly not ordinary. There's going to be a good show. The bad woman is blocking the door. I'm afraid this man is going to suffer. Oh, what kind of grudge does he have? He actually wants to stop the other party. Look at her. She looks terrible. Someone must have provoked her. Someone from the Sword God Hall actually provoked a bad woman. She must be a newbie who just entered. The person was the daughter of the Sword Emperor, Wan Yuha. Her status was incomparably noble. She had both strength and beauty. However, she was unruly and hot-tempered. She would attack and hurt others at any time. Most of the people in the Sword God Hall had been dealt with by her. It made countless men love and hate it. Although she looked like a fairy, everyone called her a bad woman behind her back. Some people who happened to pass by were frightened by this aura. They didn't dare go out anymore. They hid in disgust. Do you see that man? He's Zhou Han. Oh, Zhou Han. I haven't heard of him. What's so special about him? Yes. What's his background? Other than being handsome, he doesn't seem to be anything special. Clearly, the news of Zhou Han's test today had not spread. After all, it had only been less than an hour. How could everyone know? There were many people in the Sword God Hall. So many people did not know Zhou Han's name. It was normal. You don't know? The news is still lagging. Didn't he just obtain the title of #1 prodigy? How can someone like that not be awesome? What? The #1 prodigy? Damn, that's too fierce. How effing awesome. He's handsome and talented. Why is the world so unfair? Someone revealed Zhou Han's identity and immediately exploded. It caused an uproar among the crowd. They were both envious and surprised. No wonder the bad woman wants to find trouble with Zhou Han. I finally understand. What reason? Is it because Zhou Han is handsome? Not really. The bad woman has always been the most talented person in the Sword God Hall. Now that the #1 prodigy has appeared and suppressed her, what will happen to you? I'll be very happy. After all, Zhou Han is handsome and suave. Be serious. Of course, she's not convinced. She's here to teach Zhou Han a lesson and regain her pride. This is going to be lively. The battle between peerless geniuses will definitely be very exciting. Zhou Han also heard some of the commotions. Looking at the woman not far away with the title, Purple Jade Sword Maiden, Wan Yuha, above her head. Her expression was arrogant, her eyes sharp. I've become the #1 prodigy. This woman is jealous. Looks like she wants to settle scores with me. Bad woman. That was quite an appropriate title. Zhou Han laughed in his heart. However, after glancing at her, Zhou Han ignored her and walked straight to the door. He did not trigger a mission or receive any reward. He didn't bother to attack. Zhou Han, stop. Why? Are you cowering? Is this the aura of your #1 prodigy? I don't think that's all. A fragrant wind blew. Wan Yuha walked closer, her voice aggressive. Yes, you found out. You're so smart. After saying that, Zhou Han did not stop. What? You. Wan Yuha was obviously stunned by Zhou Han's response. She prepared a lot of taunts, but it was easily resolved by the other party. She guessed that as the #1 prodigy, Zhou Han must have his own pride. If she provoked him, Zhou Han would fight her. She could take this opportunity to teach him a lesson. After suppressing the #1 prodigy, how accomplished would it feel? Unexpectedly, Zhou Han's reaction was so casual. You're not leaving. Seeing that Zhou Han was about to leave, Wan Yuha hurriedly shouted. I told you not to leave. Didn't you hear me? Seeing that Zhou Han had no intention of stopping, Wan Yuha's temper rose. No man had ever dared to disobey her orders like this. She unsheathed her sword and pointed it at Zhou Han, her eyes filled with endless anger. Hey, bad woman. Are you that reluctant to let me go? You're not going to sleep at night. Are you thinking of a man? Since a battle could not be avoided, Zhou Han naturally would not be polite to her. There was a teasing look on his face as he teased. Bad woman. How dare you? You loose-lipped kid. I'll teach you a painful lesson today. This guy in front of her not only called her a bad woman, but also teased her. How could the proud her tolerate it? At this moment, Wan Yuha's face was red with anger, and her chest heaved violently. Sure, bad woman, I'd like to see how bad you are. Huh, Zhou Han said indifferently. Damn it, I'm going to rip your mouth off today. Hearing Zhou Han call her a bad woman, she finally couldn't take it anymore. Purple Jade Sword Technique. Purple Dragon Soul Severing Slash. Kid, this is the price of provoking me. I'll make you cry. As Wan Yuha's voice fell, the sword in her hand flickered with a rich purple light. The purple light quickly gathered and formed a dragon head phantom. It bit at Zhou Han at a speed that tore through the air. As for the sword god hall prohibiting private battles, she was too angry to care. She did not intend to kill, but just wanted to teach Zhou Han a lesson. Hiss. This is the ultimate move that made the bad woman famous. I didn't expect its power to become even more terrifying. It's really getting serious. Look at her now. She's so angry that she's only trembling. It's one thing for us to call her bad woman in private, but no one has ever dared to do it in front of her. I have to admit that Zhou Han is f-king brave. He even dares to tease the bad woman. This is what we men want to do, but don't dare to do. Next, he'll have to bear the anger of the bad woman. I wonder if Zhou Han can hold on. Everyone expressed their admiration for Zhou Han's actions. However, when he saw the dragon head that emitted terrifying power, they were worried for Zhou Han again. Purple Jade Sword Maiden. Wan Yuha. Level 62. Life 21,580. Attack 4,630. Defense 2,423. Weapon Purple Flame King Sword. Equipment Ancient Desolation Set. Accessory Sword God Metal. Cultivation Technique Purple Jade Sword Technique. Zhou Han looked over and saw the attributes of Wan Yuha. Her attributes were indeed a little strong, and her weapon and equipment were all extraordinary. There was also a King-grade set, Ancient Desolation Set, coupled with the Emperor-grade accessory, the Sword God Metal. As expected of the daughter of the Sword Emperor, her equipment was indeed very luxurious. They were a little envious when they saw Zhou Han. But now was not the time to let their imagination run wild. This was because the purple dragon had enveloped Zhou Han with great force. Sky Dust Tyrant Blood condensed the power of the entire bloodline. Zhou Han did not hesitate to use a divine-grade cultivation technique. He mainly wanted to test its power. As soon as he finished speaking, from the body, endless blood-red energy was stimulated, and it quickly wrapped around his body, forming a barrier of light. A majestic force kept flowing on it. Zhou Han's aura also changed. Under the violent qi and blood, his eyes turned red, like an awakened demon god. Under everyone's surprised gazes, Zhou Han rushed forward and took the initiative to collide with the purple dragon head. What? Does he want to die? He wants to fight the purple dragon soul severing slash with his body. That huge dragon head contains a trace of the aura of a flood dragon. It's extremely fierce. Logically speaking, as the #1 prodigy, Zhou Han won't be so rash. Could he have some other methods? I'm afraid he's just for show. I've never seen Zhou Han's strength. I think he's quite good at picking up girls. I don't think so either. This is going to hurt him badly. Everyone was clearly frightened by Zhou Han's actions. They were bewildered. Such behavior was no different from courting death. Roar! The purple dragon had opened its mouth and swallowed it. Zhou Han's expression did not change. He was as calm as ever. Boom! There was a loud crash. Clearly, the dragon head had hit Zhou Han's body. The air hummed like water ripples. Then, everyone saw that under this huge force, he did not fly out, not even falling, but his entire body did not move. It gave them a moment of wonder. It was the overlord body effect of the Sky Dust Tyrant Blood that helped. With a 90% damage reduction, this kind of damage was nothing to Zhou Han. Look at the bad woman. Why is she spitting blood? She's seriously injured. No one attacked her. Why was she injured? It's strange. Could it be Zhou Han? But Zhou Han didn't attack. Could it be the aura of a king? I heard that an expert who has cultivated it to the extreme can injure others invisibly with the aura emitted from their body. Hiss! It's too terrifying to think like that. That seems to be the only explanation. As expected of the number one prodigy. It was supposed to be a close fight, but it turned out to be a one-sided crush. The Sky Dust Tyrant Blood also had a 50% damage reflection effect. Because the purple dragon soul severing slash was powerful, even if the rebound damage was reduced by half, it was also terrifying enough. In just one encounter, Wan Yuha suffered the consequences. She had been injured by her own cultivation technique. Under such circumstances, this caused everyone to speculate. After all, this was a divine-grade cultivation technique. They had never seen it before, and there was no concept of backlash in their minds. Hearing their messy speculations, Zhou Han found it a little funny. He was still far from the realm where he could kill with his aura. What kind of trick is that? Wan Yua's face was pale. It was unknown if she was frightened or seriously injured. There was a hint of fear in her eyes as she asked uncertainly. She did not make wild guesses like everyone else. After all, at this realm, even her mother, the Sword Emperor, could not do it. She was smart enough to know that Zhou Han must have some special methods. You want to know? You bad woman, why should I tell you? A trace of mockery flashed across Zhou Han's eyes. You? Okay, just wait. Wan Yuha was a little exasperated. She could not defeat Zhou Han or argue with him. However, the other party was the number one prodigy. She wanted to use her identity as the daughter of the Sword Emperor to bully him. It didn't work either. This was the first time she had felt so powerless. What should she do? She could only think of a way to get back at him later. She had taken the initiative to provoke him and was taught a lesson. If she stayed here now, she would only suffer more humiliation. Having figured that out, she prepared to leave. Before leaving, of course, she had to say something harsh. I'll let you off today. I'll deal with you in a few days. With that, Wan Yuha turned to leave. Stop. Did I say that you can leave? Zhou Han's lazy voice was filled with dominance. This was what Wan Yuha had said to him before. Now, he returned it to her. Zhou Han, you're so domineering. You've tamed this bad woman. Awesome. She finally met a ruthless character. Look at her now. She's as timid as a cat. I'm extremely impressed. Zhou Han is really our role model. Everyone, stand up and applaud the big shot. Hearing Zhou Han's domineering words, everyone exploded. Their eyes revealed envy. To subdue such a thorny rose was everyone's dream. What do you want? Let me tell you, don't go overboard. This is the Sword God Hall. Although she knew that Zhou Han would not act rashly, her aura was still a little weak. I don't want anything. I just want to borrow something from you. The other party had already taken the initiative to attack him. Of course, Zhou Han had to collect some interest. Otherwise, wouldn't he be making a loss? Use Providence Plunder. Anyway, there was still a chance to use it. Whether it worked or not did not matter. If he didn't use it today, the accumulated number wouldn't increase. The number of times per day would be reset. After hearing Zhou Han's words, Wan Yuha revealed a puzzled expression. However, her expression changed drastically. She felt a chill in her chest. As if freed from some kind of restraint, the clothes inside her upper body disappeared inexplicably. This made her blush, and she felt ashamed and afraid. However, when she saw Zhou Han holding a piece of clothing, it was so familiar. Wasn't that her undergarment? She was instantly furious. She wanted to flare up, but she was afraid the others would find out. Plunder successful. You have obtained the Phoenix Feather Inner Robe. The system's voice sounded. Zhou Han was delighted. Unexpectedly, he was lucky. He succeeded instantly. From the name, it should be a piece of equipment. Yes, it smells quite good. Zhou Han sniffed it. It smelled like milk. There was a phoenix tattooed on it. The fabric was very silky. Phoenix Feather Inner Robe. A piece of good quality innerwear. FCK? This is... Zhou Han had not noticed the meaning of the inner robe before. He thought it was what the equipment was called. However, when he saw the introduction, Zhou Han was shocked. It was actually that kind of clothing. This plundering is too mind-boggling. I have to use it carefully in the future. What if he plundered a male prodigy one day? What if he plundered the other's underpants? It was too disgusting to think about. If others found out, wouldn't his reputation be ruined? Zhou Han, I'm going to kill you. When Wan Yuha saw it, Zhou Han took it and sniffed it again. She couldn't take it anymore. She raised her sword and charged forward. Without the restraints of her inner wear, her chest was in turmoil. Zhou Han's eyes blurred upon seeing the bouncy shadows. This was not small. From the looks of it, It was at least 36D. No, this is a misunderstanding. You have to listen to my excuses. I didn't mean for this to happen. Seeing the other party coming, Zhou Han immediately felt that he was in the wrong and hurriedly said, "But how could Wan Yuha listen?" She raised her sword and slashed wildly. She was already seriously injured earlier. This attack did not pose any threat to Zhou Han. But no matter how much trouble she caused, the effect was definitely not good. He made up his mind and hugged Wan Yuha. "Can you stop fooling around? There are so many people watching." Hearing this, she woke up with a start and gradually calmed down. She also realized the awkward situation now. If others misunderstand my relationship with a bad woman like you, it will be bad for my reputation. After Zhou Han added, Wan Yuha struggled again. "My looks, talent, and family background are all top-notch. Why do you actually feel that you're making a loss?" She was indignant, but this was not the time to think about such things. She snatched her innerwear back. Gritting her teeth, she ran off. What had happened only happened a minute or two ago. However, this short period of time shocked the surrounding crowd. Although they did not say it explicitly, these fellows' eyes were very sharp. They immediately discovered something. Their eyes revealed smiles that all men knew. "Brother Han, you're awesome. Teach me your ultimate move." If I had Brother Han's technique, it would be awesome. "Brother Han." "No, Master, are you still taking in disciples? I'll give you 10,000 soul crystals every month." As expected of the #1 prodigy, this skill is first-rate. Everyone, stand up. "Goodbye, Brother Han." Everyone's eyes were burning as they looked at Zhou Han in admiration. All of them wanted to learn from him and gave generous conditions. "Unfortunately, I really don't know how to. Otherwise, why won't I take in some disciples and earn some soul crystals?" Zhou Han thought in his heart and shook his head. He walked out of the Sword God Hall. It was already past 10 o'clock at night. The moon was bright and the stars were few. The crows flew south. Few people appeared on the streets of Blue Thunder City anymore. When he returned to the inn, Han Xiangning and her sister were already asleep. Zhou Han had also been busy the entire day. He fell into bed and quickly fell asleep. Perhaps because he was too tired, Zhou Han had already slept until 10 in the morning. The sisters had already gone out to level up. There was a breakfast of love on the table. It warmed Zhou Han's heart. Server announcement. This is the 4th day in the Godfiend continent. 43,622 players have died in Zone 666. Remaining players, 56,378. Have so many people died? There are less than 60,000 players now. It's indeed quite cruel. Any accident can happen when farming monsters outside the city. I think we're about to merge. There are so few people left. It should be soon. The number of deaths in each zone is about the same. Hearing the announcement, the comments section began to chat. However, the overall mood was still very depressing. After all, no one knew if they would be the next to suffer an accident. When Zhou Han heard this announcement, he was also surprised. He was now powerful enough, so he had never sensed danger. However, this data clearly showed that if other players wanted to survive, it was still a huge challenge. Shaking his head, Zhou Han stopped thinking about this. As he ate breakfast, he looked at the rankings. Level ranking. 1. Zhou Han. Level 25, 1.6%. 2. Han Xiangning. Level 19, 16.9%. 3. Han Qinxue. Level 19, 13.8%. 4. Oh Huang. Level 14, 21.3%. 5. Go Tuo. Level 14, 16.2%. 6. Mei Aoxue. Level 13, 95.5%. 7. Jia Feiqiu. Level 13, 36.4%. 8. Lin Fan. Level 13, 23.3%. Zhou Han was still far ahead and placed first. As for Han Xiangning and Han Qinxue, with the buff of 5 times the experience, they distanced themselves from Oh Huang and the others. The level difference was almost 5 levels. The other top 10 rankings did not change much. After breakfast, Zhou Han sorted out what he wanted to do today. First, go to the Thunder Ruins. First, and kill the evil swordsman to complete the awakening mission. Second, report to the Demon Slayer division. After all, he passed the selection as the champion. After entering the Demon Slayer division, there must be a related mission or plot waiting for him. Third, today was already the 4th day after entering the Godfiend continent. On the 5th day, the Mystic Realm would open. Zhou Han had a Mystic Realm Pass +6. He was still short of a 4th teammate. He decided to use this spot to exchange for resources. After all, this was a Mystic Realm that could drop Starlight equipment or even King equipment. It was able to sell for a high price, but he was afraid that the players could not afford it. When the time comes, let's see if we can find a rich NPC to sell this spot. Zhou Han pondered. Fourthly, he would use Providence Plunder on Oh Huang and see if he could obtain the other party's good luck. This way, he could consume the Dragon Blood Pill +9. This could be done now. Zhou Han did not hesitate and immediately took action. Plunder Oh Huang. You used a plunder opportunity. Plunder failed. Zhou Han was not discouraged by his first failure and continued to use it. You used a plunder opportunity. Plunder failed. You used a plunder opportunity. Plunder failed. After 3 consecutive failures, Zhou Han was a little speechless. It seemed that his luck today was a little bad. Could the success rate of Providence Plunder be related to distance? Zhou Han guessed in his heart. However, the system did not give an answer to this. There's another possibility. Oh Huang's own luck might make the failure rate of Plunder even higher. Zhou Han deduced the reason for his failure. If that was the case, it was a little difficult. But what the situation was, the sample was too small to get an accurate result. There were no more attempts now. There was no way to verify it today. Next time, let's plunder it in person and see how the success rate is. He could only wait a few days before taking the Dragon Blood Pill. After saying that, Zhou Han did not feel depressed. He opened a free clay pot. You have obtained the Lightness Ring. Do you want to check the attributes? He hadn't expected it to come out, but he didn't know what quality it was. Zhou Han hurriedly checked. Lightness Ring. Grade, Diamond. Attributes. Attack +500, Agility +20. Special effect. In combat, your agility will increase by 20%, and your target's agility will decrease by 20%. Description. Light as the wind and always by your side. Damn. Not bad, not bad. It's actually diamond grade. As expected, luck was conserved. Just now, he had failed 3 times in a row. Now, a diamond grade accessory had dropped. Zhou Han also successfully became a lucky guy for once. His mood brightened. Enhance it 7 times. Zhou Han said directly. He was looking forward to the effect of the enhancement. After all, this ring mainly raised agility. No one disliked higher agility. Soon, the enhanced effect appeared on the virtual interface. Lightness Ring +7. Grade, Diamond. Attributes. Attack +2000, Agility +80. Special Effect 1. Increases agility by 50% in combat and reduces the target's agility by 50%. Special Effect 2. Increases critical chance by 20%. Special Effect 3. 30% probability of ignoring armor. Description. Light as the wind and always by your side. The enhanced effect did not disappoint Zhou Han. Attack increased by 2,000 points, and agility increased by 80 points. 80 agility was not to be underestimated. Agility affected movement speed, attack speed, and casting speed. Therefore, it was still very useful. Special Effect 1 could reduce the target's agility. This was quite impressive. Special Effect 2 increased critical chance. Special Effect 3 could ignore armor, similar to the True Spirit Ring Finger, but with an additional 10% chance. In short, this ring was the main output. Its defense was weaker, but the output was still very good. Zhou Han took off the True Spirit Ring and placed it in his spatial bag. He changed into the Lightness Ring +7. As soon as he put it on, he felt like he was floating. Perhaps it was an illusion, but he felt very relaxed. The effect should be even stronger now. Zhou Han thought excitedly. However, there were many people in Blue Thunder City now. He could not use it. He needed to find an empty place. Therefore, he could only give up for the time being. Without wasting too much time, Zhou Han went straight to the entrance of the Thunder Ruins. In the northern region of Blue Thunder City, you are about to enter the Thunder Ruins. This is a high-risk area. Do you want to spend 1,000 gold coins to check the relevant information? He was about to enter when the system beeped. Pay the gold and check. It was just 1,000 gold coins to obtain useful information. Zhou Han naturally would not hesitate. Map details have been generated. Please check. Soon, intelligence information appeared densely. Thunder Ruins. Difficulty rating, Diamond 5 stars. Wild Monster Combat Strength, Platinum grade, and above. Hidden Faction, Demonkin, White Bone Race. Drop, Demon Spirit Bracelet, Limitless Fist Set, Wind Speech Staff, Lava Set, and so on. Description: a dark and silent forest filled with black fog. There are many powerful demonic beasts inside. There's also the Demonkin White Bone Race roaming around. It is recommended that teams above level 60 enter. The difficulty of Diamond 5 stars meant that he at least had the strength to kill Diamond-grade demonic beasts. That's not difficult. Zhou Han could easily kill a Platinum-grade demonic beast previously. Now, he had obtained an Emperor-grade title and a Divine-grade cultivation technique. It was no problem to deal with the Diamond-grade. Demonkin, descendants of the demons? When Zhou Han saw the hidden faction, his eyes narrowed. The demons in this map were definitely much stronger than the Shadow Demon he had dealt with before. As expected, the last step of the Awakening mission was not that simple. Looks like the test Elderlin set for me is not small. Beyond the Demonkin, he still did not know the exact strength of this evil swordsman. Zhou Han was not afraid, but he still had to be careful. He called up the attribute panel and read it. Zhou Han. Level 25, 0.6%. Class, Sword Soul, First Awakening. Health, 8, 750 plus 44, 000. Attack, 1, 110 plus 8, 000. Defense, 640 plus 4, 800. Talent, Infinite Enhancement. Title, Number 1 Prodigy plus 10, Providence Plunder. Weapon, Green Cloud Sword plus 6, Life Leech, 6x Attack, Armor Penetration. Secondary Weapon, Famous Saber, Siming plus 7, Invincible, Damage Reduction, Resistance. Ring, Lightness Ring plus 7, Armor Penetration, Critical Hit, Agility. Earrings, Moonlight Earrings plus 6, Critical Hit, Resistance, HP Recovery. Equipment, Ghost Set plus 5, Godslaying Hull buff, plus 6,000 HP. After reading it, he was filled with confidence. His HP exceeded 50,000, and his attack power added up to more than 9,000. Defense of 5,000, coupled with the hidden agility attribute. There were also the life-saving attributes of the famous saber and divine-grade cultivation technique. It made his survival ability very powerful. However, the Ghost set is only gold grade now. It can't keep up. After all, the set was a combination of 6 parts. It made Zhou Han a little dissatisfied. In just a day or two, he had to change into a more advanced set. Then, he checked his items and skills. As a divine-grade skill combination, it had only been enhanced 6 times. I don't have enough enhancement points now. After enhancing it 10 times, I'll fuse all the unused skills. After all, Sky Dust Tyrant Blood and Number 1 Prodigy had been enhanced 10 times. His enhancement points were used greatly. In addition, Zhou Han had been doing awakening missions and did not farm monsters. Therefore, his enhancement points were not enough. In any case, there are many demonic beasts in the Thunder Ruins. I'll farm some enhancement points along the way. Zhou Han nodded. All preparations were complete. He stepped directly into the portal of the Thunder Ruins. A white light flashed. In the space of a breath, Zhou Han appeared in a dark wasteland. You left the peaceful area? The current location is the Thunder Ruins. This is a combat area. This place is cursed by the Demonkin White Bone Race. Current attributes have been reduced by 5%. As expected, a debuff was added as soon as he entered. It's hard on others, but did not affect Zhou Han much. This loss of all attributes was still acceptable. There was a thin black mist in the air. Zhou Han was surprised to find a group of people in front of him. There were a total of 8 people. Clearly, they had just entered. Above his head were the words, Mad Blood Mercenary Group. Zhou Han knew that there were many such adventurer teams in Blue Thunder City. These NPCs would also farm monsters and collect materials in various maps. Just like the players, everyone wanted to live. It wasn't easy. Zhou Han saw on the public chat that some players would also join the adventure team created by NPCs. The leader of the adventurer team, Fat Tiger, was also surprised and bewildered when he saw Zhou Han. One had to know that this map was very dangerous. Acting alone was tantamount to suicide. This place is dangerous, young man. You can't handle it alone. Go back. Fat Tiger walked over with his burly body and tried to persuade him kindly. Is it dangerous? I don't think there's danger anywhere. Zhou Han smiled and spoke, clearly not caring much. not to mention encountering demonkin. Even diamond-grade demonic beasts are very difficult to deal with. Young man, don't bite off more than you can chew. It won't be too late to collect the materials when you're strong enough in the future. Fat Tiger continued to explain nicely. If not for some special material, he wouldn't have entered this dangerous map. Yes, the beasts in here are extraordinarily powerful. There are 8 of us here, and we're all being careful. You'd better go to the Valley of the Undead for farming. You can't deal with such a place. Listen to Brother Tiger. It's not too late to back out. If the demonic beasts find out, you'll be in trouble. A few teammates beside Fat Tiger also came over to echo. They were all old members of the adventure team and had seen a lot. They knew better than anyone the danger of the Thunder Ruins. Okay, are you done? Thank you for the warning. I'll leave now. After all, they were all kind reminders. Zhou Han smiled and nodded in thanks. Then, ignoring them, he walked straight into the depths of the black fog. Initially, he thought that after meeting so many NPCs, it should trigger some missions. That was why he listened to their nonsense patiently. But to his disappointment, it didn't. Since there was nothing to be gained, Zhou Han naturally had no reason to continue chatting with them. Hey, why don't you listen to reason? Zhou Han did not go out, but walked deeper into the black fog. Fat Tiger shouted at his figure. How about this? You stay behind us. At least it's safer than you acting alone. However, Zhou Han did not stop. He did not have time to waste on them. He only took a glance and could tell that the strongest, Fat Tiger, was only at the top of the platinum grade. Brother Tiger, forget it. This kid really doesn't know how to appreciate kindness. We can't persuade him at all. Let him be. This kind of person has never suffered. Brother Tiger is only being kind. Who else would talk so much nonsense to him? We have to move too. Let's kill the Blood Shadow Violent Bear first. Let's go? Let's finish the mission. The longer we stay in such a terrifying place, the greater the risk. The few of them chatted and quickly formulated a plan. Zhou Han opened the map and located the coordinates of the evil swordsman. He realized that the other party was in the deepest part of the Thunder Ruins. Through the route planned by map, to kill the other party, he had to clear 5 or 6 wild monster strongholds. This guy sure knows how to hide. Zhou Han muttered with a smile and pulled out the green cloud sword. He headed towards the first wild monster stronghold, the Python River. Soon he came to a clear river that was more than 10 meters wide. To find the evil swordsman, this river had to be crossed. The still water flowed deep and clear. If one did not look carefully, one would not notice it at all. There were a large number of demonic beasts lurking underwater. However, Zhou Han had enhanced appraisal. No matter how well these pythons disguised themselves, there was nowhere to hide. Stone Pattern Python. Grade, Platinum. Level 51. Health, 6,000. Attack, 2,100. Defense, 980. Skill 1. Water Elemental Wave. Control the water element and trigger 3 water waves attacks, causing 3.8 times the attack damage to all enemy units within a 10-meter radius. Skill 2. Death Entanglement. Using the huge strength of the body to entangle the other party, causing 4.2 times the attack damage to a single target. Description: using the stone patterns on its body, it is good at disguise and sneak attacks. Weakness: ice, wind. After the appraisal, various data appeared. It was a demonic beast that was good at using the water element. Its health was only 6,000. It was completely insufficient to kill Zhou Han. Attack and skills did not pose much of a threat to Zhou Han. Shadow Soul Spike. Zhou Han did not hesitate and threw a skill over. Minus 84,000. Minus 85,000. Minus 87,000. 3 soul spikes shot out, powerful damage numbers floated out, and 3 of the pythons were instantly killed. Hiss! Hiss! This was like lighting a gunpowder barrel. The stone-patterned pythons in the river let out a violent roar. They also understood that their disguise had been seen through. One by one, they splashed out from the bottom of the river. The waves were monstrous, and their eyes were filled with coldness and bloodlust. They stuck out their huge tongues. In an instant, the water elements of their control gathered together. In the air, it was as if a river was flowing over. A huge wave crashed towards Zhou Han. It was as heavy as a mountain. If he was pressed down, Zhou Han's body would not be able to withstand it. Good timing. Wind, thunder dance, disperse. Zhou Han did not panic. Instead, he was a little happy. If these pythons kept hiding in the water, If he released the skill, it would weaken much of its power through the power of water. He would waste a lot of time cleaning up. But now they all burst out of the water. This made things easier for Zhou Han. He immediately used the Wind Thunder Dance skill. Several tornadoes swayed up. Without effort, the waves shattered. It did not slow down. The wind swept towards these pythons. Zhou Han also activated his full speed. He rushed into the group of pythons and began to harvest. One had to know that the Wind Thunder Dance had a 90% speed reduction effect. Now the pythons moved slowly, like meat on a chopping board. They were at Zhou Han's mercy. P-48,000. -45,000. -48,000. Sword aura rampaged, and the water light surged. After killing for 7 to 8 minutes, more than 100 pythons in front of him were all dead. He picked up the 3 dropped pieces of equipment. Zhou Han checked them one by one. Snake earrings. Grade, platinum. Attributes. HP plus 600, defense plus 60. Special effect. Increases poison resistance by 30%. Description. It is known for its defense and is very toxic. Its defense was indeed very powerful, but Zhou Han already had the moonlight earrings. He did not want to waste his enhancement points on this. He put it into his spatial bag first. Immediately after, he checked the second piece of equipment. It was a dagger. Blood poison dagger. Grade, platinum. Attributes. Attack plus 500, agility plus 20. Special effect. Deals damage to the target, losing 300 HP per second. Lasts for 10 seconds. Description. Forged from blood poison stone. It has a strong poison attribute. The effect was quite good. After enhancing it, the poison should be even stronger. However, this was the exclusive weapon of the Night Assassin. As a sword soul, Zhou Han could not use it. After accepting it, he looked at the last piece of equipment. It was also a weapon and a long sword at that. It looked strange. There was a small golden snake carved on it. It was lifelike as if it were alive. It was very mysterious. Golden snake sword. Grade, diamond. Attributes. Attack plus 600, critical rate plus 15%. Special effect. It can wake up the sword spirit, golden snake, and assist the sword owner in attacking. It can exist in space outside the sword for 5 minutes. Description. A sword that seals the sword spirit. It has great growth potential. It was actually a diamond-grade weapon. This was something Zhou Han did not expect. It must have dropped from the python leader. Zhou Han thought of a python that was clearly much larger than the others. At that time, he was too excited to care. Now that he saw the diamond weapon that had dropped, he remembered. Of course, platinum-grade demonic beasts could also drop diamond-grade equipment. But that was really too difficult. It was about as low as the probability of obtaining top-grade items. It can wake the sword spirit? I wonder what effect it will have. And what will it become after enhancement? After seeing the special effect of the golden snake sword, Zhou Han muttered to himself curiously. Zhou Han did not wake the sword spirit immediately. Instead, he waited until it was enhanced before waking it up. He was mainly worried that waking up early would affect the enhancement process. Enhance it 7 times. Without hesitation, Zhou Han directly activated enhancement. After flashing 7 to the white light in rapid succession, a system prompt sounded. Your golden snake sword has been successfully enhanced 7 times. New attributes have been generated. Please check. Zhou Han opened the data on the interface. Golden snake sword plus 7. Grade, diamond. Attributes. Attack plus 2,100. Critical rate plus 50%. Special effect 1. Increases life leech effect by 35%. Special effect 2. Increases skill damage by 10%. Special effect 3. Can summon the sword spirit, flying serpent princess, to assist the sword owner in attacking. Can exist for an hour in space outside the sword body. Description. A powerful sword spirit sleeps in the sword body space with great growth potential. As expected, after enhancement, the attack bonus directly exceeded 2,000, and there was also a 50% critical chance. Special effect 1 had a 35% life leeching effect. Special effect 2 was the increase in skill damage. Because Zhou Han had the cooldown effect of the famous saber, the cooldown was very short, with an additional 10% skill damage. He could deal a lot of extra damage. Finally, there was special effect 3. The sword spirit had evolved from the previous golden snake to the flying serpent. Flying serpent. That was a powerful existence in mythology. Seeing this, Zhou Han was also shocked. It seemed that this sword spirit had a powerful background. Flying serpent, and with the word princess, meant that it was very impressive. Thinking of this, Zhou Han was a little excited. He was also eager to wake this sword spirit and see what use it had. He immediately gave it a try. After manipulating it, he realized that the golden snake sword +7 could only summon the sword spirit when equipped. The sword spirit seemed to be hidden in the sword. "Come out, my sword spirit." Zhou Han waved his sword. As soon as he finished speaking, golden light spewed out, bright and dazzling. The way she appeared was very flashy. "Did you wake me up? What is this place?" A timid voice came from the golden light. The words revealed fear. The golden light dissipated, and a beautiful figure appeared in front of Zhou Han. It was actually a little girl. What? Was this the flying serpent princess? Zhou Han thought that the other party was a domineering queen. He did not expect this. At this moment, she opened her pure and innocent eyes and looked at Zhou Han timidly. Zhou Han's gaze moved down. He immediately blushed. He tilted his head. Why aren't you dressed?" Zhou Han hurriedly asked. The little girl was too capable. Zhou Han could not take it. The other party was so innocent that Zhou Han did not dare to peek. There was a sharp stab of guilt. Clothes? Why wear clothes? Isn't the human body the most beautiful? The ultimate goal of our flying serpent race cultivation is to transform into human form. The snake girl Ao Jun said doubtfully, as pure as paper. She had only successfully transformed into human form today. Everything was not clear. Before her mother could teach her about biology, she was pulled by an inexplicable force and fell into a deep sleep. She woke up because of Zhou Han's call. Then, she realized that she had become a sword spirit. Hearing Snake Girl's words, Zhou Han was a little speechless. What logic was this? If it looked good, she had to keep showing it. "Hurry up and put your clothes on. Take this rope." Zhou Han hurriedly took out a robe from his spatial bag and threw it over. "But I don't want to wear it. It doesn't look good on me." Aojin pouted and retorted unhappily. "That's an order. I'm the sword owner. You're my sword spirit now. You have to listen to me." Zhou Han had no choice but to say in a commanding tone. Otherwise, who knew what shocking things this girl would say? "Oh, Jin'er, listen to me." Hearing that she was still very cooperative, Zhou Han heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it did not appear. Aojin did not know how to wear clothes. Otherwise, Zhou Han really did not know how to end this. "Are you done?" "Oh, wait a minute." A minute later, Aojin spoke again. "Done." After all, she was not familiar with it, but her IQ was definitely normal. She wouldn't ask for adult help like a child. After fumbling for a while, she learned to wear human clothes. "What's your name? How old are you?" After hearing her words, Zhou Han walked over and asked. "My name is Ao Jun. I'm 1,000 years old this year. I was born in the Cloud Void Sacred Palace." Zhou Han. She was a 1,000-year-old demon. This was just a matter of age. "By the way, you just said that I'm the sword spirit. Then you're my master now. Master, please instruct Jin'er." When Ao Jun was in the Cloud Void Sacred Palace, the maidservants inside spoke to her father like this. She followed suit, her eyes dancing as she smiled charmingly. "Who did you learn this from? It's a mess." Zhou Han flicked Ao Jun's little head with his finger. He directly rejected such a tempting request. "I can massage Master's shoulders and legs." "Ahem. No need. Just stay aside." Zhou Han felt a little apologetic for summoning Ao Jun. Now, if he still ordered her around like a maid, that was really too beastly. Anyway, Zhou Han could not do such a shameless thing. "Boo-hoo. Do you despise me? You heartless person." Ao Jun ran over and hugged Zhou Han. She immediately cried profusely. What the hell was this? Ao Jun was like an annoying old demon. She's more than 1,000 years old. Can't she be more mature? This gave Zhou Han a headache. He could only disarm himself and launch a sneak attack. I'm not. Okay, massage my shoulders." Was this really a princess? Do you like serving people that much? Moreover, she was crying, making a fuss, and hanging herself. How did she learn this move? Could it be that a woman was born with it? Aojin smiled through her tears and began to work happily. Sure enough, this worked. Because she saw that many women had used this move to defeat her father. Perhaps she was a little excited because she had just transformed into a human. She wanted to try everything. While enjoying Aojin's massage, Zhou Han checked her attributes. Flying Serpent Princess, AO Zhun. Type, Sword Spirit. Grade, Diamond, can be advanced. Level 30. Health, 6,000. Attack, 2,500. Defense, 1,200. Skill 1. Bloodline Devour. Can devour the blood essence of demonic beasts to increase attributes and complete the advancement. Skill 2. Fire Snake Entanglement. Order 99 fire snakes to attack all enemy units within a 30-meter radius. Skill 3. Explosive Light. Instant Release. Condense a high-temperature flame beam that deals a destructive blow to a single target. Description: possesses the Emperor bloodline of the Flying Serpent race. Great growth potential. After reading it, Zhou Han sighed at the power of AO Zhun's attributes. As expected of someone with the Flying Serpent Emperor bloodline. Now, the initial quality had reached the Diamond grade. She was only level 30, but she was much more powerful than ordinary level 50 demonic beasts. The most important and exaggerated thing was that as long as she swallowed the blood essence of demonic beasts, she could advance. In that case, there would be a lot of room for growth. She was also very valuable to nurture. When she grew up, she would also be a powerful help. I wonder how much blood essence she has to devour to advance. Zhou Han thought. If too many resources were needed, Zhou Han would definitely not nurture her. With these resources, he might as well increase his strength. His eyes lit up at the sight of the python corpses everywhere. Wasn't there already essence blood? Zhiner, do you see these stone-patterned pythons? You can devour all of this essence blood now. Eat them while it's hot. Otherwise, it'll be cold soon. Zhou Han pointed around and said with a smile. Oh, these are so dirty. They're disgusting. Zhiner doesn't like them. AO Zhun stopped kneading her shoulder and wrinkled her nose. She spoke with a conflicted expression. She had seen these things long ago, but she could not stand the blood. She had no experience swallowing blood essence as the princess of the Cloud Void Sacred Palace. Naturally, it was impossible to eat such inferior products. Zhou Han rubbed his forehead, speechless. Come on, this was a princess with standards. Such things were not worthy of her attention. If you don't devour blood essence, how can you increase your strength? Here, look at this. I've been eating this to increase my cultivation. The thing in her chest flickered, and a few pills appeared. It made Zhou Han wonder how the thing was hidden in that place. Then, he noticed that there was a necklace buried in an unfathomable gully on AO Zhun's chest. So it's a storage necklace. I guess I was imagining things. NPCs in this world also had storage space, but it was only limited to high-level NPCs. Yesterday at the Sword God Hall, Zhou Han had seen Elder Lin wearing a storage ring. It was not surprising that AO Zhun had a storage necklace. Master, look, Father got someone to refine many of these pills for me. It takes 3 days for me to refine one. AO Zhun blinked her big eyes and handed it over. Well, let me see. It's indeed quite unique. Zhou Han hurriedly looked away from her chest. As soon as the pill entered his hand, he could feel the heat. It was red as if flames were flickering on it. The temperature is high. This flame is extraordinary. Zhou Han's powerful body felt a slight burning pain. He hurriedly used the ability in his body to wrap the pill. Only then did it offset the power of the flames. After activating appraisal, the attributes of the pill appeared. Flame Blood Pill. Grade, King. Description: made from the essence of a demonic beast's bloodline and the endless sky flame. Effect: fire attack increases by 10% and condenses 1% of bloodline power. Description: this is limited to fire attribute cultivators. If other cultivators consume it, they will be burned by the endless sky flame. Good lord, it's actually a king-grade pill. Until now, Zhou Han had only obtained a king-grade dragon blood pill. It was given by Nie Tianchun, and the probability of awakening a true dragon bloodline was very low. Now, AO Zhun had taken out several king-grade pills. It was like free snacks. AO Zhun's background was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Suppressing the surprise in his heart, Zhou Han continued reading. The effect is to increase the fire attack power and condense it with the bloodline. This is quite suitable for her. However, this pill could only be consumed by fire attribute cultivators. It was a pity. He did not have any fire elements in his body, so he could not consume it. Zhiner, you mentioned your father just now. What level is he? Zhou Han asked tentatively. I'm not sure what level he is. He's the strongest person in the flying serpent race. He once instantly killed 5 Emperor-grade experts. Damn, this was too fierce. Zhou Han's current level was already enough to challenge a Starlight-grade expert. However, there was still a huge difference from the Emperor-grade. Now, he had inexplicably brought Zhou Han over to be his sword spirit. He won't come after me, will he? Then how is your relationship with your father? Zhou Han frowned and continued to ask. Very good. I'm the apple of his eye? Why are you suddenly asking this, master? Zhou Han blinked her innocent eyes and asked curiously. Hearing her answer, Zhou Han's heart sank. That meant that the other party would definitely do everything possible to find Zhou Han. He had to increase his strength as soon as possible. Still, he laughed and blabbed. You've become my sword spirit now. As your master, I have to care about you. You're so kind, master. Mooch. What responded to Zhou Han were warm lips. Don't ever do such a thing to me again, understand? After a long while, Zhou Han warned. He had almost lost control and taken her down on the spot. Not to mention Zhou Han's innocence, Zhou Han felt guilty. Now, in the Thunder Ruins, facing the threat of the Demonkin, there was still a lot of danger. If he did that and was ambushed, he would be finished. Therefore, Zhou Han could not bear to leave and pushed Zhou Han away. Why not? My mother often did such things with my father to express her love. Zhou Han tilted her head and said suspiciously, This is different. You'll understand later. Through their conversation, Zhou Han also knew that Zhou Han had only transformed into her human form today. There was a lot of knowledge that she did not understand. He could only wait until he had free time to teach her in the future. But not now. Why is it different? There aren't so many whys. All you have to do is listen to me. There would be no end to the explanation. Zhou Han touched Zhou Han's head and said domineeringly, okay. Master's orders are absolute. At the same time, in the clouds, there was a huge palace, Cloud Void Sacred Palace. Above the palace was a dignified middle-aged man. His aura was oppressive, and no one dared to look at him directly. He was the flying serpent sacred emperor, Aoya. How is it? Have you heard from Jinner? He spoke slowly, anger on his handsome face. The deep voice came out, making the guards around him shiver. Your Majesty, we've searched the entire area for 1,000 miles. There's no sign of the princess. The guard below reported carefully. What did you say? Aoya suddenly stood up, his eyes wide open. Everyone was so frightened that they did not dare to breathe. The princess, it's as if she disappeared into thin air. She didn't leave a trace. The guard stammered and whispered. Disappeared? Aoya muttered softly, his expression as dark as water. He also had some doubts. Either someone had heaven-defying strength or had used special methods. Aoya was more inclined to the second possibility. If the other party was really powerful, there was no need to be so sneaky. After a moment of silence, Aoya spoke, his dignified voice resounding throughout the hall. Pass down my orders. Expand the area and search with all your might. We must find news of the princess. Whoever can provide any useful clues will be rewarded with 1,000,000 soul crystals, and I guarantee that he will advance to the king grade. Aoya's eyes narrowed, and his right finger drew a few strokes in the air. A golden token appeared in the air of the hall. It multiplied rapidly, then it turned into countless golden specks that spread in all directions. A few minutes later, within 1,000 miles, a large number of demon beasts had gathered. They were all ruled by the Cloud Void Sacred Palace. Wherever the light spot passed, these demon beasts could clearly sense the contents of the holy token. It caused a huge wave. All of them were extremely shocked, like a bolt from the blue. Woof! The princess is actually missing. A huge commotion will occur. Woof! My spirit dog race must seize this opportunity. As long as we find the princess, we will definitely soar. Meow, meow, meow. All the warriors of the Shadow Cat race, gather and do your best to find the princess. This matter is too strange. It's not as simple as we thought. Our clan should wait and see. Let the other races scout the way first. This matter reveals something unusual. Hee, I want to see how Aoya will deal with this. The heavens are really helping me. Send someone to contact those wavering factions. All the factions within the territory of the Cloud Void Sacred Palace had different thoughts. Some wanted to move out, others watched from afar, and there were even more with ill intentions. These demon beasts were all extremely smart, and their intelligence was not inferior to humans. Ao Wuya's anger had reached its peak. Not only was Ao Jin missing, but more importantly, he had lost all face. Just think about it. The Cloud Void Sacred Palace was heavily guarded. The princess had inexplicably disappeared. Wasn't that a slap in the face? As the Supreme Emperor, he could not even protect his daughter. His pride was damaged. How could the surrounding forces submit to him? Whoever you are, I'm going to find you and tear you to pieces. However, at this moment, Zhou Han did not know that he had only summoned a sword spirit. Yet it caused such a stir. Let's see if the enhanced flame blood pill can remove the restrictions. Zhou Han did not have any fire elements in his body, but the attributes of the flame blood pill were very powerful. He wanted to try enhancing it. After chanting enhancement in his heart, 9 white lights flashed, and the new attributes were also displayed. Flame blood pill +9. Grade, King. Description, made from the essence of a demonic beast's bloodline and the endless sky flame. Effect, fire attack increases by 120%, condenses 15% of bloodline power, and awakens a small amount of the endless sky flame. Description, this is limited to fire attribute cultivators. The user must have a powerful physique. Otherwise, they will be reduced to ashes by the endless sky flame. The effect of the enhancement was indeed much stronger. However, Zhou Han was still very disappointed. It was still limited to fire attribute cultivators. Jenner, your physique should be very strong. Zhou Han asked directly, wanting to confirm. Of course, my main body is a flying serpent, and it's often tempered by flames. Do you want me to show you my true form? Ao Jun said proudly, as if she was very proud of her bloodline. No. It's better if you don't show your true form. You're fine as you are. Zhou Han hurriedly waved his hand to stop her. He didn't want to see a snake and feel disgusted. Take this flame blood pill. The effect will definitely be much better than before. Since Ao Jun's physique was powerful, there should be no problem taking this enhanced pill. In any case, Zhou Han had no use for it. If she became stronger, his combat strength would increase correspondingly. Oh, I'll try. After Ao Jun took it, she swallowed it without hesitation. The power of flames and the bloodline growth are even stronger. After consuming it, she clearly felt that something was amiss. Her beautiful eyes looked at Zhou Han. As her master, he did not seem to be simple. Just as she was about to ask, her expression suddenly changed. Oh! Wild flames spread through her body, and a violent burning pain surged like a tide. She opened her mouth and moaned softly. She resisted the erosion of the flames with all her might. This is the endless sky flame. What a powerful and domineering force. It seems to want to burn everything. Ao Jun frowned, her eyes filled with shock. One had to know that she took the flame blood pill every day. It was refined with the endless sky flame, so she was naturally extremely familiar with it. But at this moment, she was amazed to find that the medicinal pill contained the power of the endless sky flame. If she could withstand this burning, the endless sky flame could be used by her. This method was too powerful. Without any time to think, the sky flame became even more ferocious. Even the outside of the body burst into flames, and the clothes she had just put on instantly turned to dust. Damn, I didn't expect just a small amount of the endless sky flame to have such power. Will she burn to death? Zhou Han, who was at the side, could clearly feel the terrifying heat. He immediately became worried. It would be a shame for such a beautiful girl to die. Just as Zhou Han was hesitating whether to help, the flames stopped abruptly, and Ao Jun's body fell to the ground. Zhou Han hurriedly walked forward. Naturally, he ignored her beautiful body. Jenner. Seeing that she had no reaction and could not be woken, Zhou Han pressed his hand on her neck. Phew, her body is so hot. Fortunately, my pulse is beating and I'm breathing. After investigating the situation, Zhou Han heaved a sigh of relief. It should be that the power of the endless sky flame was too ferocious. Even if Ao Jun's physique was powerful, it was difficult to adapt to such violent energy. She had no burn marks on her, but it was just a little troublesome to replace her clothes again. What a vixen. It made Zhou Han's mouth go dry. I have to think of a way to get her a set of clothes with strong fire resistance in the future. Otherwise, it would be very awkward if her clothes were burned during the battle. Just as Zhou Han was letting his imagination run wild, a system prompt sounded. Your sword spirit, Ao Zhun, has fallen into a deep sleep and is advancing. Current bloodline purity is 100%. Advancing? Advance. So soon. He did not expect her to advance after eating an enhanced pill. Perhaps she had accumulated it before, but now, she had broken through. Hearing the system notification, Zhou Han was delighted. In short, he had profited greatly this time. A diamond-grade golden snake sword had dropped. After enhancing it, it could actually summon such a powerful sword spirit. Most importantly, she could constantly advance. Zhou Han did not know what to say. He could only say that SSS rank talent was infinitely powerful. How long will it take to wake up? Time is unknown. Please be patient. Even the system could not give an accurate time. Zhou Han still had a mission, so he naturally would not wait around. Do you want to recall her to the Golden Serpent Sword? Zhou Han did not agree immediately. Instead, he took out a robe from his spatial bag and wrapped it around Ao Zhun's body. In case he summoned her next time and someone else was around, he would suffer a huge loss. Recall the sword spirit. After dealing with it, Zhou Han said. With that, a golden light enveloped her and pulled her into the world of the sword. Sword spirit recalled successful. Through understanding, Zhou Han knew that the sword spirit could still be nourished in the world of the sword body. Therefore, there was no need to worry too much. He retracted his thoughts. Zhou Han carried his sword on his back. He directly used the levitation skill and crossed the river. He walked towards the second wild monster stronghold, Violent Bear Forest. Roar! Roar! He was still a few meters from the territory when he heard a manic roar. The demonic beast in front of him was red and covered in explosive muscles. It was filled with violence. Blood Shadow Violent Bear. Grade, Platinum. Level, 53. Health, 6,800. Attack, 2,300. Defense, 1,500. Skill 1. Rockfall. Summon a huge rock and cause 3.9 times the attack damage to all enemy units within a 10-meter radius. Skill 2. Blood Shadow Rage. Blood Shadow Possession. Unleashes the potential of the body. Increases all attributes by 100% within 150 seconds. Description: a strength-type demonic beast that is good at earth elements and close combat. Weakness: water, thunder. After Zhou Han quickly appraised it, he discovered that regardless of attributes or skills, the Blood Shadow Violent Bear was much stronger than the Stone Pattern Python. When dealing with the Stone Pattern Python, Zhou Han could still easily deal with it. Thanks to the skill, Wind Thunder Dance, it just happened to restrain their water element skills. Therefore, it could be dealt with quickly and easily. Looks like I have to spend more effort and time. The Blood Shadow Violent Bear's territorial awareness was extremely strong. Seeing Zhou Han approaching, they were all aggressive and ran over like mountains of flesh. They launched their fiercest attack. 8 Directional Heaven Splitter. Zhou Han did not hesitate and rushed over. He channeled his strength and slashed at the sword. As soon as he finished speaking, the ground in an 8-meter radius cracked. A fierce sword aura erupted from the crack. He instantly killed all 9 Blood Shadow Violent Bears that were charging over. The attack range of the skill is still too short. It's only 8 meters. Zhou Han shook his head. The output of the 8 Directional Heaven Splitter was indeed a little weak. It did not match this domineering name at all. Roar. Without any time to think, the remaining Blood Shadow Violent Bears instantly activated their rage skill. Looking up, the sky suddenly darkened. Countless huge stones floated in the air, blocking the light. Then, at the same time, they all fell. It made Zhou Han's scalp tingle. There were too many boulders, and each one probably weighed more than 1,000 kilograms. More than 200 Blood Shadow Violent Bears activated the rockfall at the same time. Its power was obvious. Fortunately, Zhou Han discovered it early. Otherwise, he would really have been smashed into meat paste. Sky Dust Tyrant Blood. Use my blood to shake the sky. Zhou Han activated a divine-grade cultivation technique without hesitation. Minus 320. Minus 315. Plus 2,500. With a 90% damage reduction, he was almost invincible. Each boulder could only cause more than 300 damage. Moreover, Zhou Han could recover 2,500 HP per second. There was no pressure at all. This was the power of the enhanced divine-grade cultivation technique. Even the boulders that filled the sky could not move it. Instead, many damage values floated out from the heads of all the blood shadow violent bears. Minus 4,485. Minus 4,329. Minus 4,136. 50% of the backlash had already made them crippled. Die? I'll eat roasted bear paws today. Zhou Han rushed out of the dust. A cold voice pronounced their death sentence. These blood shadow violent bears were also dumbfounded. The combined attacks of more than 200 warriors were actually unable to harm the humans in front of them at all. They were so frightened that they fled in all directions. It was not embarrassing to escape if you could not win. They were extremely intelligent and would not fight to the death like low-level demonic beasts. Otherwise, they couldn't have survived in the Thunder Ruins for so many years without being extinct. Just nice. Let me farm the proficiency of the 8-directional Heaven Splitter. One had to know that the Lin family sword technique had a total of 3 skills. Now he had only activated Sky Splitting Slash and 8-directional Heaven Splitter. Thinking of this, Zhou Han jumped out like a cheetah. He began to harvest the blood shadow violent bears. His current movement speed was very abnormal. The blood shadow violent bear was originally good at strength and had pitifully low agility. In Zhou Han's eyes, their running was just slow motion. Every time the sword flashed, the huge bodies of a few blood shadow violent bears would fall to the ground. At this moment, the Mad Blood mercenary group carefully avoided danger. Finally, they arrived at the boundary of the Python River. Soon, however, they noticed something unusual. Brother Tiger, why is there a strong smell of blood ahead? There must have been a fight. Let's go and see. When they approached, their eyes were filled with shock. Ahead of them, on the ground, were the corpses of more than 100 stone-striped pythons. The smell of blood was thick. They had obviously been killed not long ago. They were all killed in one blow. It was clean and efficient. He's definitely an expert. It's too terrifying. It's already very difficult for us to deal with one of these stone-striped pythons alone. Now there are more than 100 of them. Their combat strength can be imagined. I'm afraid only those famous and powerful people in Blue Thunder City can achieve such strength. That doesn't make sense. With their strength, how can they lower themselves to collect materials in the Thunder Ruins? That's strange. Who could that be? Who else entered this place? The members of the Mad Blood mercenary group were all bewildered. They speculated. Now that you mention it, I remember someone. Do you think it was the handsome man we met just now? Maybe he's a hidden expert. The only female member of the team spoke. Little Red, are you infatuated with him because he's handsome? That kid has probably been swallowed by the demonic beasts. That's right. The 8 of us were all careful along the way. That kid is probably doomed. Hearing everyone's words, Little Red also blushed. She did have some beautiful fantasies after seeing Zhou Han's looks. Now that she had been exposed, she was so embarrassed that she could not retort. All right, stop guessing. We have business to attend to. This snake gall and snake skin are worth a lot of money. Hurry up and collect the materials. The regiment commander, Fat Tiger, stood up and said directly. Actually, he also had some guesses about Zhou Han's strength, but he quickly denied them. He shook his head and laughed at himself. After all, the other party was only a young man. How could he be so powerful? We're rich now. We got lucky. It's a waste of such good materials. What do you know? Would an expert take a fancy to something like this? Exactly. Do you think the Emperor farms with a gold hoe? You can't understand it until you reach that level. The group of mercenaries began to get busy, happily collecting materials. Your skill, 8-directional Heaven Splitter, has been perfected. You have successfully unlocked the skill, Ghost Slash. Please check it. After constantly using the 8-directional Heaven Splitter to clean up the blood shadow violent bears, finally, a system prompt sounded. A new skill was officially unlocked. At this point, all the skills of the Lin family sword technique had been activated. Check my skills. Ghost Slash. Grade, Silver. Origin, Lin family sword technique. Category, Damage. Description, charge for 1 second and release the power of the ghost soul. Effect, deals 280% damage to targets within an 8-meter straight line. Before it was enhanced, it was ordinary. After all, it was only a silver grade skill and had no merit. However, Zhou Han did not plan to enhance this skill. Instead, he prepared to fuse it into a new skill. Now there are enough enhancement points. Zhou Han first enhanced the divine grade cultivation technique. Skill combination, 10 times. Skill combination plus 10. Grade, divine. Owner, Grand Primordium Ancient Scroll. Category, support. Description, it can fuse any number of skills to form a new skill. Suggested in the same series of skills. Effect, new skill, 99% chance to increase 1 grade. 60% chance to increase 2 grades. 0.1% chance to increase 3 grades. After seeing the effect, Zhou Han's eyes lit up. The effect also became stronger and stronger. There was actually a chance of increasing by 2 to 3 grades. A divine grade cultivation technique was so terrifying. All the preparations were done. What were they waiting for? Zhou Han did not fuse directly. Fuse the 8-directional heaven splitter with the ghost slash. Synthesis successful. A new skill has been generated. Please check. Huh. Very nice. It's actually reached the platinum grade. After Zhou Han checked, he was also overjoyed. The probability of increasing 2 grades is only 60%. It wasn't high, but it felt good to have successfully triggered it now. As for the 0.1% chance of increasing 3 grades, Zhou Han did not even think about it. After enhancing it 6 times, the various attributes were also displayed. Evil Light Ghost God / plus 6. Grade, Platinum. Origin, Lin Family Sword Technique. Category, Damage. Description, charge for 1 to 5 seconds, releasing the terrifying power of ghosts and gods. The longer the charge, the higher the damage. Effect, deals 10 times the damage to a single target within a 30-meter radius. Once the damage is dealt, the target will enter a ghost-devouring state and lose 1% of its maximum HP every second for 10 seconds. Ghost Power. This instantly became more impressive. Moreover, the damage was considerable. Since there was a 10-fold increase in damage, it could also lose a percentage of the target's health, and the damage could be guaranteed. Looking at the remaining skills, Zhou Han gave up on fusing them. These skills had their own uses. After all, he did not have many skills at this stage. If he combined a very useless skill, it would be a huge loss. It would also cause his combat strength to decrease. Closing the skill panel, Zhou Han began to count the spoils of war. You have obtained 7 platinum equipment. You have obtained 39 gold equipment. You have obtained lava set fragment. Zhou Han searched the corpses of the blood shadow violent bears. The harvest was still very good. There were 7 platinum grade equipment alone, and the drop rate was already very impressive. A fragment of the lava set. Among the many notifications, Zhou Han acutely noticed this message. After all, the others were all finished equipment, and this was a fragment that seemed very abrupt. Just as Zhou Han was about to check, a few shouts suddenly came from behind. Kid, the materials here are all from our Azure Dragon mercenary group. Get lost if you know what's good for you, or watch your head. Hey, I'm talking to you. If you touch our things again, I'll F-King kill you. Zhou Han frowned, and a cold glint flashed across his eyes. This Azure Dragon mercenary group was so domineering. These blood shadow violent bears were clearly killed by Zhou Han. They were distorting the truth. They wanted to take it by force. You said these corpses are yours? Zhou Han stood up and pointed at the corpses of these blood shadow violent bears. Are you deaf? Of course it's ours. I told you to get lost. Didn't you hear me? One of the lackeys had a fiery temper and usually relied on the reputation of the Azure Dragon mercenary group. He was used to being arrogant and overbearing. He went forward and wanted to grab Zhou Han's shoulder. You have a death wish. Zhou Han's shoulder moved, and a huge force spread out. The lackey screamed as he was knocked several meters away and fell to the ground. You just wait. How dare you go against our Azure Dragon mercenary group? Are you tired of living? The lackey was shocked and furious. He gritted his teeth and said fiercely, Hurry up and report to Brother Qinglong. This is a challenge to the dignity of our adventurer team. Zhou Han saw that a few people had gone back to report and did not stop them. He did not kill them. Perfect. If everyone comes, I'll capture them all. Zhou Han smiled calmly. This would save a lot of trouble. Then he began to count the spoils again. Brother Tiger, how strange. All the blood shadow violent bears here were killed. Depends. It was the same person. I just dug up the bear gallbladder and found it broken. Goodness, this person is too powerful. Even the blood shadow violent bear was scared out of its wits. After the members of the Mad Blood Mercenary Group finished collecting the materials of the stone-patterned python, they came to the Violent Bear Forest again and were also shocked by the situation. Look, that's the people from the Azure Dragon Mercenary Group. Have they also entered this place? Now everything makes sense. The stone-patterned pythons and blood shadow violent bears here were killed by the people from the Azure Dragon Mercenary Group. No wonder. As expected of the #1 adventurer team in Blue Thunder City, they're actually so strong. Everyone exclaimed in their hearts. There were many experts in the Azure Dragon Mercenary Group. It also had a complicated relationship with the various large factions in Blue Thunder City. Is something wrong? There are so many of them. What are they doing? Let's go and take a look too. There were more than 20 people in front of him. They were all wearing identical black short shirts. Each had an Azure Dragon tattooed on their arms. They were burly and looked very domineering. At this moment, their faces were filled with cruel smiles. They looked at Zhou Han with teasing and ill intentions. Kid, I can't be bothered to waste my breath. You provoked our adventurer team. I, Yin Xinglong, am not an unreasonable person. How about this? I'll give you a chance. Get down on your knees and count out 10 times. Cut off a hand yourself and let this go. The leader, Yin Xinglong, was bald. The words were flawless, making him look merciful. Zhou Han narrowed his eyes. He did not want to waste time. A pleading voice came from behind. Brother Xinglong, give me some face. We'll pay the compensation we deserve. How about letting this young man go? Fat Tiger happened to see this when he rushed over. They quickly understood that the Azure Dragon Mercenary Group was bullying them. Despite facing Yin Xinglong's might, even though Zhou Han was just a stranger, he, who was born with a sense of justice, still stood up without hesitation. At this moment, Fat Tiger looked a little afraid. He lowered his head and pleaded with Yin Xinglong. Whether it worked or not, he had to try before he knew. When Zhou Han saw Fat Tiger's arrival, he was speechless. This guy is really nosy. You're not the main character. Aren't you courting death? He did not have the protagonist's life, but he had the protagonist's personality. Zhou Han was not a righteous person, but he admired people who insisted on justice. As expected, Yin Xinglong sneered. Fat Tiger, do you think you have the right to bargain with me? What are you? Fat Tiger? Your name is freaking domineering. Why aren't you called Fat Cat? Yin Xinglong looked very unhappy and attacked mercilessly. This was the confidence of being the leader of the #1 adventurer team. Huh, I'm like a little kitten now. Hee hee, how can a palm-sized force like the Mad Blood Mercenary Group be worthy of talking to us? You ungrateful fellow, how dare you state conditions with our brother Xinglong? The people from the Azure Dragon Mercenary Group sneered endlessly. Although the members of the Mad Blood Mercenary Group were aggrieved, they did not dare to say anything. They had no choice. The other party's fist was big. Brother Xinglong, Fat Tiger wanted to fight for more, but was quickly interrupted. Slap. A loud slap with such force that half of Fat Tiger's face was lacerated. Get lost. Say another word, and I'll f-king make an example of you first. Yin Xinglong's eyes were as vicious as a venomous snake. He crossed his arms and turned to look at Zhou Han with a cold smile. Have you considered it? My time is limited. Kneel and kowtow now. Yin Xinglong rubbed his bald head, showing off his arrogance. Of course, I've thought about it. Under Zhou Han's calm voice was endless anger. Seeing Fat Tiger in such a miserable state and being humiliated, no matter what, he was standing up for Zhou Han, even though he didn't need it. The monstrous killing intent in Zhou Han's heart was about to erupt. At least you're sensible. Be careful in the future. You can't provoke just anyone. Yin Xinglong smiled. As expected, it was a smile. He had tried this method many times. This was the dignity brought by powerful strength. Fat Tiger looked at Zhou Han with a trace of sadness in his eyes. This young man was about to lose a hand and become crippled. However, he was helpless because Yin Xinglong was too strong. He also established complicated relationships with the various large factions in Blue Thunder City. Not to mention that he did not have the strength to fight him now. Even those with strength had to think twice before offending them. I've thought it through. I'll remove you completely today. From now on, there will be no Azure Dragon Mercenary Group in Blue Thunder City. Zhou Han's expression was calm as he slowly explained. A murderous aura filled the air. Very well. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Yin Xinglong's eyes emitted a ferocious glint as he laughed in anger. Then, he turned around and shouted at his lackeys. Brothers, did you hear that? This kid wants to remove our Azure Dragon mercenary group. Clearly, he did not take Zhou Han's words seriously. Ha ha. This is the funniest joke I've heard in 40 years. Kid, you have a talent for telling jokes. Are you trying to make us happy and beg Brother Qinglong's forgiveness? He's probably stunned by Brother Qinglong's aura. Wasn't there a young man the day before yesterday who peed his pants? Eradicate the Azure Dragon mercenary group? Even the people from the 4 major families of Blue Thunder City don't dare to make such arrogant claims. That's why this kid doesn't know his place. Otherwise, he wouldn't have provoked us. Hearing Zhou Han's cold words, everyone laughed so hard that they fell back. They did not believe that Zhou Han could defeat all of them alone. He was just a young man. How strong could he be? These members were experienced, not to mention the powerful Yin Qinglong. Laugh. Laugh hard in hell. Zhou Han pulled out the golden snake sword. The blade was sharp and cold. The circling sword aura swept up the fallen leaves on the ground. He did not waste any more breath on this group of dying people. The second move of the fallen leaf sword technique, Wind Thunder Dance, was directly activated. Wind Thunder. In an instant, the wind howled and thunder roared. It enveloped everyone from the Azure Dragon mercenary group. The damage of this skill was not high, but the control effect worked well. 90% speed reduction was very disgusting. Zhou Han was going to kill them all now. Everyone has to die. No one can escape. Looking at the sudden change, everyone was stunned. They quickly felt that powerful aura. The smiles froze on their faces, replaced by panic. Damn, what kind of move is this? Why can't I walk? Why is my speed so slow? Oh my god, why is this electric arc so strong? It seriously injured me in an instant. I know this is the Wind Thunder Dance, but the speed reduction and damage are both wrong. It's difficult to move at this range. We can only take hits passively. Hurry up and add a defense shield for us. In a few seconds, Zhou Han used his weakest skill. He killed a few people instantly, throwing them into chaos. However, as the #1 adventurer team, they had definitely recruited some support classes. They could cast shields, gain health, and damage reduction. All of them had low HP, but they were not dead. Soon, the effect of the enhanced Wind Thunder Dance was displayed. 90% deceleration made them miserable. It was impossible to escape. They could only defend and attack passively. You have some skills. I almost misjudged you. No wonder you dare to speak arrogantly. A look of shock flashed across Yin Qinglong's face as he put away his contempt. Unfortunately, these are not enough. You're still too weak. Clearly, the Wind Thunder Dance did not cause too much damage to him. That was why he said it. After saying that, Yin Qinglong took out 2 black sharp claws and put them on. His aura suddenly became violent, and his sharp claws were filled with a cold aura. With an acceleration, he flashed towards Zhou Han. Yes? Unaffected by the deceleration. Zhou Han was only a little surprised. Then he quickly checked his attributes and equipment. Berserk Warrior, Yin Qinglong. Level, 68. Life, 23,600. Attack, 5,100. Defense, 2,650. Weapon, Raging Hell Claws. Equipment, Battle Soul Set. Accessory, Safety Talisman. Cultivation Technique, Flame Overlord Technique. Seeing his title, this was a warrior class that specialized in close combat. He had also reached level 68. It was slightly stronger than Wan Yuha. However, in a real battle, attributes were only a reference. She was the daughter of the Sword Emperor, so her resources were definitely not bad. No wonder Yin Qinglong had the right to be arrogant. When Zhou Han saw the description of the accessory, he knew why he was not disturbed by the deceleration. Although this talisman was only platinum grade, there was an 80% chance of being immune to negative statuses. Yin Qinglong had just triggered this effect. Therefore, he could rush out and fight Zhou Han head-on. Otherwise, he would be trapped in the wind and unable to move. This talisman is not bad. If only it could drop later. Zhou Han had already thought of what would happen after the battle. However, Yin Qinglong had already rushed up to him. You want to fight me in close combat? Then I'll let you enjoy it. Zhou Han's lips curled into a smile. To be honest, Zhou Han had no blind spots in close combat or long-range combat. All his attributes were maxed out anyway. Flame Tyrant Ripping Claw. My sharp claws are invincible. I'll tear you to pieces. Seeing the contempt in Zhou Han's eyes flash, Yin Qinglong seemed to be stung. He was also a famous person in Blue Thunder City, but now, he was ignored by a junior. How could he not be furious? As he roared, the raging hell claws in his hand became incomparably huge. The fanatical blood energy boiled on it and tore towards Zhou Han. It was like the sharp claws of an abyssal blood demon. Even the air hissed as if it could not withstand this power. Brother Qinglong's combat technique has become even more violent. I remember that he tore a diamond-grade flame Qilin Earth Dragon apart previously. Good, that's great. We have to tear this kid apart. Mad, I suffered a lot just now. I was almost killed by that lightning. This kid's strength is not bad, but under Brother Qinglong's violent attacks, he has no way to survive. This is the outcome of provoking our Azure Dragon mercenary group. The commander is invincible in close combat. No one can withstand a single claw strike from him. I was sent flying by the kid previously. I'll skin him myself later. After seeing Yin Qinglong's attack, the lackeys recovered from their previous panic. Unless their commander did not make a move, he would definitely succeed. So they were filled with confidence. Die, boy. It's your honor to die under my famous skill. At this moment, the two claws became half a meter long. The blood energy on them was even richer. Shadow Soul Spike. Zhou Han flipped his palm, and 3 black soul spikes floated in it. Without any hesitation, he faced it head-on. As for why he used the Shadow Soul Spike skill, first of all, this was good. In close combat, it was very close. This strange attack was difficult to avoid. The second was to farm proficiency and unlock the skill Soul Catcher Wave as soon as possible. You overestimate yourself. How dare you block the sharp raging hell claws? Yin Qinglong looked disdainful. The soul spike was a soul attack, so he could not sense any energy fluctuations on it. It looked ordinary, like ordinary iron. He believed that in the face of his powerful blood power, such things would be destroyed instantly. Oh no, Yin Qinglong is already close. This is a very dangerous distance. I can't watch this. It's going to be tragic. After all, Yin Qinglong has been famous for a long time. No one can take advantage of him. The people on Fat Tiger's side also looked nervous. Zhou Han's attack just now had indeed shocked them greatly. They also hoped that Zhou Han could kill Yin Qinglong. But that was almost impossible. Seeing Yin Qinglong's violent attack, he could not help but break out in cold sweat for Zhou Han. Boom. In a flash, it was only a few seconds. A loud bang sounded. The blood energy collided violently a foot away from Zhou Han. The next second, everyone was shocked. Yin Qinglong's sharp claws were pierced through like paper. To everyone's surprise, Zhou Han stood on the other side, unscathed and relaxed. He did not seem to be using his full strength at all. What the hell is this? How can it be so powerful? All 3 soul spikes were nailed to Yin Qinglong. Blood flowed down his body, and there was a lot of sweat on his forehead. He wasn't sure if it was pain or shock. With just one attack, Yin Qinglong realized that he had already suffered quite a bit of injuries. Is this the raging hell claws? Look at how much you're bragging. I'm already so awesome. Looking at the completely shattered raging hell claws, the mockery in Zhou Han's eyes was obvious. What? This is impossible. How could Brother Qinglong lose? He lost. He suffered a crushing defeat. He couldn't even withstand a single move. Heavens, this young man is too terrifying. Yin Qinglong is twice his age, but he's no match for him at all. What kind of existence has our Azure Dragon mercenary group provoked? If even Yin Qinglong is no match for them, wouldn't we? Yin Qinglong is really a piece of trash. He's in his 40s, but he can't even defeat a young man. I really regret joining the Azure Dragon mercenary group. There's no way to run now. I don't want to die. When these lackeys saw Yin Qinglong's tragic state, their faces were full of disbelief. But immediately, an atmosphere of despair spread. They were probably doomed today. Some of the lackeys had already cracked and were cursing. Brother, wait. Let's talk nicely. Seeing that Zhou Han was about to continue attacking, Yin Qinglong's eyes trembled and he hurriedly said, I was indeed wrong previously. I've offended you. I apologize to you here. I'll definitely give you a satisfying gift tomorrow. How about we become friends? It was obvious that he was admitting defeat. His eyes were filled with the desire to live. He also promised a big gift, hoping to move Zhou Han. There might be room for mitigation. Friend? Are you worthy? Do you know fear now? Your head is my most satisfying gift. Zhou Han's eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. Who knew if the other party would settle scores with him later? Therefore, Zhou Han had to nip any thread in the bud. Once he decided to attack, he had to kill. Is there really no room for reconciliation? Don't push people too far. Hearing the rejection, Yan Qinglong panicked and said fiercely. He wanted to make one last struggle. You talk too much. Die. Zhou Han had no intention of paying attention. Golden sword aura shot out. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? You're forcing me. Seeing that the other party was unwilling to let him go, Yan Qinglong's words were cold. His eyes flashed viciously as he quickly took a pill out of his bag. The pill was filled with black fog and engraved with strange inscriptions. Yan Qinglong hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he steeled his heart and swallowed the pill. There was endless madness in his eyes. This was a demon transformation pill. It was obtained in a mystic realm and was his last trump card. After using it, one could obtain the powerful bloodline power of the demons for a short period of time. However, the side effects were extremely great. At best, one's thoughts would be messed up and their mind would be damaged. In the worst case, his soul would be devoured and he would become a puppet of the demons. But at this moment, he couldn't care less. Without using the demon transformation pill, he would definitely die. If he used it, he might be able to survive. You force my hand. I'll drag you down with me even if I die. Since you won't let me go, let's die together. The moment he swallowed the demon transformation pill, Yan Qinglong's body swelled up. Dense scales quickly covered his entire body. His face became ferocious and bloodthirsty. Her eyes became dark and empty, making it difficult to look at her. What? This is the aura of a demon. What happened to Yan Qinglong? It's the aura of a demon pill. Something very evil. I didn't expect Yan Qinglong to have a demon transformation pill on him. Looks like it's going to be a life and death battle. This power has increased several times in an instant. Go now, or we'll all die here. Fat Tiger and the team members had ugly expressions. Initially, they were still immersed in the shock of Zhou Han defeating Yan Qinglong. Now, such a change had suddenly happened. Everyone from Blue Thunder City turned pale at the mention of demons. Many people have seen the power of demons. Now that they had seen it with their own eyes, how could they not be afraid? Fat Tiger wanted to remind Zhou Han to pay attention to the danger and ask him to evacuate. But it all happened in a flash. There was no time. I want blood. All of you have to die. At this moment, Yan Qinglong's intentions were already chaotic. Only his bloodthirsty killing instinct remained. The scales on his body were like living things. They turned into a monster and opened a bloody mouth to bite Zhou Han. Oh no, something's going to happen. Fat Tiger and the others were so frightened that their throats were about to pop out. However, Zhou Han was not afraid. A demon? I want to see if you can withstand my power. He could test out the newly fused skill. Who was more powerful, the ghosts or the demons? Evil Light, Ghost God Slash. As the skill was activated, the space immediately became dark. The wind came from nowhere, cold and biting. A soft figure floated in the air. Its entire body was covered in a thin layer of fog. It had a good figure, but its true appearance could not be seen. It's actually a female ghost? Could she be a ghost? Zhou Han guessed curiously in his mind. At this moment, she spoke in a language that no one could understand. It was a mixture of laughter and tears that made one shudder. After saying that, countless ghosts appeared. They all respected her and surrounded her. Then, these ghosts turned into ghostly lights. They flew towards the demonized Yan Qinglong. Roar! Get lost, damn you! A cold wind blew. Yan Qinglong let out an irritated roar. How dare you offend the dignity of our demon race? He wanted to expel these ghosts and realized that these ghosts were impossible to kill. Soon, he could not resist and only produced tragic cries. These ghosts were like hungry ghosts pouncing on food. The hard scales on Yan Qinglong's body could not withstand a single blow. They broke through the defense and began to bite. Creak, creak. The sound of chewing flesh made one's scalp tingle. It seemed that the physical body of the demons was inexplicably attractive to these ghosts. In just 10 seconds, Yan Qinglong was completely eaten. There was nothing left as if it had never been there. Oh my god, what the hell is this? This scene is too scary. The demonized Yan Qinglong was instantly killed. He was eaten clean. Hiss! What kind of existence have we provoked? This thing is terrifying. Boo-hoo, we're doomed. They're flying towards us. Kill me. I don't want to be gnawed by such a thing. When the remaining lackeys of the Azure Dragon mercenary group saw this scene, they were trembling with fear and crying uncontrollably. Some people even wanted their companions to kill them first. It was better than being eaten by these ghosts. Not to mention them, but even Zhou Han's scalp went numb at this scene. He did not expect the skill, Evil Light Ghost God Slash, to appear in such a manner. Zhou Han remembered that the skill description was to charge up for 1 to 5 seconds and then deal damage to a single target. Now he had summoned so many ghosts. There was obviously a huge change. Then the main reason for the change should be. Zhou Han looked at the female ghost in the air. At the same time, the female ghost seemed to have sensed something. She turned around and looked at Zhou Han. At this moment, the mist on her face did not dissipate much. A beautiful face was revealed. Their eyes met. She smiled evilly. He didn't know what to make of it. Zhou Han frowned. He had never seen such a face before. Why did the other party seem to know him? While he was thinking, he was woken by shouts around him. At this moment, countless ghosts had already begun to bite those lackeys. A cold wind swept past. There was no one in that realm anymore. It was as if these people had never been here. Then, the ghost shadow discovered Fat Tiger and the others. With a sinister smile, he rushed over. Stop! Everyone stop! Seeing this, Zhou Han hurriedly stopped him. Fat Tiger and the others had no grudge against him and even stood up for him. Of course, Zhou Han would not sit by and watch. However, these ghosts seemed to not have heard Zhou Han's orders at all. They had no intention of stopping. Damn, this skill doesn't listen to my orders anymore. Zhou Han was also stunned. This was the first time he had encountered it. However, there was no time to think. Saving Fat Tiger and the others' lives was more important now. Otherwise, there would be nothing left of them. Since you don't listen to orders, I'll destroy you all. Zhou Han's eyes narrowed. These ghosts were not easy to deal with. He was about to activate the Myriad Sword's return when he heard the voice of the female ghost in the air. Then the ghosts finally stopped moving. Finally, they retreated into the darkness. Sure enough, these ghosts listened to the female ghost's orders. This made Zhou Han, the user of the skill, feel a little unhappy. Who are you? Why are you here? Zhou Han directly asked the question in his heart. This female ghost clearly had her own consciousness. He had to find out what the other party's intentions were and whether she was a friend or foe. However, the female ghost did not speak, and he did not know if she was mute. It could be that she still didn't understand human language or didn't want to speak. She smiled charmingly again in response. Laugh? I'll laugh at your mother. FCK. Seeing the female ghost's mysterious smile again, Zhou Han was furious and his temper exploded. A sword aura was thrown over. Before the sword aura could fly over, the female ghost had disappeared into space, as if it had disappeared. The sword aura passed through the space without effect. He waited for a long time, but the female ghost never appeared again. Zhou Han guessed that the other party had completely left. Acting mysteriously? Just wait. After my strength increases, I'll definitely let you take maternity leave. Zhou Han shouted into the void to vent his displeasure. But then he shook his head, amused. The other party was indeed a female ghost. There was no need to pretend. I have to use this skill carefully in the future. Try not to use it if I can. A gentleman would not put himself in danger unnecessarily. This female ghost was powerful. Until he figured out what she intended, Zhou Han would never let there be any potential risks around him. After the enhancement, the unknown and mysteries it brings are increasing. From summoning a sword spirit like Ao Jun to using a skill that summoned a powerful female ghost, Zhou Han could only sigh. The only SSS rank talent in the universe was indeed powerful. This trip has been a huge loss. I can't see a single piece of equipment or anything. Zhou Han came to the place where Yin Qinglong died and checked. There was really nothing. Even if he dropped equipment, they were also all devoured. He wanted to see if his safety talisman had dropped. Now, he could only give up in disappointment. It was useless. I didn't get anything. Zhou Han shook his head with a bitter smile. He saw that Fat Tiger and the others were still trembling. Their legs were too weak to move. The countless ghosts had pounced just now. They could feel death clearly. They had almost died. Senior, don't kill us. We shouldn't have underestimated you. Spare our lives. I don't want to be eaten. Senior, please show mercy. Our Mad Blood mercenary group never does anything outrageous. Please let us go. I have a fragment of the lava set here. I'll hand it over. When these members of the Mad Blood mercenary group saw Zhou Han walking over, all of them were so nervous that they were about to cry. The scene of thousands of ghosts biting at them had already frightened them silly. There were so many people in the adventurer team, and they were eliminated just like that. In their eyes, the current Zhou Han was even more evil and terrifying than the demons. That was why he was lying on the ground begging for mercy. What are you doing? Did I say I wanted to kill you? In any case, you've been kind enough to stand up for me. I'm not evil. Seeing this group of people begging for mercy, Zhou Han did not know whether to laugh or cry. I don't look like a bad guy with my delicate face. Senior, are you really going to let us go? Thank you for not killing us, Senior. Hearing Zhou Han's words, they were obviously stunned. Then, he did see no killing intent in the other party's eyes. He heaved a sigh of relief. All right, all of you get up. However, you just said that there are fragments of the lava set. I want all of these fragments. The lava set was platinum grade, 1 grade higher than the gold grade ghost set. Zhou Han also planned to change to a more powerful set. Coincidentally, the lava set could drop in the Thunder Ruins. Zhou Han had dropped a fragment just now, but because the people from the Azure Dragon mercenary group came over to disturb him, he didn't have time to check. Senior, we have 2 fragments in total. Keep them well. Fat Tiger carefully handed over the fragment. There was still fear in his eyes. He would never have thought that the young man he had seen a few hours ago was actually so powerful. Even some old antiques in Blue Thunder City could not be stronger than him. What a joke. He kept persuading the other party to leave. He thought the other party was a newbie. Zhou Han did not stand on ceremony and directly took the fragment. You have obtained Lava Set Fragment X2. Do you want to check it? Check. Zhou Han chanted in his heart. Lava Set Fragment. Collect 50 pieces and you can fuse them into a platinum-grade lava set. Does it need 50 fragments? Including the ones that had dropped previously, Zhou Han now had a total of 3 fragments. This thing's drop rate was not high to begin with, and it still needed 50 fragments. It was indeed a little difficult. I can only see the effect of the enhancement to decide. Zhou Han was not confident either. He did not know what would happen after the enhancement. Thinking of this, Zhou Han could not wait to try. In the end, he realized that he could only enhance it 5 times. After all, it was only a fragment and the material was greatly limited. You have successfully enhanced it 5 times. Please check the attributes. After checking, Zhou Han was delighted. Only 4 fragments were needed to fuse. Lava Set Fragment plus 5. Collect 4 pieces and you can fuse them into the Diamond Grade Red Lotus set. Moreover, the quality of the fused set became diamond. It was quite impressive. Now, all he had to do was to drop a fragment. The difficulty was not very high, and Zhou Han was immediately excited. Very good. Consider this 2,000 gold coins my purchase. Zhou Han handed the gold coins to Fat Tiger. He was not a man who took things by force. Besides, 2,000 gold coins were nothing to him. Senior, this won't do. The market price is only 500 gold coins. You gave us quadruple the price. Fat Tiger's hands trembled as he spoke in fear and trepidation. Take it. More gold. Consider it payment for your kind reminder, Zhou Han said with a smile. He ignored them and walked away. Brother Tiger, we made a killing this time. These materials are all gold coins. I'm really lucky today to have encountered such an expert. These Blood Shadow Violent Bears have a lot of materials on them. I simply got lucky. All right, Little Red, stop looking. He's far away. Such an outstanding man is not something you can have. Aye. After Zhou Han left, everyone dared to discuss softly. Fat Tiger patted the team member's shoulder in consolation. For an expert like the other party, there would be more room for development. The future stage was the Sea of Stars. Zhou Han walked deeper into the Thunder Ruins. He destroyed many wild monster strongholds along the way. He was getting closer and closer to the evil swordsman. As the sword aura flickered, the huge golden-scaled crocodile in front of him flew and exploded. A lava set fragment finally dropped. Seeing the debris that appeared beside the body, Zhou Han was delighted. He had killed countless demonic beasts, but none of them had dropped. Just as Zhou Han was about to give up, he went out and directly dropped it. Unexpectedly, it came out just like that. Now that he had successfully gathered 4 pieces, the diamond-grade Red Lotus set was finally about to be gathered. Zhou Han was also extremely excited and urgently wanted to check the attributes of the set. Without hesitation, Zhou Han immediately enhanced the fragments that dropped. At this moment, all 4 fragments appeared in his hand. They came together and formed a flame. Detected that you have fragments that can be fused. Do you want to fuse? Fuse. After choosing to fuse, a red light flashed, like a dancing spark. It slowly condensed into a set. The Red Lotus set has been fused. Please check the attributes. It was indeed diamond grade, and it had an area-burning effect. Zhou Han only took a slight look and directly activated Enhancement. The enhanced attributes appeared. Red Lotus set +7. Grade Diamond. Attributes, plus 20,000 HP, plus 2,000 attack, plus 1,000 defense, plus 200 movement speed. Special Effect 1. All enemy units within a 30-meter radius will take 5% of your maximum HP, fire damage per second. Special Effect 2. All attributes resistance increased by 100% and fire resistance increased by 300%. Special Effect 3. 50% probability of being immune to control. Restores 2% of your maximum HP every second. Description: condensing the essence of the Red Lotus Karma Fire and causing fire damage will have an additional bonus. Awesome. His HP increased by 20,000, and his attack, defense, and movement speed also increased. A diamond grade set was awesome. His attributes were all maxed out. Special Effect 1 was a passive area of effect fire damage. As long as it was an enemy unit, anyone who entered within 30 meters would be attacked by the Fire Lotus Karma Fire for 5% of his total HP in fire damage per second. All in all, Zhou Han's total HP was more than 60,000. Then it would deal at least 3,000 fire damage per second, and it would be in a range. If Zhou Han fought the Blood Shadow Raging Bear now, all he had to do was charge into the pack of bears, and they could be wiped out in 2 seconds. Thinking about it, it was a little scary. Special Effect 2 increased attribute resistance and gave more bonuses. Special Effect 3 had an immunity control effect. A 50% chance was still very powerful. Then there was a healing special effect. It was a percentage healing. Although it looked worse than the previous fixed HP recovery, the higher the percentage, the stronger it became. Looking at the Red Lotus set, in his hand, it exuded warmth. Zhou Han immediately put it on. It was a very comfortable fabric and showed off his aura. However, because it was red, the color was a little bright. It was bright red and felt like an ancient wedding dress. Forget it. I'll make do. After all, the attributes are so good. Zhou Han rarely wore colorful clothes, so he could only comfort himself. Moo. Suddenly, a few demonic beasts appeared out of nowhere. They looked like cows. They directly attacked Zhou Han. After appraising them, he discovered that these demonic beasts were called water moon bulls. Their HP was only about 7,000. This kind of demonic beast was very sensitive to red things and flames. It could not help but attack. I see. Zhou Han found it a little funny. But it's good that you're here. Let me test the strength of the Red Lotus set. Soon, a few water moon bulls ran over and were within 30 meters of Zhou Han. Minus 4,249. Minus 4,328. Minus 4,311. Sure enough, strings of numbers floated past their heads. Flames burned through them, giving off the aroma of beef. More than 4,000 damage. It should be the Red Lotus Karma Fire. Extra fire damage. Seeing the damage value, something was wrong, but then he thought of the Red Lotus Fire. That explained it. Take off. How effing awesome. 2 seconds later, all the water moon bulls fell. Zhou Han cheered. This efficiency in killing monsters was definitely amazing. After filling his stomach with 2 whole pieces of beef, Zhou Han continued to fight. Although it was called fighting, it was actually running nonstop. Wherever it passed, the demonic beasts fell to the ground. Ordinary ones could be resolved in 2 seconds. Some demonic beasts with fire resistance could only last 3 seconds. Towards the end, many demonic beasts saw Zhou Han coming from afar. They all fled, their eyes filled with fear. If they could speak, they would probably be cursing. Damn it, you're already so strong, but you still came to such a place to bully us. Did he have no shame? He did not have the demeanor of an expert at all. Seeing the demonic beasts escape, Zhou Han did not pursue them. After all, his ultimate goal was to kill the evil swordsman. Hunting would take too much time. Along the way, Zhou Han finally arrived at the location of the evil swordsman. The deepest part of the Thunder Ruins, the Bone Cave. The cave in front of him was dark and eerie. White bones could be vaguely seen inside. Zhou Han was not afraid. Without hesitation, he walked in. Creak, creak, creak. It was the sound of bones being crushed. When Zhou Han walked more than 10 meters away, suddenly, these bones seemed to have been resurrected. They were all beaten up and turned into skeletons. It was very dense in all directions, like a sea of skeletons. The number was very terrifying and had already surrounded Zhou Han. Weak human, this is the territory of the white bone race. You've trespassed into my territory. Prepare to be judged by death. Suddenly a sinister voice came closer. Zhou Han's eyes narrowed as he saw a huge skeleton. It walked over slowly. It was very showily wearing a purple and gold cloak and a crown on its head. It was all so incongruous. Zhou Han used appraisal, and the other party's attributes were clearly displayed. Demonkin, Skeleton King. Grade, Diamond. Level 70. Health, 32,000. Attack, 6,000. Defense, 3,300. Skill 1. Skeleton Summoning. As long as there are bones, it can constantly summon skeleton soldiers. Skill 2. Total Defense. Tempered Bones. Become harder. Obtain 30% damage reduction. Skill 3. Demonkin Inheritance. As a Demonkin, the White Bone race can obtain the power of the Demon Inheritance and increase all attributes by 200% for a short period of time. Description: good at human wave tactics. Recommended to open up space in battle and not fall into the other party's encirclement. Weakness: fire element, light element. So we're in the territory of the White Bone race. No wonder there are so many skeletons. After reading it, Zhou Han also understood. Clearly, these skeletons were summoned by the Skeleton King. There were a lot of them. If an ordinary person wanted to kill them, it must be very difficult. No wonder many people in Blue Thunder City were afraid of these demonkin. This kind of crowd tactic was indeed a little terrifying. Once they were surrounded by skeletons, basically, they could not be spared. However, this was only for others. This was nothing to Zhou Han. Human wave tactics? Zhou Han smiled. Perhaps it had been useful before. Zhou Han, who was wearing the Red Lotus set, was least afraid of numbers. The more the merrier. These are all experience points. Zhou Han's eyes were filled with passion. With the 5 times experience buff, he could at least level up 4 or 5 times in this wave. It was awesome to think about. There were no other places where there were so many wild monsters. Come, please judge me by death. I can't wait. Zhou Han's eyes were filled with sincerity as he urged the Skeleton King. Without its order, these skeletons only surrounded Zhou Han from afar. They did not attack. They were still 30 meters away. You? Do you want to die that badly? Zhou Han's words clearly stunned the Skeleton King. The green fire in its head flickered in confusion. Good. Then I'll grant your wish and bury you here forever as a new skeleton. In the end, it gave the order. The dignity of the demonkin could not be blasphemed. Humans were only lowly existences in their eyes. How could a lowly worm cause any trouble? Children, kill this damned human. Remember not to damage his bones. As soon as it finished speaking, thousands of skeleton soldiers moved. They moved a little slowly, making Zhou Han a little anxious. He was worried that the Skeleton King would discover the flaw and take all these skeleton soldiers away. After all, demonkin were as intelligent as humans. In that case, the experience points he obtained would fly away. Therefore, Zhou Han deliberately turned off the passive burning effect of the Red Lotus set. Finally, the skeleton soldiers came closer. 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters. It was at this moment that Zhou Han directly activated the burning effect. At this moment, the Skeleton King was filled with confidence. The green fire in its skull was very strong, representing its inner joy. It was originally worried that the human in front of it would have some methods. However, the skeleton soldiers were already within 5 meters. There were dozens of layers inside and out. It was already too late. There was no way to escape. This is the outcome of provoking my white bone race. Lowly human worm, you're simply courting death. The Skeleton King sneered inwardly. But before it could be smug for long, it was dumbfounded. The green fire in its skull was beating quickly. It meant that it was very shocked. Minus 9,345. Minus 10,565. Minus 9,632. The moment Zhou Han activated the burning effect, a large number of damage values floated out around him. Within a 30-meter radius, the area was about 2,800 square meters. Because these skeleton soldiers stood more densely, therefore, more than 2,000 skeletons fell in an instant. Even the bones were melted. One could see the terrifying temperature of the red lotus karma fire. Not bad, not bad. The damage is almost 10,000. This was because fire attribute attacks were equivalent to weak points to skeleton soldiers. The damage caused by restraining them would definitely increase greatly. The skeleton soldiers with more than 8,000 HP could not last a second and were instantly burned to death. What kind of method is this? The Skeleton King was so shocked that it stammered. This was the first time it had encountered such a situation. In the past, when it summoned skeleton soldiers, the enemy would either be killed by the crowd or flee. It worked every time and never failed. It had obviously hit a brick wall this time. No, I have to recall the skeleton soldiers. This will only increase the casualties. The Skeleton King was not stupid and quickly reacted. Now, the skeleton soldiers could not pose a threat to Zhou Han at all. Looking at the fused skeleton, its heart ached. It had to be known that collecting these skeletons was very time-consuming. At this moment, Zhou Han was like a wolf entering a flock of sheep. He harvested wantonly. You have successfully reached level 28. Please check your attributes. You have successfully reached level 29. Please check your attributes. Hearing the system notification, his level quickly increased. Zhou Han did not have time to check. He had to hurry up and harvest. This was all experience. A minute later, they were all recalled. Zhou Han was in a good mood. Seeing the rest of the skeleton soldiers disappear, he frowned at the Skeleton King, his eyes filled with displeasure. Hey, big skeleton, hurry up and summon the skeleton soldiers, or I'll be angry. Be good, and I'll consider letting you off. Zhou Han walked over with a dark expression and an unfriendly tone. In any case, the final goal this time was not the Skeleton King, but the evil swordsman. As long as he obtained experience, everything would be fine. As for letting the Skeleton King go, it didn't matter. How dare you? Lowly human, do you know who you're talking to? The Skeleton King had also recovered from its shock. With the usual arrogance of the demons, as an elite of the white bone race, it had some methods. Therefore, it was confident and not afraid of Zhou Han. I'm a noble demonkin. The Skeleton King was about to continue when its expression changed. It felt a violent sword aura and was so frightened that its words froze. You only have one chance. Since you don't agree, then go to hell. Seeing that the other party had no intention of agreeing, Zhou Han could not be bothered to waste time. He did not say much and directly used Sword Aura Storm. As Zhou Han's attack power increased, the power of the storm became more and more violent. In the name of the Demonkin, activate the power of the inheritance. Total defense. The Skeleton King immediately adjusted itself to its best state. It also used all its skills. The sharp sword aura in front of it made it feel the threat of death. It was too fast to dodge and could only defend with all its might. Boom. Minus 150,000. The damage values floated past, accompanied by a huge collision. A huge crack appeared on the Skeleton King's body. Clearly, its defense was inferior to Zhou Han's Sword Aura Storm. It was useless and could not withstand a single blow. This is impossible. When did the human race have such a powerful existence? The Skeleton King looked at the cracks on its body and gradually widened. Its entire body fell apart inch by inch, its heart filled with fear and despair. I'm so regretful. I should have agreed to his request. It was its last thought before its body turned to dust. It was filled with endless regret. And there was a flash at the place where the Skeleton King had died. A book fell. It should have dropped a skill cultivation technique. Coincidentally, I'm short of skills now. I came at the right time. Because the evil light ghost god / might summon a female ghost, Zhou Han did not plan to use it for the time being. He still lacks skills. You have obtained a skill book. Do you want to check it? Zhou Han acutely noticed that the system notification was a skill book and not a cultivation technique. He chose to check. As expected, there was only one skill. It was not like a cultivation technique manual where there were multiple skills to unlock. It's good enough to have skills. I can't be too greedy. Zhou Han comforted himself. The skill was called Unyielding Battle Soul. It should be a defensive skill. He guessed and read on. Unyielding Battle Soul. Grade, Platinum. Category, Growth. Growth. After suffering a total of 1 million points of damage, it can advance to a higher quality, up to the Starlight grade. Description: possessed by a war soul and has an unyielding will. Effect: increases attack power by 40% and defense by 60%. Huh. It's actually a growth-type skill. This was the first time Zhou Han had seen such a skill. As long as he endured the damage, it could advance to a higher level. It was already very impressive to be able to reach the Starlight grade. However, the current effect was a little tragic. Only 40% attack power and 60% defense. It was indeed a little shabby. However, there were not many skills that increased defense and attack at the same time. If it advanced to the Starlight grade, the effect should be stronger. Zhou Han could not be bothered to think too much and directly activated Enhancement. Enhance it 6 times. You successfully enhanced it 6 times. New attributes have been generated. Please check. After clicking on it, the attributes were obvious. Unyielding Battle Soul +6. Grade, Platinum. Category, Growth. Growth. After suffering 10 million points of damage, it can advance to a higher quality, up to the King grade. Description: Battle Soul Possession, making the soul stronger and possessing unyielding faith and will. Effect: increases attack power by 200% and defense by 300%. After reading it, Zhou Han nodded in satisfaction. Not only did it increase soul willpower, but the buff effect was also obvious. The current Zhou Han would be even more terrifying. Although it could grow to the King grade, he had to withstand 10 million points of damage. This value was a little terrifying. Of course, there was a way to cheat. It was to find someone to farm damage. Moreover, he had to find those with strong combat strength. This would cost a lot of money, and others might not have time to do such boring things. Let's take it one step at a time. Anyway, the upgrade of skills is not very urgent now. Zhou Han remembered this thought. When he returned to the Sword God Hall, he would find Sword King Nie Tianqin. He might have a way, but for now, he had to put all that aside. Now that they had reached the deepest part of the bone cave, according to the map, the evil swordsman should be here. However, the other party did not appear for a long time. He had caused such a huge commotion when he fought the Skeleton King just now. It was impossible for the other party not to know. Then there was only one possibility. The other party was hiding. Thinking of this, Zhou Han was about to use the aura sensing skill. He sensed the other party's aura. Suddenly, there was a movement in the air. Zhou Han felt a cold sword aura, like a poisonous snake striking a fatal blow. It attacked him silently. Although it was not loud, it was powerful. This move alone showed the exquisiteness of the other party's sword technique. Then the other party's identity was self-evident. After activating appraisal, just as Zhou Han had expected, Evil Swordsman. Level, 75. Life, 36,600. Attack, 7,200. Defense, 2,950. Weapon, Evil Spirit Sword. Equipment, Shadow Set. Accessory, Concealment Ring. Cultivation Technique, Evil Soul Sword Technique. The Evil Swordsman had reached level 75, and his various attributes were relatively powerful. In the end, Zhou Han also understood. Because the other party had the Shadow Set and the Concealment Ring, these two things had the attributes of stealth and concealment. No wonder he had the ability to defect from the Sword God Hall and not be caught after so many years. Naturally, there was his residence. You're actually ambushing me? Although the other party's attributes were powerful, they were still inferior to Zhou Han. Moreover, the other party's skill damage was on a completely different level from his. Therefore, this did not pose any threat to Zhou Han. Today, in the name of the Sword God Hall, I'm here to take your head. In the face of absolute power, all evil was nothing. Zhou Han's expression did not change as he took out the Golden Snake Sword. Golden Sword aura soared into the sky and directly dispersed the other party's skill. Hee, you're indeed someone sent by the Sword God Hall. Those old guys really don't give up. They have to kill me. The evil swordsman's hoarse voice came, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. He quickly determined from Zhou Han's words that he was from the Sword God Hall. He had also guessed the other party's intentions. They sent a young man to kill me? Those old things are so bold. When I was invincible, you were still drinking milk. Watch my evil soul sword technique. Dot. Although the evil swordsman said so, his eyes flashed with seriousness. Just now, he had personally seen Zhou Han instantly kill the Skeleton King. Although he could not do it so cleanly, he was confident that they would not be too far apart. That was why he used a sneak attack to severely injure Zhou Han. In that case, he would have the upper hand. In the end, he did not expect the other party to be so powerful. It was simply beyond his imagination. Therefore, he kept saying arrogant words as he thought of a way to escape. As the evil swordsman's skill was released, a translucent evil soul formed in the black sword aura. It opened its cold eyes and immediately emitted a few soul threads. It wanted to wrap around Zhou Han's soul and absorb his soul power. An evil soul? Try my shadow soul spike. The 3 soul spikes instantly flew away. The evil soul didn't even have time to react before it was stabbed. Oh. A miserable cry floated through the empty cave. It was a heart-wrenching pain. The translucent evil soul suddenly became transparent. It seemed to be dissipating into the air at any moment. Ouch! It hurts. The evil soul seemed to be related to the evil swordsman. He could also feel intense pain. At this moment, Zhou Han's golden sword aura swept over again. Minus 31,569. The evil swordsman's body was sent flying and embedded in the stone wall. He only had slightly more than 5,000 HP left. He didn't dare move. He couldn't even breathe or beat his heart. He did not dare to move at all and entered a state of suspended animation. Still trying to play dead? I'm going to take your head. There's no use pretending to be dead. Zhou Han saw through the other party's trick at a glance. Not to mention that Zhou Han could see the number of enemies. Even if the other party was really dead, he had to take his head. This was because the requirements of the Awakening Mission 5 were like this. Are you really going to be ruthless? Don't you want to know the secrets of the Sword God Hall and why they're chasing me? The evil swordsman panicked when he saw that he had been seen through. As his thoughts raced, he immediately said. He tried to attract Zhou Han's attention and look for a chance to get away. Don't try to distract me. You have to die today. I said so. This concerned his awakening. Moreover, he was not interested in these secrets at all. Also, who knows if he's making things up? Zhou Han could not be bothered to waste his breath. He always knew that villains died because they talked too much. Therefore, he would not be like the villain who was full of nonsense. Create some opportunities for his opponent. As expected, the evil swordsman did not fall into Zhou Han's trap. His heart immediately fell to rock bottom. This was not the temperament of a young man at all. Shadow escape. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned into a ghostly light. It instantly obtained explosive speed. They saw an afterimage as he rushed out of the cave. Clearly, the phantom swordsman had no intention of surrendering. He directly used the escape method he was best at. He originally wanted to use an escape technique while Zhou Han was distracted. This way, the chances of escaping would be higher. But now, there was no choice but to use it forcefully. You're no match for my speed. With the agility bonus of the lightness ring and the movement speed of the Red Lotus set, in terms of speed, Zhou Han had yet to meet a match. Zhou Han exerted strength in his legs and chased after her. This escape technique is indeed not bad. I can instantly obtain 3 times the speed that slowly decreases as time passes. The moment the evil swordsman activated his escape technique, even Zhou Han could not catch up. After all, Zhou Han did not have a speed cultivation technique. This skill clearly did not last long enough. Soon, Zhou Han caught up and ended his life. Before the evil swordsman died, there was still shock in his eyes. This speed completely crushed him. He did not expect such a genius to appear in the Sword God Hall. He was really unlucky. After being on the run for so many years, it was still difficult to escape. Without wasting much time, Zhou Han took off the head of the evil swordsman. This was a necessary item to complete the awakening mission. 3 things fell. I wonder what quality they are. Zhou Han waved his hand, and a majestic force rolled them up and sent them to Zhou Han. The first item was the Heavenly Essence Pill, a diamond-grade item. After enhancement, the attributes were displayed. Heavenly Essence Pill +7. Grade, diamond. Description, Refined from the essence of heaven and earth, it contains powerful strength. Effect: increases attack by 1,000 points. Soul strength becomes stronger. Description: limited to 5 pills. Further use will be invalid. It could increase attack power and nourish the soul. Zhou Han did not hesitate and swallowed it. A purple aura flowed through his body for more than 10 seconds. Exhaling, the effect of the increase in combat strength was obvious. He continued to look at the second item. Star Feather Fan. Grade: Starlight. Attributes: attack plus 800, basic attack stun rate plus 10%. Special effect: summon the light of the stars and attack all enemy units within a 30-meter radius. Description: contains the mysteries of the starry sky. It has a stun effect and is very powerful. Description: limited to Star Warlock and Enchanter classes. It was a Starlight grade weapon with a stun attribute. It was indeed very powerful. However, Zhou Han's Sword Soul class could not use it. He shook his head and threw it into his bag. Zhou Han looked at the last item. It was a skill book. Could it be the shadow escape technique? His eyes lit up and his breathing quickened. If he had such a skill, Zhou Han would be like a tiger with wings. He was already extremely fast. If he had that, the speed would be unbelievable. Thinking of this, Zhou Han hurriedly checked. The skill book had 2 words: wind steps. It's actually not the shadow escape. I was happy for nothing. Zhou Han immediately felt a little bored and disappointed, but he endured and read on. Wind steps. Grade: Diamond. Type: movement technique. Description: use the power of the wind to complete various movements. Effect: increases evasion by 10%, agility by 5%. After reading it, Zhou Han understood that it was a movement skill. It relied on the power of the wind to complete its coquettish movements. He could dodge his opponent's attacks and skills. It doesn't feel very useful. Let's just fuse it. Zhou Han did not need to move at all. He had the damage reflection skill, Sky Dust Tyrant Blood. What was the use of dodging? Since it didn't have value, he would try to combine it. Although the skills after synthesis were also random, at the very least, it could increase by 1 level and reach the Starlight grade. The effect would also be a little stronger. Zhou Han directly combined Levitation and Wind Thunder Dance with Wind Steps. Synthesis successful. A new skill has been generated. Please check. I hope there's a powerful skill. Wind Chasing Thunder. Grade: Starlight. Category: Comprehensive. Description: use the wind and lightning elements to attack the enemy. Effect: increases agility by 15% and deals 6 times the damage. The effect was not bad. It could increase agility and cause damage. After enhancement, the effect would definitely be even stronger. Seeing this, Zhou Han did not hesitate and directly activated enhancement. Enhance it 8 times. Enhancement successful. Please check the attributes. After Zhou Han opened it, a new attribute appeared. Wind Chasing Thunder plus 8. Grade: Starlight. Category: Comprehensive. Description: familiar with the wind and lightning elements and can nimbly use them to deal with enemies. Effect 1. Riding the Wind. Increase agility by 100% and decrease target's agility by 30%. Effect 2. Lightning Strike. Deal 20 times the damage to all targets within a 10-meter radius. As expected, after enhancement, Starlight grade skills could surpass Divine grade skills. Previously, it had only used wind and lightning elements. Now, it could control them skillfully and flexibly. Although it was only a few words, there was an insurmountable gap. This was the difference between a newbie and a grandmaster. After calming down, Zhou Han continued reading. What? Riding the Wind. I'm really taking off. Without looking at the second effect, Zhou Han decided to try it immediately. Excited hearts, trembling hands. Who did not want to have the ability to fly? Zhou Han was no exception. Previously, he had the levitation skill, but he could only stay 10 meters in the air. To be honest, this height was not very exciting. He wondered if this ability to ride the wind was stronger than the superficial floating skill. However, he would only know if he tried. New skill detected. Do you want to learn it? After confirming, the skill book turned into a green and purple light. He could feel the weightlessness of the wind and the sharpness of lightning. They fused into Zhou Han's body. A few minutes later, Zhou Han finally adapted to this power. There were also many understandings of wind and lightning in his mind. Zhou Han immediately went from a newbie to an elemental grandmaster. Wind, please listen to my call. As Zhou Han shouted, a ball of green energy appeared. Then, as he waved it, a large number of wind elements wrapped around his body, his clothes fluttering. Wind flight. Under Zhou Han's control, the huge wind lifted him up. The higher he went, the smaller the landscape became. Zhou Han did not know how high it was, but it was still a few hundred meters high. Well, I'm taking off. Under his constant proficient control, Zhou Han quickly grasped the key to flying. He tried flying straight, backward, sideways, and even in an S shape. This felt too good. I will be as free as I fly, as far as the earth. Zhou Han sang loudly in the sky. Just as he was flying happily, suddenly a flock of large birds darted out and attacked him. There are still demonic beasts in the sky. Do you think my singing is bad? You actually took the initiative to attack me. Although it was an unexpected situation, Zhou Han was not nervous. She was just a little unhappy that her singing had been interrupted. This flock of birds was huge, several times larger than an ordinary golden eagle. Their eyes were red, and their huge beak was covered in spikes. Zhou Han, who had barged into their territory, sent an attack. He directly used appraisal to check their attributes. Cloud Kite. Grade Diamond. Level 64. Health 8,000. Attack 3,500. Defense 1,900. Skill 1. Explosive red light. 2 beams of light filled with destructive power shoot out from the eyes, causing a lot of damage to the target. Skill 2. Cloud Ride. Travel through clouds and mist, greatly increase agility and evasion. Description: an agile demonic beast that is good at fire and wind. It is extremely territorial. Weakness: water and earth elements. How dare you provoke me with such trashy attributes? Zhou Han found it a little funny. Did they really think they were the overlord of the sky? Ignorant. Lightning technique. The power of lightning. Release your unstoppable power. As Zhou Han spoke, the lightning elements in the air were mobilized directly. A barrier of lightning formed 10 meters around him. There were terrifying electric arcs in the barrier, constantly swimming inside. There was a crackling sound. I'm afraid this voltage is not simple. I just don't know how many volts there are. Zhou Han was also shocked when he saw this scene. As expected, the power of lightning was invincible. Each element has its own uniqueness, but lightning, fire, and light were recognized as the fiercest elements. These, cloud kites, could not see the situation in the barrier. One by one, they rushed into the lightning barrier like moths to a flame. PFFF, PFFF, PFFF. The sound of burning kept coming. Scattered feathers fluttered everywhere. It was a different kind of poignant beauty. As long as they entered the barrier, they would immediately be killed by the terrifying electric arcs. Many cloud kites discovered something amiss, but they were charging too quickly. It wasn't that easy to change direction. Therefore, in 10 seconds, they were wiped out. Sigh? What a sin. You asked for it. However, Zhou Han did not look sad. He quickly counted his gains. In the end, nothing dropped except a pile of feathers and more than 2,000 gold coins. This, of course, was only a brief interlude in the flight. Now, the Awakening Mission 5 had been completed. He could not wait to return to the Sword God Hall. He would complete his first awakening. On the way, other than encountering a wave of demon-winged flying tigers, he encountered no other obstruction. Flying is indeed fast. In 10 minutes, he reached the exit of the Thunder Ruins. It would take at least an hour by walking. Zhou Han had already mastered and loved the feeling of flying. Not only did it feel free, but it also saved time. After entering Blue Thunder City, Zhou Han did not hide anything and flew straight to the Sword God Hall. The power of the wind whistled past, and many residents of Blue Thunder City were shocked. They looked up and saw Zhou Han flying, their eyes shining with extreme shock. They had seen many foreign races who could fly, but humans who could fly were rare in their impression. It immediately caused a huge discussion. Everyone stopped and watched. Look, there's someone flying? Oh my God, am I seeing things? Who is this person? Is he a god? This is the first time I've seen someone fly. I've only heard that such a peerless expert has the ability to fly. I didn't expect him to be so young. I'm so envious. I want to become a strong person and travel the world. It's so handsome. When did such a young talent appear in Blue Thunder City? Everyone looked up at Zhou Han's departing figure with surprise and confusion, but they were more envious. This news spread like wildfire and became the hottest topic in Blue Thunder City today. At this moment, in the City Lord Manor, City Lord Bai Wuhan narrowed his eyes with some fear. As the lord of a city, the city was filled with his people, so the guards naturally reported such sensational news to him immediately. Flying in the air? Bai Wuhan muttered to himself thoughtfully. One had to know that even with his current strength, he could not fly. How strong was the other party? No, there's another possibility. The other party has a special flying secret technique. After hearing the guard's report, he was a little nervous. Now that he had recovered, Bai Wuhan immediately thought of another possibility. Did you see his exact appearance? Bai Wuhan tapped his fingers on the table and thought for a moment before asking. He had to find out the other party's goal and true strength. City Lord, we were too far away to see this person's face clearly. Get everyone moving. Keep searching for information. Report to me as soon as you hear anything. He stood up and gave the order directly. This concerned his rule and the stability of his territory. No, his eyes were cold as he watched the guard leave. He would not allow any instability in his territory. I hope it's not the worst. At this moment, there was also a discussion in the God-slaying hall. Zhang de Shui. Damn, I just saw someone flying over my head in Blue Thunder City. Zhou Han. Daime. Zhou Han. Brother Han, did you see that? He really knows how to fly. It's a hot topic in the city now. Yangmi. He's handsome, but he's a little worse than Brother Han. Go Tuo. Many soldiers in the city are searching for news about the person who flew in the air. Park, are you serious? You're just bragging. Kim, if he can really fly, how strong must he be? Anyway, I don't believe in it. Wang Shui, are you up to no good again? Be careful, I'll report you to the group leader. With Wang Shui's words, these guys from the Kimchi Kingdom trembled. They immediately fell silent. It was obvious that they had been intimidated by Zhou Han. They were now so poor that they could not afford food. They could not even pay 1,000 gold coins now if Zhou Han debuffed them again. Someone called me. Feeling the consecutive notifications, Zhou Han opened the unread messages. After reading it, he was speechless. He just wanted to rush to the Sword God Hall to complete his awakening, so he did not think too much about it. Therefore, he used flight. I didn't expect to cause such a commotion by accident. I have to keep a low profile in the future. I can't be reckless. After all, this was the God-fiend continent. Gods lived in the sky. There were countless demons under the abyss. If he stood out too much, he might be noticed by these powerful existences. After reading the message, Zhou Han immediately landed. Anyway, the Sword God Hall was already in front of him. Look, isn't that Brother Han? He should be doing an awakening mission now. Why is he here? Brother Han, are you here to find the bad woman? I really envy Brother Han's methods of picking up girls. Zhou Han entered the Sword God Hall and was quickly noticed. He was much more popular in the Sword God Hall than in Blue Thunder City. Not only was he the #1 prodigy, but he had also subdued Wan Yuha last night. It instantly made him famous. When they met a few people, they all gave Zhou Han a thumbs up. They flashed a smile that all men knew. However, Zhou Han could not be bothered with them. Now, he only wanted to awaken as soon as possible. Zhou Han, didn't you go on a mission today? Do you need any help coming over now? He happened to meet the Sword King, Tianxian. At this moment, he saw Zhou Han and asked in surprise. I've already completed the awakening mission. I'm here to hand in my mission. Zhou Han said with a calm expression. Mission accomplished? That can't be. It hasn't even been half a day. How can it be so fast? Tianxian was bewildered. It was not that he did not believe Zhou Han. He knew that Zhou Han was the #1 prodigy of the Sword God Hall, but this represented his talent. His future potential was huge, but it did not mean that his current strength was necessarily strong. After all, he was a young man and needed room to grow. In the Thunder Ruins, there were many platinum and diamond-grade demonic beasts. In his impression, not to mention killing the evil swordsman, even if he successfully entered the deepest part of the ruins, it would be very difficult. Hearing Tianxian's words, Zhou Han only smiled and was not angry. He took out the head of the evil swordsman and handed it over. No, see for yourself. This. Oh my God, you really did it. As an NPC, Tianxian naturally recognized this mission item. At this moment, He was so surprised that he could not even speak. Master Nya, let's go and see Elder Lin. Zhou Han patted Nya Tianxin's shoulder, waking him from his shock. Oh, go, go, go. Nya Tianxin also reacted and looked at Zhou Han with increasing joy. What a pity. Why didn't he have a daughter? Why don't I go back and work overtime with my wife tonight and make one? Anyway, he just had to wait 18 years. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Zhou Han, you're really my benefactor. Because of you, the higher-ups clearly value me now, and there are clearly more resources. Nya Tianxin hugged Zhou Han's shoulder and said emotionally as they walked, Master Nya, what are you saying? We're all helping each other. It's all for the development of the Sword God Hall. Facing the other party's affectionate actions and fiery gaze, it made Zhou Han a little uncomfortable. He could only spout nonsense. The two of them chatted casually. Zhou Han's understanding of the Sword God Hall also deepened. This was perfect. With the visualization token +10, he could freely enter and exit all areas. If he learned enough, at least he wouldn't enter certain forbidden areas. Soon, the two of them found Elder Lin. He was dealing with matters in the Awakening Hall. When he saw Zhou Han, he was a little surprised. However, when he saw the head of the evil swordsman, his pupils constricted. Clearly, Zhou Han had completed the mission. After all, he was in a high position. After a short shock, he quickly recovered. Zhou Han, you really surprised me too much. Elder Lin said kindly as he held Zhou Han's hand. According to his estimation, this kid should spend at least a day and a half to 2 days to complete the mission. Now, it had only taken half a day. It was completely beyond his imagination. You have successfully completed the Awakening Mission 5 and obtained 2,000 soul crystals. Due to your outstanding performance, you are rewarded with an additional 50,000 soul crystals. Soon, there was a notification that the mission had been completed. He obtained another 50,000 soul crystals. Elder Lin, when will the awakening begin? Seeing that there was no notification from the system, Zhou Han asked. We can start now. This is an awakening bead. Take it. In Elder Lin's hand was a glass bead that emitted a rainbow light. There were all kinds of energy fluctuations and attributes on it. It was simply all-encompassing. With just one glance, he attracted Zhou Han's attention. Awakening bead. First, after fusing with a cultivator's body, it will bring a powerful perception and help the cultivator awaken a powerful class. Limited to the first awakening. Specialized by sword cultivators. Zhou Han was about to reach out and catch it. Forget it. This awakening bead consumes too much soul power. Let me help you fuse it. Elder Lin smiled. Only the #1 prodigy had the right to ask him to personally help with the fusion. He wouldn't have bothered with anyone else. No. A gentle force wrapped around the awakening bead and entered Zhou Han's forehead. Zhou Han was about to refuse and say that he would do it himself. But it was too fast to say. I haven't even enhanced it. You're already helping me fuse it. You're doing something bad out of the goodness of your heart. Zhou Han felt so wronged. He had been about to take off, but now his wings were clipped. He felt like he had lost 100 million soul crystals. Zhou Han, what were you about to say? After seeing the fusion of the awakening bead, Elder Lin nodded in satisfaction. He remembered that Zhou Han seemed to want to say something, so he asked. Zhou Han glanced over. He did not want to speak now. After all, he could not blame others for being kind. Zhou Han, why do you look so strange? Is there a problem with the fusion of the awakening bead? That shouldn't be. Elder Lin is personally taking action. This is an honor that not many people can enjoy. Nya Tian said worriedly when he saw Zhou Han's expression. Don't worry. With me around, there won't be any problems. After hearing Elder Lin's words, Nya Tianxin was relieved. He naturally knew how much Elder Lin valued and cared for Zhou Han. Otherwise, he would not have personally helped Zhou Han awaken. At this moment, Zhou Han slowly adjusted his mentality. Since he had missed it, he could not regret it. Suddenly, he felt his body riot, and the shackles of his body were constantly broken. Powerful forces poured in, finally starting to awaken. I wonder what class it is. Under Elder Lin's guidance, Zhou Han closed his eyes. He slowly comprehended the energy in the world. All kinds of auras kept turning quickly around him. Sword aura, saber light, psychic power, battle aura, blood aura, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, ice, lightning, magnetism, light, dark, sound waves, time, space, stars, moonlight, gravity, and so on. Zhou Han could feel it, but some were deep and some were blurry. It was a very mysterious feeling. After some time, the elements seemed to make their choice. When Zhou Han opened his eyes, 3 elements surged into his body. In an instant, his aura soared, and his powerful aura shattered the tables and chairs around it into dust. This aura is not simple. It doesn't seem to be a single attribute. Nie Tianxian muttered to himself, his eyes filled with surprise and joy. Good, that's great. In the divine trials in a month, our sword God Hall will definitely shine and bloom with our former glory. Even Elder Lin was excited. His perception was much better than Nie Tianxian's. He clearly saw 3 elements of different colors enter Zhou Han's body. In that case, Zhou Han now had 3 elements. As expected of the number 1 prodigy, not only would he not disappoint, but he would bring a huge surprise. Awakening successful. You've awakened the Wind Sword Demon class. I've finally finished sleeping. What power! Zhou Han only clenched his fists gently now, and there was a cracking sound in the air. He was stronger than before, his muscles filled with explosive power. His little brother was also much more muscular. There's still wind flowing. After checking his body, Zhou Han was surprised to find that there was a layer of transparent wind vortex on the surface of his body. With a thought, these wind vortexes would turn into countless wind blades that attacked the target. I'd better take a look at the attribute panel first. Thinking of this, Zhou Han opened the interface and started reading. Wind Sword Demon, Zhou Han. Level, 31, 11.6%. Health, 40,000 plus 56,000. Attack, 5,000 plus 9, 400. Defense, 2, 300 plus 5, 300. Talent, Infinite Enhancement. Title, Number 1 Prodigy plus 10, Providence Plunder. Weapon, Golden Snake Sword plus 7, Sword Spirit, Life Leech, Skill Damage. Secondary weapon, Famous Saber, Siming plus 7, Invincible, Damage Reduction, Resistance. Ring, Lightness Ring plus 7, Armor Penetration, Critical Hit, Agility. Earrings, Moonlight Earrings plus 6, Critical Hit, Resistance, HP Recovery. Equipment, Red Lotus Set plus 7. Godslaying Hall buff, plus 6,000 HP. After looking at the attributes, Zhou Han was excited. After awakening, it was awesome. His basic HP had reached 40,000. Coupled with the enhancement of his equipment, his health limit was about to exceed 100,000. His basic attack power was also 5,000, which was nearly 15,000. His defense also increased greatly, reaching 7,600 points. Let's see what new skills there are after awakening. Zhou Han could not wait to open it. The first thing he saw was self-taught skills. Divine Grade, Skill Combination plus 10, Sky Dust Tyrant Blood plus 10. Attack, Evil Light Ghost God Slash plus 6, Shadow Soul Spike plus 5, Sword Aura Storm plus 5. Other categories, Aura Sensing plus 3, Unyielding Battle Soul plus 6, Wind Chasing Thunder plus 8. Then, what appeared below were his class skills. Sword Technique Expertise, Advanced to Sword Technique Master. Sword Technique Master plus 10, increases attack power by 200% when holding a sword. Myriad Swords Return had been upgraded to Extreme Mastery, Myriad Swords Return. Extreme Mastery, Myriad Swords Return plus 10. Inherit the Sword God's extreme attainments and command all swords in the world. When releasing this skill, it will increase all attributes by 600%, causing 28 times the physical damage to all enemy units within a 120-meter radius. When the target's health is lower than 20%, the killing effect will be triggered. Killing ignores any invincibility attributes. Damn, the killing effect is awesome. As the enemies they faced became stronger, many of them had special treasure accessories, especially when some boss-level existences had invincibility skills. Therefore, ignoring the invincible attribute seemed especially awesome. Suppressing his excitement, Zhou Han continued reading. Next were the new class skills. Flowing Wind Technique. Wind skill damage increases by 10%, target's movement speed decreases by 5%. Flowing Wind Technique plus 10. Wind skill damage increased by 200%, Target's movement speed decreased by 20%. Windblade. Summon 9 wind blades and cause 6 times the wind damage to a single target. It also has a tearing effect. In the tearing state, all attributes will be reduced by 5%. Windblade plus 10. Summon 99 wind blades and cause 18 times the wind damage to a single target. It also has a splitting effect. In the splitting state, all attributes will be reduced by 20%. These were all wind-type skills. Zhou Han remembered that a total of 3 elements had entered his body. There should be another attribute. As expected, Zhou Han saw this skill at the bottom of the list. Demon Prison Blood Slaying. By absorbing blood energy, the greater the absorption, the greater the damage will be after release. It actually absorbs blood energy. Looks like the last element is blood. Of course, this demon was different from the abyssal demons. After enhancement, the new description of the skill was displayed. Demon Prison Blood Slaying plus 10. After using the skill, enter a red-eyed state and greatly increase attack speed and movement speed. Absorbs blood energy and causes terrifying explosive damage. As for how much attack speed and movement speed it could increase and how much damage it could cause, it was not reflected in the specific data, so Zhou Han had no way of knowing. He could only use it in actual combat later. I finally know the attributes of the 3 elements. After reading it, Zhou Han understood and smiled in satisfaction. The 3 elements were sword, wind, and blood. 3 powers collided and fused in his body. Finally, they turned into a ray of light and entered the center of Zhou Han's forehead. The mark of a small blood-red sword loomed. There was something demonic about his handsomeness. This blood-colored sword was connected to Zhou Han. As long as he willed it, the violent forces would be dispatched at will. After adapting to this power, Zhou Han retracted his thoughts. He looked up and saw that many people had arrived at the Awakening Hall. He glanced around and realized that the bad woman, Wan Yuha, had also appeared here. Seeing Zhou Han's gaze sweep over, she immediately gritted her teeth. However, Zhou Han ignored them. They were all unfamiliar faces, but none of them were weak. Old Lin, he's really a good seedling. In less than 3 years, we'll be left behind. 3 years? You're underestimating Zhou Han. I reckon he'll be able to beat us old fellows in 2 years at most. Ha. Soon, our Sword God Hall will regain our former glory. I heard Old Lin bragging about Zhou Han yesterday. Seeing him today, he's indeed shocking. 3 attributes. He's a genius. Conversation filled the hall. Zhou Han looked at the names on their heads and immediately knew their identities. It turned out to be the 9 elders of the Sword God Hall. No wonder all of them had such powerful auras. Good lord, this was a big scene. It had alarmed so many people at once. On the side, Wan Yuha's expression darkened when she heard everyone praising Zhou Han. Previously, when she was the strongest prodigy, she had never seen these elders praise her like this. Yo, Zhou Han has completed his awakening. Soon, an elder saw Zhou Han and hurriedly said, Zhou Han, when are you coming to my house? Let's discuss sword techniques with my daughter. Zhou Han, are you married? I have a granddaughter. You're not bad. From now on, all 10 of my granddaughters will follow you. Zhou Han, 10? That's harsh. Who said that the higher-ups of the Sword God Hall were terrifying? This was completely a rumor. Look how kind these old fellows are now. It was either for their daughters or their granddaughters. However, these old fellows were a little stingy. Couldn't they be more practical? They could just give him any sword or pill. What's the point of pushing your daughters or granddaughters to me? All right, stop talking. Get to the point. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Elder Lin stopped them in time. Elder Lin, what's going on? Zhou Han also asked the question in his mind. He saw that Wan Yuha was also present. It had to be something. It's like this. The once every 3 years divine trials is about to begin. This is a grand event on the Godfiend continent. Not only can we obtain generous rewards, but it's also proof of glory and strength. That's why I want your opinion. I hope you can represent the Sword God Hall in this event. Elder Lin stroked his white beard and smiled. Oh, there's a generous reward. Zhou Han immediately said righteously. Elders, don't worry. As a member of the Sword God Hall, I naturally have to represent the Sword God Hall. When do we leave? Good. I knew you wouldn't let us down, but it's a month before it opens. It's still early. As expected, when they heard Zhou Han's words, the elders revealed gratification in their eyes. People were not what they used to be. Children as loyal as this were rare. In a month? What are we doing now? Zhou Han's expression darkened. There was still a month. What are you talking about so early? It was all for nothing. This is the daughter of the Sword Emperor, Wan Yuha. You've interacted with her before. Elder Lin pointed at Wan Yuha and continued. She's also participating in the divine trials. I want to arrange for you to train together next. You young people, you have a common topic. Everyone improves on each other. Zhou Han was a little unwilling. They wanted him to take care of this girl. He could bring a familiar girl, but this girl was not very familiar. Moreover, Zhou Han did not want to bring her along. Elder, I'm afraid she'll affect my progress. What Zhou Han meant was that he was afraid that they would cause a conflict and ruin things. After all, this woman had such a fiery temper. Zhou Han did not want to provoke her anymore. What? Don't worry, the Sword Emperor will get her an Emperor-grade weapon when the time comes. I promise not to drag you down. Elder Lin explained. He had clearly misunderstood Zhou Han. He thought that the other party despised Wan Yuha for being weak. It was indeed normal for the number one prodigy to be so arrogant. Elder Lin was about to say something when Wan Yuha's shy voice sounded. Zhou Han, don't look down on me. Don't think you can humiliate me like this just because you defeated me yesterday. At this moment, she was trembling with anger. This was the first time she had been despised. No matter what, she was a favored daughter of the heavens. How could she take this lying down? She was already a little resistant to her mother's arrangements and did not want to train with Zhou Han. Now that this happened, she had to team up with Zhou Han. She had to show her true strength and ruthlessly respond to Zhou Han's mockery. I'm really not looking down on you, Zhou Han said gloomily in his mind. It was all his fault for saying something ambiguous and causing a misunderstanding. It seemed that he still had to cultivate the art of speech. However, at this point, Zhou Han did not want to explain. Then just reject her. Just as Zhou Han was about to say it, a system notification sounded. You have a new sect mission, Trial of Beauty. Do you accept? Accepted. Zhou Han agreed habitually. After agreeing, Zhou Han reacted. This time, a sect mission appeared. As for what was different, he wasn't sure. Soon, the description of the mission appeared on the interface. Trial of Beauty. Description: fight alongside Wan Yuha and collect enough materials. Progress: Melolot, 0 out of 100. Blood Aura Stone, 0/50. Heart of the Fire Demon, 0 out of 1. Location: Fire Spirit Islands. Coordinates. Time limit: 3 days. Reward: Soul Crystals, Experience Points, and 100 Sect Contribution Points. He saw that there were Soul Crystals and Experience Points as a reward. There were also Sect Contribution Points, but he did not know what they were for. He was prepared to ask Elder Lin later. The reward is good. I accept. In that case, he would show her mercy. Who asked me, Zhou Han, to be so easygoing? Ahem. Since the Elder has said so, I naturally have to give him face. After all, she's also a member of the Sword God Hall. As the number one prodigy, I have the obligation to help. I'm duty-bound to contribute to the Sword God Hall, Zhou Han said with a smile. Tisk. When Wan Yuha saw Zhou Han's smug face, she was furious and snorted in her heart. It was as if she was begging him for affection. Yes, that's good. Elder Lin nodded in satisfaction. If Zhou Han was unwilling, he would not force him. Then he continued. Don't worry, the Sword God Hall has strict rules. The rewards and punishments are clear. I won't let you work for nothing. Oh, what exactly is the process? Zhou Han was interested and quickly asked. Do you see this swordsman badge? Elder Lin took out a badge from his interspatial ring and handed it to Zhou Han. The badge was translucent in color, with a small sword carved in the middle. It was lifelike. There was still sword aura flowing on it, but it was very weak. As long as you join the Sword God Hall, everyone will have their own exclusive badge. After seeing Zhou Han take the badge, Elder Lin continued to explain. After successfully activating the badge, you can see all the missions under your current authority. As long as the mission was completed within a limited time, one could obtain varying amounts of contribution points. Contribution points can be exchanged for various items in the sect's mall. Are there any authority restrictions? Zhou Han acutely noticed this word. Of course, you have to set up authority. After all, you can't count on some sword cultivators who have just joined the Sword God Hall to be loyal to the Sword God Hall from the beginning. If there are spies from other forces or traitors like the evil swordsman, wouldn't the Sword God Hall suffer a loss? Another elder came over and explained with a smile. He was Elder Yi, who was in charge of internal law enforcement. That's true. Looks like I lack consideration. As expected, I'm not suitable to be part of the management team. That's why we set such a standard. We assess the rank of the badge by the total contribution points obtained. The higher the level, the greater the authority to open it. You can activate your badge now. After hearing this, Zhou Han felt that this method was indeed good. Although they could not completely eliminate the existence of some spies, they could at least eliminate 90% of them who had strange intentions. Elder Lin only gave a simple introduction. There was also a lot of content that could not be finished at once. Therefore, he gestured for Zhou Han to activate the badge himself before checking and fumbling around. This way, it would be easier to ask him if there was anything he didn't understand. According to Elder Lin's method, he had to use the cultivation technique he had comprehended in the visualization hall to successfully activate it. There was an identification mechanism inside the badge that could automatically identify him. If it was another attribute of sword aura, it would automatically destroy itself. This way, others would take advantage of the situation. Zhou Han's eyes narrowed as he injected a sword aura into it. Soon, the badge emitted a hazy halo and immediately established a mysterious connection with Zhou Han. The swordsman badge has been activated. Do you wish to check? With Zhou Han's reminder, the badge was completely bound to him. Check. Swordsman badge, prodigy customization. Level 3. Note: as you are the #1 prodigy, your initial level is level 3. When your contribution points reach 10,000, you can rise to level 4. Contribution points, 0. Description: the identity mark of the Sword God Hall. This design is specially customized for prodigies. You can enjoy a 10% discount when shopping in the Sect's Mall. Sect Mall, click Open. Mission Area, click Open. After reading it, Zhou Han nodded. The status of the #1 prodigy was indeed different. Not only did he have to have a high starting level, but he could also enjoy a discount when shopping. However, Zhou Han did not have any contribution points now, so he did not look at the mall. Let's see what effect it has first. Zhou Han chanted the enhancement in his heart. 10 white lights flashed, and the enhancement was completed. I didn't expect it to be able to be enhanced 10 times. Looks like this material is very good. While sighing, Zhou Han opened the attributes. The effects of the enhancement were also displayed. Swordsman badge, prodigy customization, +10. Level 3. Contribution points, 0. Description: you will receive a 50% discount when shopping in the Sect's Mall. The contribution points obtained through missions will double. Purchase: you can exchange equipment, items, and other items for contribution points. Limited to gold grade and above. Sect Mall, click Open. Mission Area, click Open. The effect of the enhancement was indeed awesome. After Zhou Han saw it, he also revealed a look of ecstasy. One could enjoy a 50% discount when shopping. Moreover, after completing the mission, the contribution points obtained would double. There was also a new function, Exchange. Can I exchange equipment for contribution points? By the way, didn't I drop a Starlight grade weapon? I wonder how many contribution points I can pay. Thinking of this, Zhou Han hurriedly took out the Star Feather Fan from his bag. This was a Starlight grade weapon, the highest quality weapon Zhou Han had ever seen. However, his swordsman class could not use it. It had to be extremely expensive to sell. The players in this area definitely did not have so much money. He was still considering what to do with the weapon when a change of purchase function appeared. Although he did not know how many contribution points he could exchange for, it was better than getting them all. I'll exchange the Star Feather Fan for contribution points. Zhou Han chanted in his heart. Then, the feather fan in his hand immediately disappeared, and the system notification sounded. You used the exchange function. You received 1,000 contribution points. Although he did not know how strong the purchase of 1,000 contribution points was, this exchange was quite worth it. After all, the trial mission he accepted only rewarded him with 100 contribution points. I have to see what's in the Sect Mall first. How much is it? Zhou Han directly opened the option for the Sect Mall. Soon, a large number of things appeared in front of him. It was a blur, but there were many options on the panel. He could quickly search for what he wanted. All, weapons, equipment, pills, skill book, props, mount, pets, dressing, magic treasures, and so on. Zhou Han opened all, and a line of words appeared on the interface. Detected that you are the #1 prodigy. You have automatically blocked items below the king grade. This was quite good. Zhou Han smiled and looked at the many goods. Blood and chi burning. King grade skill, priced at 50,000 contribution points. Flowing cloud stigmata sword. Sacred grade, priced at 1 million contribution points. Dragon Emperor set. Divine grade, priced at 100 million contribution points. Wind chasing white phoenix. Divine grade mount, priced at 200 million contribution points. Damn, why are they all so expensive? Isn't there anything cheaper? The prices got higher and higher, making them a little speechless. He thought that 1,000 contribution points had a certain purchasing power. He did not expect to not be able to buy even a strand of hair. Can you not block items below king grade? Zhou Han asked in his heart. After waiting for a long time, he received a system notification. No, this will embarrass the #1 prodigy. Seeing this, what else could Zhou Han say? He could only continue to look for products with suitable prices. Finally, under the items section, he found the lowest price item, Demon Summoning Scroll, king grade. The price was 20,000 contribution points. After searching through all the items, this was really the cheapest in the sect's mall. Previously, Zhou Han had obtained the Demon Summoning Scroll and summoned a silver grade boss, but it was insta-killed. Many pieces of silver equipment dropped. This time, the Demon Summoning Scroll was a little different. Zhou Han immediately opened it. Demon Summoning Scroll, king level. Grade, king grade item. Description: after using it, a king grade boss will be summoned. When successfully killed, there is a chance of dropping king grade equipment. Reward: the reward will be distributed according to the proportion of damage. There will be an additional reward for the last attack. Attention! The king grade boss will be announced to the world. Please ensure that you have a certain level of strength before using it. There's a chance of king grade equipment dropping. This is really not bad. Zhou Han was tempted. Firstly, this item was cheap, and the benefits were not bad. However, even if he enjoyed a 50% discount, it would still cost 10,000 contribution points. I have to work hard to earn contribution points these few days. He had just tried it and exchanged a piece of platinum equipment. Each piece only gave 30 contribution points. As for diamond equipment, he could obtain 200 contribution points for each. However, it was not easy to obtain diamond equipment. I should take a look at the mission area first. I hope there are more missions in the Fire Spirit Islands. After clicking on it, the same sentence flashed. Detected that you are the #1 prodigy. You have automatically blocked missions below 100 contribution points. This time, Zhou Han was very satisfied. 2 sections appeared. They were divided into Sect Mission and Bounty Mission. Sword Saint's Request. 5,000 contribution points. Location: Ruins of End City. Sword Maiden's Double Pen. Contribution points: 300. Location: Forest of Desire. Find the Dragon Abyss Sword. 1,500 contribution points. Location: Ancient Sword Tomb. Many missions were very tempting, but they were too far away. They took 3 to 4 days to go back and forth. To Zhou Han, who needed to develop in the early stages, it was not worth it. Location: Fire Spirit Islands. Search for relevant missions. After all, Zhou Han and Wan Yuha's destination was the Fire Spirit Islands. Zhou Han naturally wanted to accept more missions. Otherwise, it would be a huge loss if there was only 1 mission per trip. 3 have been retrieved. Please check. Fire Crystal Collection. Description: collect 500 top-grade fire crystals. Progress: top-grade fire crystal, 0/500. Location: Fire Spirit Islands. Fire Demon Steel Forest. Coordinates. Time limit: 2 days. Reward: 500 sect contribution points. The second mission was also to collect the scales of the fire python. It cost 300 contribution points. The third mission was 600 contribution points. Zhou Han did not hesitate and accepted them all. The 4 missions gave 1,500 contribution points. Coupled with the double benefits, he could obtain 3,000 contribution points, which was much closer to 10,000 contribution points. Zhou Han closed the interface and was immediately filled with enthusiasm. How was it? Are you satisfied with the merchandise inside? Elder Lin was originally chatting with the other elders. When he saw Zhou Han move, he hurriedly asked, "I'm satisfied, but it's too expensive. I have to work hard to earn contribution points." "All right, have a good chat about the trial. We won't disturb you." Before Elder Lin left, There was a faint smile on his face. It made Zhou Han a little confused, but he did not think too much about it. Hey, let's go? We've started our mission. Why are you still in a daze? Zhou Han was racing against time to earn contribution points, so he naturally could not wait. Who are you calling, hey? Don't I have a name? How rude. Wan Yuha's eyebrows shot up, and her pretty face was murderous as she spoke angrily. Are you leaving? If not, I'll leave first. If you beg someone to lead you, you have to lower your stance. Of course, Zhou Han would not let her have her way. Towards such a young lady, he had to be more unyielding than her. Who asked you to? It was my mother's request. Do you really think you're strong? Her face was filled with displeasure. After all, she was the apple of his eye. It was as if he was shamelessly pestering her. Umph, you sound like you mean it. Prove your strength. Then how do you propose we prove it? Isn't that simple? When the time comes, we'll split up and see who can collect the materials fastest. A vague smile appeared on Zhou Han's face as he seduced this silly girl step by step. All right, that's a deal. Don't underestimate me. I'll definitely impress you. Wan Yuha's face was filled with determination to win. She'd lost completely and been humiliated that way. At the thought of that scene, she felt ashamed and resentful. After all, she was the one who provoked him first. Her mother, the Sword Emperor, would not stand up for her. Therefore, she wanted to regain her dignity at all times. Now that she had such an opportunity, she naturally wouldn't let it go. Yes, I want to see what you can do. Zhou Han revealed a look of disdain, but he was already laughing in his heart. It was good to let her complete the mission alone. He could focus on the other 3 missions. In that case, firstly, he wouldn't have to fight with her, and secondly, it would save him a lot of time. Soon, when they were ready, they set off. There was an entrance to the Fire Spirit Islands in the Sword God Hall. 2 white lights flashed. After Zhou Han and Wan Yuha entered, they parted ways as agreed. Current territory, Fire Spirit Islands. This is a combat area. Please pay attention to your safety. Attention, this area is a public area. Personnel from other forces may enter. Please treat it with caution. Personnel from other forces? Hearing the notification, Zhou Han quickly understood. There were many forces in the Godfiend continent. However, he was not very sure. What he knew was the corresponding Sword God Hall for swordsmen, the Martial God Hall for martial artists, and the Holy Court for clergymen. Dark Soul Temple, Mage Temple, Bao Temple, Dragon Knight Palace. They corresponded to the 7 major classes. Of course, Zhou Han did not understand or come into contact with some hidden forces. Anyway, I have to be careful. Zhou Han warned himself in his heart. At the same time, he checked some simple messages. Fire Spirit Islands. Difficulty level, Diamond 9 stars. Wild Monster Combat Strength, Platinum to Diamond. Hidden Faction, Fire Spirit Race. Drop, Fire Spirit Bracelet, Heavenly Fire Wand, Flame Qilin Spear, and so on. Description, an island filled with a hot and humid aura. All attributes of fire elemental cultivators will increase by 5%. It is recommended that teams above level 60 enter. Waves of heat kept attacking. However, Zhou Han was not too affected by flying in the air. Soon, they reached the range of the fire demon steel forest. When Zhou Han landed, he could feel an even hotter temperature. The first thing he saw was a forest of steels. On each steel, black flames burned. A steady stream of power surged out from the ground, feeding the black flames. According to the map, if one wanted to collect top-grade fire crystal, he had to destroy these stone monuments first, and then kill the powerful existence hidden underground. I am the will of the wind, endless wind domain. Zhou Han directly used his awakened skill. These things had a high fire resistance, so the damage caused by the Red Lotus set was not very great. A violent wind covered the sky. The air was distorted under this power. Countless wind blades were cutting wantonly. In less than a minute, the steel forest was completely destroyed. Who is it? Are you disturbing my rest? Unforgivable. Then a vast aura arose from the ground. The stench of decay and heat mixed, making Zhou Han frown. The guy in front of him was rotten, but his body was wrapped in black flames. Zhou Han used appraisal. Myriad Flames Corpse King. Grade, Diamond Boss. Level 75. Health, 70,000. Attack, 7,000. Defense, 5,000. Skill 1. Black Flame Penetration. Summon the Earth Core Black Flame to deal a devastating blow to the target. Skill 2. Myriad tempered body. A body tempered by endless flames day and night will have a 50% damage reduction effect. Skill 3. Corpse King's dignity. Immune to control skills. Increases all attributes by 300% in a short period of time. Description. Possesses powerful attributes and is considered a top existence among diamond-grade experts. Weakness. Water, ice. So it's a corpse. No wonder it stinks. After reading it, Zhou Han finally understood. Damn you. Human, why did you trespass on my territory? How dare you ignore the pressure of the Corpse King? Terrifying black flames covered the sky. The intense heat seemed to melt everything. Zhou Han knew at a glance that this kind of flame was not simple. It was probably not inferior to the endless sky flame he had come into contact with before. Not to mention how painful it was mainly because the corpse was too disgusting. Therefore, he no longer hesitated and directly used his ultimate move, Extreme Mastery, Myriad Swords Return. In the name of the Sword God, all the swords in the world are at my disposal. As Zhou Han finished speaking, his aura instantly soared. The black flames in the air were scattered instantly. A disc formed behind him. Countless sword shadows spun. As Zhou Han pointed his finger forward, countless sword lights whistled towards the Corpse King with an invincible might. What cultivation technique is this? Aren't you known as Myriad Flames? Why are you terrified in front of my myriad swords? The arrogant Myriad Flames Corpse King trembled and looked at everything in front of it in shock. Even though it was experienced and knowledgeable, it was still stunned. However, it quickly reacted. Let alone blocking this power, even a touch would probably make it fall apart. If it didn't run now, it would die on the spot. A black light flashed, and it burrowed underground without looking back. Do you think hiding underground is useful? Attack fiercely. Today, we'll turn this flat ground into a canyon. Seeing the endless sword aura coming, the Myriad Flames Corpse King ran quickly. It scurried underground like a gopher. There was an ancient coffin placed in the underground space. Without hesitation, it quickly laid down in the coffin and closed the lid. Phew, I'm finally safe. This is an Emperor-grade defensive artifact. It's definitely impossible to break. But when did such a powerful character come to the Fire Spirit Islands? Hiding inside, it calmed down a little. This coffin was extremely hard, and it was confident in it. 3 Starlight-level experts had once attacked together for a few hours. In the end, they were all exhausted and could not break open this coffin. This was also why the Myriad Flames Corpse King could survive for so many years. In 10 seconds, a deep pit dozens of meters wide had been blasted into the ground. Zhou Han also saw this coffin and activated appraisal to check its attributes. Soul Returning Coffin. Grade, Emperor. Durability, 1 million. Effect, damage taken is reduced by 50%. Durability recovered by 3% per second. Description, refined from extraterrestrial meteorite iron. It can provide a powerful defense. It's actually Emperor grade. I didn't expect you to have such a thing. After reading it, Zhou Han was a little surprised. He did not expect the other party to have an Emperor-grade artifact. However, on second thought, it was a boss after all. All creatures on the Godfiend continent had their own consciousness. This way, they could also develop on their own and kill monsters to level up. It was not surprising that it had an Emperor-grade artifact. I advise you not to waste your effort. Leave as soon as possible. It's good for both of us. At this moment, when the Myriad Flames Corpse King heard Zhou Han's voice, it started to show off again. With a total of 1 million durability and a 50% damage reduction, it could still recover 3% durability per second. In other words, he had to deal more than 60,000 damage per second to destroy the Soul Returning Coffin. The Corpse King naturally did not think that Zhou Han could do it. Even 3 Starlight-level experts could not do it. How could a young man do it? Therefore, it was naturally confident when it said this. For nothing? It seems you know nothing about true power. Zhou Han's eyes turned sharp. With a thought, all the sword aura attacked this Soul Returning Coffin. If it was said that the previous version of Myriad Swords Return might be a little difficult, then there were no additional enemies to kill, so he could not increase all his attributes. However, the upgraded Extreme Mastery, Myriad Swords Return, was different. As long as he activated the skill, his attributes would increase by 6 times. Coupled with the multiplier of the skill's damage, it was easy to deal millions of damage. Sizzle. Sizzle. After the violent sword aura hit, sparks flew. Give up as soon as possible. How can you easily shake an Emperor-grade artifact? The Corpse King, who was in the soul-returning coffin, could only be passively beaten up and could not move. Seeing that there seemed to be no sign of breaking, its words were filled with sarcasm. You what? Damn it. There was a loud crack and a huge crack appeared. Then, it continued to spread like spider silk, and the soul-returning coffin was filled with cracks. The Corpse King's expression changed, and its smile gradually condensed. Its pale face was about to become transparent. Stop! Stop it, you bastard! Many lights appeared in the originally dark coffin. The Corpse King knew that this was a sign that it was about to shatter and immediately shouted angrily. Please, stop! Stop now! It naturally knew the consequences of shattering. The roar failed and immediately turned into a plea for mercy. Zhou Han smiled coldly and was unmoved. The sword aura was even richer. A large hole had already been torn open in the soul-returning coffin. Just wait. The corpse race won't let you off. The vicious voice became weaker and was quickly buried by the sword lights that filled the sky. Hearing the system's kill notification, Zhou Han knew that the other party had been completely annihilated. Let's see if anything good dropped. Zhou Han waved his hand, and the violent wind blew away the dust. Covering his nose, he walked over. 3 things dropped. First was a skill book, Corpse Refinement Technique, which was used to refine corpses. Although it was diamond grade, Zhou Han still felt that it was evil and smelly. I'm sorry, I really can't do it. There was no need to learn such a skill. He opened the swordsman badge and directly exchanged it for 200 contribution points. The second was a diamond grade ring, the Ice Moon Ring. It was ice type and did not match Zhou Han. Zhou Han already had the lightness ring, so he did not consider this and directly sold it. The third sword was a wolf soul bow. Zhou Han had no use for it. This luck isn't good. None of them are useful. Shaking his head, Zhou Han began to collect the mission materials, top-grade fire crystal. A huge pit had already been created just now, causing many crystal mines to be exposed. It saved digging time. Top-grade fire crystal discovered. Do you want to collect it? When Zhou Han's hand reached out and touched a large area of purple-red stones, the system gave a collect prompt, and the relevant description appeared. Top-grade fire crystal. Grade diamond. Effect. Main materials for upgrading fire skills, weapon enchantment, and attribute cultivation. Collect. You collected a top-grade fire crystal. You collected a top-grade fire crystal. The notifications kept appearing. It took more than 10 minutes for 500 top-grade fire crystals to appear. After confirming, including the time to travel and fight, it took a total of 20 minutes. This efficiency was very terrifying. Submit the mission. The mission description was only to collect fire crystals. There was no mention of delivering it personally to someone or somewhere. This was quite convenient and saved Zhou Han a lot of time. You have completed the fire crystal collection mission. You have received 500 contribution points. Detected the characteristics of the swordsman badge. You have received an additional 500 contribution points. As expected, the doubled effect took effect, and he obtained 1,000 contribution points in an instant. I wonder if this top-grade fire crystal is useful to Zhen'er. Let's collect some more. Seeing that there were still some top-grade fire crystals in the crystal mine, Zhou Han's principle was not to waste them. He collected them all, 30 or 40 in all. After all, Ao Zhen was also of the fire attribute. Perhaps there would be some miraculous effects. It did not take long for Zhou Han to finish tidying up. There was nothing of value in this fire demon steel forest. Start moving. Next mission point. Lava hills were everywhere. Zhou Han gave it a try. As long as he touched the magma, his HP would decrease drastically. The speed at which his HP dropped was even faster than the HP recovery, making him a little surprised. Fortunately, I can fly. Otherwise, this mission would be really difficult. This is only 300 contribution points. The guy who issued the mission is simply too stingy. Zhou Han complained and quickly flew over. He killed the fire pythons that were rolling in the magma. They were all platinum to diamond-grade demonic beasts and did not encounter the boss. Therefore, they were all insta-killed and had no strength to resist. Collecting fire python scales. Mission complete. After the notification, Zhou Han ran to the next mission point as if he was rushing. The wind swirled and smoke filled the air. The flame bull, which was eating grass in the withered plains, felt the terrifying aura of the storm. The sharp wind blades cut through their strong bodies like tofu, opening huge wounds. One by one, they fell to the ground and died in screams. In the hot airwave, Zhou Han quickly killed the flame bulls. You have obtained Flame Bull Whip 00. With a prompt, the materials were collected. This guy who issued the mission had quite a unique taste. Phew, it's finally all done. No, the energy can't keep up. I have to eat something. After killing the Flame Bull, other than the mission to train with Wan Yuha, all the missions in the Fire Spirit Islands were done. Including the equipment that dropped, he obtained a total of 3,930 contribution points. At this moment, Zhou Han also felt a little tired. He had completed 3 missions in 45 minutes. He could only blame himself for using too much strength. After all, flying required energy, and so did releasing skills. After submitting the mission, Zhou Han immediately felt very hungry. He immediately sat down, cut off the thigh of the flame bull, and began to barbecue. You have a new friend message. Please check it. Zhou Han, who was focused on testing his skills, heard the system notification. I wonder what the two of them are up to. Zhou Han directly opened the message. Han Xiangning. Han, I've reached level 25. I'm going to do an awakening mission. I might not be back until late tonight. Don't worry about me. Han Xinxua, Zhou Han, Xiangning, and I have both reached level 25. I'm going to the Holy Court to awaken today. After Zhou Han finished reading, a smile appeared on his face. It was reasonable for them to reach level 25 so quickly. After all, it was a 5 times experience buff. Even a pig could take off. Zhou Han then opened the level rankings. Level ranking 666. 1. Zhou Han. Level 33, 17.7%. 2. Han Xiangning. Level 25, 11.1%. 3. Han Xinxua. Level 25, 10.8%. 4. Oh Huang. Level 18, 99.3%. 5. Mei Aoxua. Level 17, 95.5%. 6. Go Tuo. Level 17, 86.2%. 7. Jia Feiqiu. Level 17, 16.4%. 8. Lin Fan. Level 16, 93.3%. As expected, the difference in the rankings was becoming more and more obvious. The people behind could only leave them in the dust. This was only the beginning. As they progressed, with the 5 times experience buff, the gap between them and the others would only widen. He had planned to enter the mystic realm tomorrow with the sisters. Now that it seemed that the plan had changed, Zhou Han had to consider it at length. After all, they did not have as high combat strength as Zhou Han. They would definitely not be able to complete the awakening mission within a day. After reading it, Zhou Han also replied, Zhou Han, well done. Be careful when you awaken. If there's any problem, contact me immediately. He said this habitually. Han Xiangning. Han, I'm a little nervous. What if I don't succeed in awakening? Han Xinxua. Zhou Han, how did you awaken previously? Tell us. The sisters' classes were mage and clergyman. The places of awakening corresponded to the mage temple and the holy court. Zhou Han did not know the exact process. It might be the same as the sword god hall, or it might be different. He briefly explained the process of his awakening to them. Actually, there was nothing much to say. In short, it was to enhance, and enhance before completing the awakening. Han Xinxua, by the way, there are some useful messages in the shop acquisition area. I've marked them for you. Take a look for yourself. Zhou Han. Okay, Xinxua, it's been hard on you. After chatting for a while, Zhou Han closed the interface. At this moment, the beef leg had already been roasted. Acquisition area? I wonder what's good. Anyway, after the manager appointed Han Xinxua, he never managed it much. Thinking of this, Zhou Han opened the shop while eating barbecue. Myriad Treasure Tower. Owner, Zhou Han. Manager, Han Xinxua. Transaction amount, 128,800. Shop level, level 6. Visit, 32,641,000. Listed goods, 106 gold equipment. Auction, none. Regional ranking, 1. Acquisition area, unread messages 0, marked messages 3. Under Han Xinxua's management, the Myriad Treasure Tower had already reached level 6 and was firmly ranked first. Then, Zhou Han clicked on the acquisition area and saw the 3 messages that had been marked. 1. Brother Han, I have an advanced experience potion here. I want to sell it for 100,000 gold coins or exchange it for a platinum-grade set. Zhou Han ignored it without looking at it. No matter how awesome the high-level experience potion was, it was only limited. If he hadn't taken Jade Fruit plus 5, he might have considered communicating. But there was no need for that now. Zhou Han directly crossed it out and looked at the second message. 2. Brother Han, help. I'm starving. I picked up a piece of grass. The effect is very strange. I hope I can sell it for more gold coins. Seeing how miserable this person was, Zhou Han quickly opened the attached picture. Zhou Han frowned when he saw it. Isn't this F-King foxtail grass? Is this person teasing me? On second thought, it probably wasn't. After all, Han Xinxue was such a meticulous person. With her around, it was impossible for her to make such a mistake. Therefore, it was very likely that it was really a spiritual fruit or something. With that in mind, he immediately checked the specific description. Frost heartgrass. Grade gold. Description: grow in extremely cold areas and absorb frost essence. Effect: after consumption, ice resistance plus 5%, 10% immunity to frost control. After reading it, Zhou Han nodded. The effect was quite good. After enhancement, the effect should be even more prominent. Although he had the Overlord body effect, he had to take the initiative to release the skill. However, this had the effect of passive immunity to frost control. Therefore, no one would dislike such an effect. If the price isn't too ridiculous, I'll make a killing buying it. Thinking of this, Zhou Han also contacted the other party. The man's name was on it. Chen Ergu. He only needed to click to communicate. It was very convenient. Zhou Han, I want this frost heart grass. Just name your price. He directly sent the message. After waiting for a few seconds, there was no reply. Either the other party had really died of hunger, or he was delayed by something. After all, when they fought the demonic beasts, they were definitely focused. Naturally, they could not do it as easily as Zhou Han. Zhou Han naturally would not wait idly and read the last message. 3. Brother Han, I won't waste any time. If you like it, buy it directly. It only costs 200,000 gold coins. You're quite arrogant. You asked for 200,000 gold coins directly. However, Zhou Han also liked this kind of title. He immediately started reading. Equipment socketing device. Description: after using it, you can socket various attribute gems to increase your combat strength. Effect: by piercing holes in equipment or accessories below the starlight grade, you can create a socket. It can be used once on each item. Oh, this is really something. Zhou Han was delighted. He also knew that equipment could be socketed with various attribute gems. It needed to be perforated first. Otherwise, it could not be socketed. However, it was only limited to equipment above platinum grade that could be perforated. It could not withstand the force of the punch and shattered at a touch. Therefore, he needed to use the equipment socketing device, commonly known as the perforation device. There was a shop in Blue Thunder City, but the price was 400,000 gold coins. Since it was too expensive and he did not have any attribute gems, he did not pay much attention. Now, the other party only wanted 200,000 gold coins. It could be said to be very affordable. As for why it was so cheap, Zhou Han guessed that the other party was definitely a low-level player. The perforation device would not be useful for a while. It was better to sell it for gold coins and obtain more growth resources. That was the best choice. Thinking of this, Zhou Han quickly clicked on the purchase button. You spent 200,000 gold coins. You have obtained the equipment socketing device. Please check the attributes. As for the attributes, there was no need to look at them. He had already looked at them just now. Zhou Han directly chose to enhance it. 6 white lights flashed. After enhancement, new attributes had been generated. Equipment socketing device plus 6. Description: after using it, you can socket various attribute gems to increase your combat strength. Effect: by piercing holes in equipment or accessories below the Emperor grade, you can create a socket. It can be used twice on each item. After enhancing it, it indeed became much more impressive. From the previous Starlight grade restriction to the Emperor grade. Most importantly, it could actually be used twice. That meant that he could create 2 sockets. It was simply awesome. After calming down, Zhou Han put away the device. Now, there were no gems or king-grade equipment. It was a waste to rashly use it. You have a private message. Please check it. Chen Erga must have sent a message. Otherwise, he would not have prompted her to send a private message. He clicked on it. Sure enough. Chen Ergu, Brother Han. You finally replied to me. I'm starving. Zhou Han, don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and state your price. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. However, Zhou Han still cut a large piece of meat from the roasted beef leg and directly traded it. Regardless of whether it was true or not, if the other party really starved to death, he would feel like he had wasted so much time and gained nothing. Chen Ergu, wow, this is beef. This is the first time I have eaten meat in 4 days. Boo-hoo. Brother Han is so good. Looks like this guy has it rough. I didn't expect this. Zhou Han originally thought that although the remaining players in Zone 666 were not all rich, they could still survive. He was overly optimistic. Chen Ergu, Brother Han, how about 10,000 gold coins for this frost heart grass? Zhou Han, get lost. Seeing this, Zhou Han was furious. Although he was rich, he was not a spendthrift. Moreover, this was simply asking for a sky-high price. After all, it was only gold grade. He could only enhance it 5 times. Zhou Han did not know what would happen to his attributes after enhancement. Chen Ergu, 8,000 gold coins? Zhou Han, 5,000 gold coins at most. If not, just get it. This was Zhou Han's bottom price. To be honest, the price was still quite high, but he really wanted to buy it. Chen Ergu, alright, deal. Brother Han is straightforward. You are indeed the top boss on the rankings. But I have another item here. I believe you will be interested. You spent 5,000 gold coins. You received frost heart grass. After receiving the goods, Zhou Han confirmed that there was nothing wrong and placed the frost heart grass into his bag. He glanced at the message from Chen Ergu and smiled calmly. There was something good? However, Zhou Han did not take it seriously. A guy who could not even eat his fill probably did not have good quality food. Zhou Han still sent a message over. As long as it was something useful to him, even if it was only a little useful, he would not let it go. Zhou Han, oh? Tell me. But when he waited, there was no reply. On this side, Chen Ergu also hesitated. He had just received 5,000 gold coins. He was overwhelmed by surprise, so he blurted out in excitement. It was a show-off, but he did have something good. But to be honest, he didn't dare to take it out. After all, it was still very risky to trade above. What if the other party was baiting? What if he chose not to buy it after seeing the item and went to kill him secretly? A man's wealth was his own ruin. He was too weak. These big shots could crush him with a finger. This was not a wild guess. Something like this must have happened before. Let's take a gamble. Instead of living in such a sorry state, clinging to life like a dog, we might as well take a big gamble. It had been 4 days since he came to the Godfiend continent. He could completely understand the danger. Almost half of the people had died. If he did not find a backer and cozy up to them, it would not be a long-term solution. Therefore, his plan was to take this opportunity to follow Zhou Han. The only thing he was worried about was Zhou Han's character. He gritted his teeth, determination in his eyes, and made his decision immediately. Chen Ergu, I can give this to you for free. The only condition is that you have to protect me in the future. At this moment, Zhou Han had already finished his roasted beef leg. Just as he was about to exit the panel, he received a message from him. Oh, there's such a good thing. Not only is he giving something for free, but he also wants to be my lackey. Seeing this, Zhou Han immediately found it funny. However, he did not agree immediately. He did not want to take in lackeys because it was too troublesome. Even if he wanted a lackey, it had to be someone with talent and potential who could help him. He really did not think much of this Chen Ergu. He was not even qualified to be a lackey. If Oh Huang wanted to be his lackey, he could consider it. Zhou Han, look at the things first. I'll decide after reading them. Chen Ergu, okay. Look at this picture. He could only pray now. Zhou Han casually opened it, but then his pupils constricted. It was actually a pass, and it was even a abyss pass. The abyss was also the fog abyss. That was where the demons lived. How could the items dropped from challenging such a place be bad? He did not expect Chen Ergu to have such a good thing. One really could not judge a book by its cover. Zhou Han suppressed the excitement in his heart and opened the attributes of the pass to check. Abyss pass. Grade, diamond. Description. With this pass, you can enter the fog abyss and face various challenges from the demons. Effect. There is a certain chance of dropping items of king grade and above. Level requirement, 40. Participant, 1. It can drop king grade items. No wonder this kid is so cautious. He's worried that I'll kill him for such a precious item. It was funny to think of it. He finally knew what Chen Ergu was worried about. Zhou Han's principle was that as long as no one took the initiative to provoke him, he usually wouldn't do such a thing. They were all from the Dragon Kingdom. There was no need to do this. Chen Ergu was waiting anxiously. When he saw that Zhou Han did not reply, he panicked. All kinds of thoughts ran through his mind, and he planned to find a place where no one was around and hide for half a month. Chen Ergu, who had started to run, finally saw Zhou Han's message. Zhou Han, all right, I'll take you in. As for protecting you, I don't have that much time. When the Mystic Realm opens tomorrow, I'll give you a spot. Image, Mystic Realm Pass +6. The Abyss Pass, given by Chen Ergu, was barely qualified to make him his lackey. However, Zhou Han did not have time to deal with some messy matters. He could let him enter the Mystic Realm with him tomorrow. It would depend on his luck if he could only obtain Starlight or King-grade equipment. After Chen Ergu clicked on the picture, he was overjoyed. Mystic Realm Pass +6. Grade, Platinum. Description: with this pass, you can challenge a Mystic Realm once. Effect: there is a 90% chance of an item of Starlight grade or above dropping. Level requirement: none. Participants: 4. 90% drop rate was a guaranteed gain. He was really going to change his fate. He left behind tears of excitement. Chen Ergu, thank you, Brother Han. It is indeed the wisest choice to follow you. Zhou Han, all right. Gather at the entrance of the Mystic Realm tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Chen Ergu, yes, boss. Then I will personally give you the Abyss Pass tomorrow. After agreeing to Chen Ergu's friend request, Zhou Han closed the panel. After taking out the Frost Heart Grass, Zhou Han enhanced it 5 times. The new attributes also appeared. Frost Heart Grass +5. Grade Gold. Description: grow in an extremely cold area and absorb the source of frost. Effect: after consumption, ice resistance +20%, 35% immunity to frost control. After all, it was a gold-grade enhancement that had only been enhanced a few times. However, it was always a good thing to use enhancement. Looking at the foxtail grass that was emitting a blue glow in his hand, Zhou Han put it into his mouth. He chewed twice, but still didn't taste anything. It turned into a cold energy that fused into his limbs and bones. Zhou Han spat out a mouthful of cold air. Because it was a hidden attribute, the specific effect could not be seen. It would only be triggered in battle. I wonder if Wan Yuha has completed the mission? With her strength, it should be about time. Thinking of this, Zhou Han opened the map system. Zhou Han was in a team with Wan Yuha now, so he could check the other party's location. There were 2 dots of different colors on the map. The green one indicated his current location, while the blue one indicated his current location. Huh? She ran into an illusion space. Zhou Han frowned. Was this woman slacking? He knew the exact location of the 3 materials. The Melilot grass was in the Melilot Plains, the Blood Aura Stone was in the Frosty Blood Pool, and the Fire Demon's Heart was in the ruins of the Demon Palace. There was no need to pass through the illusion space. It's either that or she got lost. You really can't do anything right. Silly woman, Zhou Han guessed in his heart. After all, 99% of women had difficulty with directions. Shaking his head and sighing, Zhou Han decided to look for her. After all, the mission requirement was to train with her. After eating and drinking his fill, Zhou Han's energy recovered best. With a thought, his body soared up with a hurricane and flew towards Wan Yuha. At this moment, there was nothing in the illusion space. A faint red mist floated in the air. There was a hint of strangeness hidden in the silence. You can't escape. Dot. A delicate shout sounded as a purple sword aura condensed into a dragon head. It was Wan Yuha's purple dragon soul-severing slash. She had borrowed an emperor-grade weapon from her mother, and its power was even more heaven-defying. Hee, even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. After entering this illusion space, don't even think about getting out. Ha ha. The purple dragon head flickered with a cold gaze and swallowed the flame demon. The latter immediately disappeared without a trace. I'll kill a mere demon with a single strike. I've obtained the heart of the flame demon. The mission is finally completed. Zhou Han, I'll let you underestimate me. One day I'll crush you. Wan Yuha's proud face shone with pride. She had originally killed the flame demon in the ruins of the demon palace, but the flame demon had activated the fire escape technique. It was only after escaping into the illusion that what happened next happened. It's time to go out now. Hee hee, Zhou Han will definitely be impressed. Wan Yuha's long legs strode briskly as she prepared to leave. A flash of pink breath sent an obscure wave that hit her directly. Wan Yuha's expression changed. Her body felt inexplicably hot, and her consciousness fell into a struggle. What the hell is this place? Panic flashed in her blurry eyes. Unexpectedly, she had been careless and fallen for it. She wanted to counterattack, but realized that she could not use her energy. To her horror, she realized that her heart was filled with desire. Involuntarily, she wanted to unbutton her shirt. From the red mist, an ugly man walked out with a lecherous smile. What a rare beauty. I'm so lucky today. Don't come over. I'm warning you. I'm the daughter of the Sword Emperor. Don't be reckless. Wan Yuha was very flustered. She immediately revealed her identity and berated loudly. Tisk, TSK, the daughter of the Sword Emperor. You're incomparably noble. Now that you mention it, I'm even more interested. It's exciting to think about. The ugly man's long, scarlet tongue licked his lips, his eyes filled with an amused smile. Wan Yua's heart immediately sank. The other party was not afraid of her identity at all. Thinking of this, she felt bitter. She did not expect such a thing to happen on a mission. Was she really going to lose her chastity today? If that was really the case, it was better to let Zhou Han have it. After all, although Zhou Han was very bad, he was also handsome. At the thought of this, her body became even hotter. Hello. A violent wind blew over. Someone else is here. The ugly man frowned when he heard the commotion. Beauty, I'll be back soon. I won't keep you waiting. He smiled and left. In his territory, he was not afraid that Wan Yuha would escape. As soon as he entered the illusion space, Zhou Han clearly felt that something was wrong. This was filled with a strange aura that could affect the mind and soul. Looks like Wan Yuha isn't just lost. She must be in danger. Zhou Han came to a conclusion and was about to walk towards her. Flash, flash, flash. The red mist in the air suddenly turned into countless sharp arrows. It attacked at a high speed. There were so many of them that Zhou Han could not react in time. He did not expect the red mist in this area to be controlled by the other party. However, he did not panic and directly activated the Sky Dust Tyrant Blood. -105, -129, -93. With a 90% damage reduction, the damage he suffered was negligible. However, Zhou Han quickly realized that the sharp arrows that were attacking him had changed into the form of red mist. They desperately wanted to enter Zhou Han's mind. Looks like a mental or soul attack, but this intensity is too weak. If Zhou Han had not cultivated his soul, he might really have suffered a huge loss today. However, not only did he cultivate the soul manipulation technique, but he also cultivated the unyielding battle soul and consumed the heavenly essence pill. How could the strength and tenacity of a soul be easily shaken? Battle soul possession. Unyielding will shatter. A tenacious will rose from the depths of his soul, shattering the red mist on his body. There was a grunt from the depths of the red mist. The other party suffered a backlash. As for how much HP he had lost, Zhou Han did not know because he had yet to find the other party's exact location. The other party's body did not seem to be corporeal. It kept changing and shuttling through the red mist. It's a little tricky. I didn't expect the other party's soul to be so powerful. I was actually injured by my own move? How strange. The ugly man hid in the red mist, his expression a little surprised. For a moment, he was afraid and did not dare to attack again. However, he kept thinking of countermeasures. You're just a coward. How dare you ambush me? Break through the illusion of confusion. Endless wind domain. Zhou Han naturally would not give the other party a second chance to attack. He took the initiative to attack. With his will, a violent wind blew, and the red mist shattered. The entire world suddenly became clear. With the red mist completely dissipated, the other party naturally had nowhere to hide. As Zhou Han used aura sensing to lock onto the location, the wind blade slashed out with an unparalleled aura. Whoa, can you hurt me? A sneer appeared on the ugly man's face. Without the cover of the red mist, he did not seem to be afraid. Sure enough, when the powerful wind blades attacked, they touched his body and then seemed to penetrate the air. It did no damage at all, as if his body no longer existed. Seeing this, he smiled even more brazenly. Zhou Han also frowned. This was the first time he had experienced such a situation. He immediately activated appraisal and found the other party's attributes. I see. I see. Now let's see how arrogant you can be. After Zhou Han finished reading, a cold smile appeared in his eyes. This ugly man was naturally not a human. He was a member of the illusion race among the thousands of races on the Godfiend continent. No wonder everything about the other party was so strange. Fortunately, Zhou Han had the enhanced version of appraisal. All of the other party's privacy was exposed to him. Illusion race, red mist illusory beast. Grade, Starlight Boss. Level 80. Health, 200,000. Attack, 21,000. Defense, 8,000. Skill 1. Primal Desire. Smells pink and makes targets with lower soul strength than itself have primal desires. Skill 2. Fog. The body can turn into a fog. The damage taken will be reduced by 50%, and the user can control the fog to kill the target. Skill 3. Illusion. Pulls the target into an illusion. The lower the target's soul strength, the higher the success rate. Description. The main body can travel through the red mist. It is invisible and immune to most elemental damage. Weakness, spiritual soul. As expected, the Godfiend continent is extremely strange. There are all kinds of races. As he continued to train, Zhou Han believed that he would definitely encounter more magical races in the future. But that was for the future. He had to deal with the problem at hand. Don't talk big, kid. Bring it on. Hearing Zhou Han's words, the illusory beast obviously didn't take it to heart. It did not believe that a low-level kid could discover its weakness. Come on, do you not dare? As expected, you humans are all cowards. The illusory beast's eyes were filled with mockery, as if it wanted to trigger Zhou Han's anger. It deliberately picked some provocative words and shouted loudly. This kind of provocation was too low-level. Zhou Han naturally would not be impulsive, but his eyes were filled with coldness. Something's wrong. The other party is provoking me like this. Is it asking me to rush over and fight it? That doesn't make sense. Is it trying to achieve something special? After all, the other party's methods were strange. He had to be careful, so Zhou Han quickly thought in his heart. Could it be? Am I in an illusion now? Although his soul strength was high and the probability was low, there was still a chance of being pulled into an illusion by the illusory beast. Zhou Han suddenly had this thought. Crack, crack, crack. The shattering continued. As soon as this thought appeared, the surrounding world shattered like glass. The scene in front of him was completely different from what Zhou Han saw. Right in front of him was a valley of molten lava. The terrifying temperature was terrifying. As long as Zhou Han was provoked and attacked just now, he would definitely be consigned to eternal damnation and face a tragic end. Cold sweat slid down his back. Zhou Han's anger reached its peak. He had been played like this. He had almost lost his life. How could he not be angry? I didn't expect you to see through it. But it doesn't matter how angry you are. You can't hurt me. The illusory beast looked regretful, then spoke confidently. Shadow Soul Spike die. Zhou Han roared angrily, and 3 dark soul spikes shot out. This is a soul cultivation technique. The illusory beast's expression changed slightly, and its body instantly shrank. The density of the 3 soul spikes was too low to hit its body. Indeed, a skill like the Shadow Soul Spike could play a powerful role in close combat. However, if it was long-range, it was obviously a little weak. There was no forced hit effect. The probability of hitting was too low, especially an opponent with high agility like an illusory beast who could easily dodge it. Haha, that's all. I told you not to waste time. I'll let you off today. Get lost. There was a trace of contempt in the illusory beast's words. In fact, it could not do anything to Zhou Han. That was why it said such a thing. What? You're still coming? What a waste of effort. Seeing Zhou Han use skills one after another as if they were free, the illusory beast's smile deepened, and it became even smugger. Your Shadow Soul Spike proficiency has reached the maximum. Do you want to unlock a new skill? Therefore, Zhou Han was not doing this for nothing, but to increase his proficiency. Finally, his proficiency reached the maximum, and the new skill was officially unlocked. Unlock the skill. Zhou Han chanted in his mind. Your skill, Soul Catcher Wave, has been successfully activated. Please check the attributes. Zhou Han did not check directly, but enhanced it 5 times. Soul Catcher Wave +5. Grade Gold. Origin: Soul Manipulation Technique. Category: Damage. Description: Absorbs souls and emits violent soul fluctuations. Effect: Causes 14 times the soul shock wave in a space of 1 million cubic meters, 100 meters in length, width, and height. Cooldown: 20 seconds. This was indeed awesome. How bad could a cultivation technique that fell from a demon be? Although it was only gold grade, the output was still very strong. After reading the description of the skill, Zhou Han smiled. Why don't you keep attacking? Aren't you quite capable? Come on, hit me. The illusory beast changed from an ugly man to a wild beast. It twisted its butt and mocked. Clearly, Zhou Han's attack was completely ineffective, making it even more arrogant. Good. I'll grant your wish. Zhou Han narrowed his eyes, a dangerous cold light flowing in them. Soul Catcher Wave. I will crush your soul. After the angry shout, a violent fluctuation appeared around Zhou Han. Like water waves, with a soul-stirring aura, it spread in all directions. The calm undercurrents of space surged. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.